Okay, call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes. Good morning. Supervisors Frost.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, December 11th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Thank you. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Good morning to our staff who have joined us here in chambers, as well as those that may be watching on Metro Cable. Today is going to be an extraordinarily busy day for the board. We have a number of important items to attend to, and I'm just going to preface at the beginning of the meeting with a thanks in advance for everyone's patience, whether you're a public commenter that may be in the queue on the phone or staff waiting for an item to come up. Again, this is not atypical. When we get to the end of a calendar year, we tend to have these more lengthy meetings. So with that, in compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, we do welcome the public's verbal comments. You can make a verbal comment to the board by dialing 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comments for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Of course, the board also welcomes written comments by the public. You can send your written comment via email to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and that's Sac County, SACCOUNTY. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your patience. And before we get to our first item, the consent calendar, I just would like to also respectfully ask that those that may be commenting today, if you could please use appropriate language. I know there's a lot of passion out there on a variety of subjects, but we would sincerely appreciate, I know to a board member, we would appreciate avoiding using inappropriate language. We have a number of young people that tend to watch our proceedings remotely for civics courses in high school and that kind of thing. So we would greatly appreciate that. And with that, I guess we're on to our first matter.
Okay, so for your consent matters, you do have items 1 through 34 for consideration. You do also have a public comment in queue for your nominations, which is item 34. For the first item, item 17, I need a motion to continue to December 15th. This is the authority to amend and increase the expenditure agreement with Runyon Saltzman in the amount of $3 million for the term ending June 30th, 2023 to provide increased media consulting services.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Oh.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay. I also need a motion for item 24 to continue to January 26th. We did have a note on the agenda regarding this item. This is the planning item for the zoning code and county code amendments related to industrial hemp. This was a zoning ordinance amendment to Chapters 3 and 7 of the Sacramento County Zoning Code and addition of Chapter 6.87 to the county code relating to industrial hemp.
Mr. Tully?
Yeah, just a question. It says continue to December 15th. Now we're going to January 26th. Is that correct?
The note on the agenda, we dropped the date so that we could allow the board to have the option to continue to January 26th.
I see. Okay.
It has changed
Okay.
from the last communication.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay.
Is that a motion?
I'll move to continue.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Natoli, seconded by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And then my last note is regarding item 33. Just want to call out that this is a request from Supervisor Cerna for the Board of Supervisors to consider adoption of proposed urgency ordinance, Sacramento County Worker Protection Health and Safety Act of 2020. In the alternative, the Board of Supervisors could consider this proposed ordinance as a regular ordinance, which should take effect within 30 days of passage.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'll start on my left with Supervisor Natoli. Do you have anything, Supervisor, that you'd like to pull for separate discussion or vote?
Just a comment, if I could, Mr. Chair, on an item 25.
Okay, the clerk would please read item 25.
Yes, let me get to that. Okay. Item 25, authority to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the City of Rancho Cordova for the American River Ranch parking lot and road projects in the amount not to exceed $866,231.
And the comment is just want to certainly thank our staff, certainly Liz Bellows and Parks, also obviously the City of Rancho Cordova staff for their work on this. And I know that most, if not all, members of the board are familiar with Soilborn Farms and American River Ranch, which is in the American River Parkway, but some exciting things have certainly transpired over the years with the good work that Soilborn has brought to that location. And I know that for those of us that have sat on the Conservancy, the American River Conservancy, this was funded about a year ago, I believe, with grant funds. And again, this will be an important addition to the work that they do out there, obviously provide better access for folks of all ages, but of all walks of life that come to Soilborn for a variety of activities. So just wanted to speak in support of this and appreciate the effort that goes into it. And I know that the improvement will be well utilized once it's completed. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Supervisor Peters, anything?
Yeah, I have several things. Let the clerk reflect on the record. Recusing myself from items 3 and 4, potential conflict of interest. And are you going to pull item 33 since it's got two voting opportunities, or no?
Yes, well, if that's a request.
I'm going to reflect my record to show voting no on item 33.
Okay, so that,
I'd like to do the same.
okay, so that means we will record it as a simple majority vote? Okay?
Yep.
I don't think we need to pull it. I think if the record reflects that, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that means that it would be continued to the next meeting for adoption.
Right, okay, thank you. Was that it on consent?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy? Okay, all right. I don't have anything other than to express my thanks again to County Counsel's office for helping button up the request by my office to extend the worker protection ordinance. Okay, so with that, I'd entertain do we have anyone signed up to speak on consent?
We do. Let's see, let me just take a quick peek. So you have one caller for your appointments, which is item 34. I can have staff go ahead and transfer that now, please. I just received notice that this caller is on for a different item, so you can go ahead and proceed now.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, at this moment then, if there's no further comment by board members, entertain a motion to pass consent.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote with the recusal on items 3 and 4 by Supervisor Peters, and let the record reflect that there is a no vote cast by Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Peters on item 33. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, you do have a couple of people, let's see, you have 3 callers and off agenda. Do you want to take those now?
Do that now.
Okay, please go ahead and transfer those calls.
And again, because of the number of issues today that the board will be considering and expected number of speakers, I'm going to limit public comment today to 2 minutes each.
Thank you. Hi, caller, please start your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hello, good morning. My name is Kula Koenig. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm just calling to thank the Board of Supervisors for considering Dr. Olivia Casserier for the recently vacated position of Director of Health Services. We stand with you in appointing her to this position, as she is the most qualified and she has a long history of delivering critical health services in the county. This is a really challenging time, and Dr. Casserier will ensure that the county has a smooth transition, which is really important. She has a track record and expertise on a number of health priorities, including homelessness, climate change, and infectious diseases, and she's really built trust within the community. Also wanted to be clear that, she also has the administrative skills to do what's necessary to lead the Department of Health Services and provide guidance to the county administration and the Board of Supervisors. And we also know that she has successfully acted as interim director of health services during Dr. Peter Bielensen's medical leave. So, for these reasons and many more, we just want to support your consideration of Dr. Olivia Casserier as a director of health services. This appointment is in line with the recent board actions to declare racism as a public health crisis. And, by appointing her, you are also, taking that appropriate steps to address this crisis. So we support your consideration and thank you.
Thank you.
Please transfer the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hey, good morning. Thank you. This is Courtney Hansen. I live in District 1, and I'm a grassroots organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. I partly want to just echo the caller before me, but also just to build on that, I know that we have 6 major leadership positions vacant or potentially vacant right now, including our current CEO, who's being investigated and should be fired, Nav Gill, the Assistant CEO, Chief Financial Officer, Office of Emergency Services Director, Director of Health Services, and the Jail Health Director. And we're still hurting as a community from the CARES Act scandal. The effects of that are unfortunately going to be long-lasting, and now we're seeing sort of a general crisis, a vacuum, a lack of leadership in this county, and the escalation in COVID spread, the feeling right now that there's no end in sight, the opening up, closing back down. Much of that can be traced back to 85% of CARES money being gifted to law enforcement. while this infectious disease spread across Sacramento County, attacking our most vulnerable and the same people and families who desperately needed those funds for testing, contract tracing, educational, and housing supports. But the good news is that we have a great opportunity to start on a new path and to really lean into just doing the right thing for the vast majority of this county. So I want to thank this board for considering Dr. Olivia Casserier for the recently vacant position of Director of Health Services. She will get the job done. She will ensure that the county has a smooth transition in a time where the urgency is very real. She knows Sacramento, her track record, her expertise, her priorities, including homelessness, climate change, infectious disease, and just not playing politics and just being directly of service to this community to the greatest extent possible. And we're at a critical point in COVID-19. We don't really want to sit with that fact, but I don't think we're sort of experiencing the worst, or maybe the worst is yet to come before it gets better. But Dr. K is candid, transparent, experienced, and prepared. If you want economic recovery, we need Dr. K's leadership. If you want to open this county back up for the callers that call in often very
Can I get your
frustrated
concluding
that we're
remarks,
having
please?
to live in a pandemic, we need Dr. K's leadership. And if you have recently declared racism
Can
a
I get
public
your
health crisis,
concluding remarks,
I think
please?
this would be a step in making that concrete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Keon Bliss. I'm a constituent of District 1, and I'm calling to remind you all of why we are in this position where there are literally, where we are looking for a new CEO in the first place. The reason that this mess first began was because the county leadership prioritized stability and comfort over transparency and accountability, and allowed Navdeep Gill to run county with the most toxic and misogynist culture that he could. I think it's important that you remember these lessons, not fall back into the standard patterns of comfort and complacency that led to this mess, and actually focus in on really filling these positions with responsible leadership. Straight up, that's not part of the current county culture that is quickly trying to reassert its position and maintain the status quo. I appreciate that you all are considering Dr. Olivia Casserier for the vacant position of Director of Health Services. I think that is she is much needed leadership and was one of the only county staff members in top county leadership that showed real bravery to tell you when the problem was real and that public health wasn't getting the funding that it needed. I think Dr. Casserier will ensure the county has a smooth transition during this crisis, and she has a proven track record and expertise on the health priorities that you're focusing in on, particularly homelessness, climate change, and infectious disease. We need someone like Dr. Casserier in this position, and I hope that you honestly focus in and prioritize her into that. But also, do not forget that we are watching you on these other 5 vacant positions. The assistant county executives that was previously holded by Nancy Newton, chief financial officers, chief director of.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
OES and everything. We're still watching this, and we are not looking here for you all to just maintain your comfort.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please? Thank you.
Please send the next caller. This is the last caller that I see in queue. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I took today off work this morning. I work in housing and homelessness, and I'm calling to ask the board to think about serving our families, our unhoused families, My name's LaShonda Barker. I know you all, seen many of you out in the community. Thank you all for what you try to do to help. I'm asking now during this COVID season and the cold weather, we need more help for our unhoused families with children. Consider that. Think about those agencies that have the boots on the ground, Loaves and Fishes, Black Child Legacy, our Birth and Beyond site. We need more funding. We need to get these families indoors and safe. COVID is hitting us in the shelters as well. So those families are at risk. Just bringing that to you all's attention. And thank you all again for your consideration and always putting the citizens at first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes your public comments.
Thank you very much. I failed to make a remark during or immediately following consent, and that was to acknowledge our new acting county executive, Ann Edwards, who comes to the post via her leadership at Department of Human Assistance, and prior to that, Department of Health and Human Services a few years back here at the county. So welcome, Ann, on behalf of the board to this new post. I know we're looking to you to get us through a fairly challenging time, and I know you've accepted that challenge, and we have a great deal of confidence in you, and we welcome you to the position. Supervisor Natoli?
Yes, I would echo your comments, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you, Ann. You're here on a day when we're going to have a full agenda and a lot of a public interaction, but again, appreciate your willingness to step up. Mr. Chair, I did want to just, with regards to the last call, and I know we haven't carried anything on our agenda here recently, but in the past, as we've headed into the winter part of the year and so forth, we've had, report on where we are with sheltering as it relates to people in general, but certainly I think with the comments made by LaShonda in her public comment, I think it's important. We don't have anything scheduled on the agenda I'm aware of. We've been getting tremendous amount of input, I'll just say with emails and phone calls, at least to my office, and I imagine others are receiving them as well, relative to warming centers, to our strategy. I know that certainly the City of Sacramento is considering some items, I believe, on their meeting this evening. And I would just say, again, I think it's important, and maybe before we end this calendar year, we have 2 meetings next week, to have an item so we know where we are at a certain point in time. We get, periodic reports as board members relative to some of the initiatives that we moved on 3 years ago now. But I do think that in light of where we are with certainly stay-at-home orders, with the consequences of more folks being, certainly I think housing insecure because of COVID and a number of other things, loss of jobs. I think having an item, if we could, give us an update, give us an opportunity to have some discussion. And again, I know our agendas are going to be full next week, but I just think it's important that we have an update. We've had no update to this board in months. I mean, we've had different items. I appreciate certainly Bruce and you, Ann, in your previous role, giving us periodic information, and as we requested, certainly. But I think it's important for the community to know what the County of Sacramento is doing and continues to do, and any initiatives that we have to try to help alleviate some of the situations that are certainly, I think, in people's lives in our community currently, but also going forward. So I would ask if we could have that. So
We can do that.
Okay, good. Thank you, Chair.
Certainly appreciate those comments, Supervisor Natoli. Other members of the board may have also had conversations recently with local homelessness advocates about the need for warming centers, and certainly I respect that interest. However, I would just note that it is a little more challenging given the fact that we have a social distancing order in place, and so I know Dr. Kasiri is looking at that along with our Department of Human Assistance staff. So I think those that may be watching, you should know that we have taken seriously that interest and concern, and we're looking at it. So thank you.
Yep, Mr. Chair, just one other thought, and again, I don't want to get off agenda here or off topic, but I do think that, again, we're going to have a discussion next week regarding CARES money and how we're going to appropriate that for the rest of the fiscal year. But I do think that as we look to try to house homeless folks under the approach with both the pandemic, but also with the CARES money, and we have a voucher program that we've historically had and so forth. But if we have women and children, but certainly individuals, whatever, whether they're male or female, I think it's important that we know, because maybe there's some, additional, without securing a whole hotel or motel, but, what sort of housing strategies do we have? And as I understand it, we don't have any warming centers in the unincorporated area of the county. Now, I could be wrong about that, but Bruce, is that accurate? I understood that there's none in the unincorporated area.
Accurate right now, yes. We've been having conversations about warming centers, and be happy to report next week. Mr. Wagstaff and team can prepare something for you next week.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. All right, next item, please.
Okay, for your next item, this is item 35. You're introducing an ordinance adding Title II of the Sacramento County Code establishing County Health Authority to expand Sacramento County's oversight over the quality, cost, access to Medi-Cal services in the county. You're waiving full reading of the ordinance and continuing to December 15th for adoption.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Well,
I'm gonna have to ask that if security is monitoring this, if you could please keep the noise to a minimum outside so we can conduct our business, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair and members of the board,
We're gonna recess for 10 minutes. I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli? Here. Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on item 35. You were introducing an ordinance adding Title II of the Sacramento County Code establishing County Health Authority to expand Sacramento County's oversight over the quality, cost, and access to Medi-Cal services in the county. You're waiving reading on the ordinance and continuing to December 15th for adoption.
Okay, very good. Dr. Bielenson.
thank you, sir. The Sacramento County Department of Health Services strongly supports this ordinance. Since 1994, Medi-Cal in Sacramento, 1994, Medi-Cal in Sacramento has been run as part of the geographic managed care system utilized only by Sacramento and San Diego counties. However, San Diego County has far more ability to hold their Medi-Cal managed care organizations accountable in their GMC structure thanks to legislative language than does Sacramento County. Indeed, Sacramento County has virtually no power to hold MCOs, managed care organizations in our jurisdiction, accountable either in outcome or satisfaction metrics or contractually. This has resulted in a situation where 4 out of the 5 managed care organizations participating in Sacramento are in the bottom quartile in terms of patient satisfaction and health outcomes in the state of California. Over the past year and a half now, over a half dozen stakeholder meetings have been held under the auspices of Senator Richard Pan, Sierra Health Foundation President Chet Hewitt, and myself. Well over 120 individuals have participated in the meetings, including Medi-Cal providers, hospitals, federally qualified health centers, Medi-Cal managed care organizations, physicians, nurses, behavioral health providers and administrators, medical students, researchers, medical societies, Medi-Cal recipients, members of the County Medi-Cal Advisory Commission, and advocates. After much debate, the stakeholder group came to the consensus of a GMC fix. Senator Pan introduced legislation in the state Senate to accomplish this, but for reasons unrelated to the bill, it was watered down substantially. Despite this hurdle, we felt it important to continue to move this process along at the county level so that we can influence the State Department of Health Care Services procurement process, which begins in 2021, and which will select the health plans that will operate and provide Medi-Cal services in Sacramento County. That is why we are here with the ordinance before you now. This ordinance gives the county teeth in the following ways. It sets up a Sacramento County Medi-Cal Oversight Authority and empowers that authority to hold MCOs, managed care organizations, accountable for achieving certain goals, as well as giving the county power to determine whether a managed care organization will be allowed to bid on future managed care organization procurements. By so doing, Medi-Cal MCOs will have to pay attention to the Sacramento County Oversight Authority and respond to any of its concerns. This oversight ability will most assuredly result in significant improvements in access to and quality of that care for the county's 420,000 plus Medi-Cal recipients. The Board of Supervisors will appoint the chairperson of the authority and all 20 of the initial members and hold one seat on the body as well. Once the authority is approved and the chair appointed, others will be added to the authority as described in the ordinance, and the authority will begin its work in March of this year to be in preparation for the procurement coming at the end of the year from DHCS. Next, Senator Richard Pan will present his remarks and will then be happy to answer your questions. I want to thank you for your consideration to establish the Sacramento County Health Authority. This would be one of the accomplishments of which I am most proud. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. B. Any questions for Dr. Bielenson before we hear from Senator Pan? Okay, thank you. Senator Pan. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you so very much, supervisors, and thank you. Good morning. So really appreciate this opportunity to talk to all of you today about the importance of this ordinance, and certainly urge your favorable vote on it when it comes up at the next meeting. So I'm Dr. Richard Pan. I'm the state senator representing parts of Sacramento County, as well as chair of the Senate Committee on Health and the Senate Budget and Fiscal Review Subcommittee on Health and Human Services. And in my role as your representative at the state, I've been working with the Department of Healthcare Services to hold Medi-Cal more accountable for what happens here in Sacramento County. And I'm proud to have partnered with Dr. Bielenson and Sierra Health Foundation in as mentioned by Dr. Bielenson, over a stakeholder process of over a year to talk about what can we do to form this partnership that Sacramento County would actually have a say in the Medi-Cal health plans that we have here in this county. And I'm proud to say that I was able to get the cooperation of the Department of Healthcare Services in this endeavor. But what is required is that Sacramento County establish this health authority so that the state can interface and also have a process by which Sacramento County can provide this input. So I would make note that Medi-Cal covers 500,000 Sacramento County residents. As a physician who's taken care of Medi-Cal patients for many decades, I know there's a lot of challenges and fragmentation we've had. I will tell you in my own experience, so as a pediatrician, I've called over to DHCS, and since I'm also a state senator, they have to answer my calls. And I've asked them and said, so by the way, who's in charge at DHCS to be sure that we have good outcomes in Sacramento County specifically? And the director told me, well, there isn't someone specifically assigned to look at what happens in Sacramento County. We have people who do the contracts and review the contracts, but we don't have someone who actually goes and says, well, geez, Sacramento County doing well or not? And so I guess it's me as the director. And I said, okay, then I'm going to hold you accountable. But we think that that's not probably the best way to do it. The director of the Department of Healthcare Services is responsible for the whole state program. Instead, I think it's better that we empower the people of Sacramento. All right, and that means all of you here as supervisors, as well as your constituents, to be able to have a say in our Medi-Cal plans, not only for the selection of plans that's coming up with the procurement that's happening next year. So this is the timeliness issue also of needing to have this voted on by December, so that we could actually have the commission up and running in time for the state procurement. And then also after the procurement, to continue to hold these plans accountable. And certainly the plans will want to pay close attention to this health authority, because the health authority would be making recommendations at the next procurement whether they should be able to continue or not. And so I think this is extremely important for the county to ensure that we have this input. I would make note, I know Dr. Bielenson referred to a bill that we had last year. Because of during COVID, there was an amendment taken on the bill that would actually forbidden us to participate in this procurement cycle. And in talking to the Department of Healthcare Services, we wanted to be sure we could participate in this procurement cycle. So by passing the ordinance this December, Sacramento County will be able to participate. I am looking to doing legislation this coming session to ensure that we embed this into the state code as well, so this will be an ongoing process. But the reason we held the previous bill is because we didn't want to delay this opportunity for the people of Sacramento County to participate and give feedback to this procurement. And with that, I ask that you support this, vote for the ordinance when it comes up at your next meeting, and certainly happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Pan. And I just want to make clear, we are expected to actually take a vote today, correct? So I know that you've mentioned now a couple of times a reference to a vote at the next meeting, but our board letter actually has recommended action today for adoption, so even better. Before we get to Supervisor Kennedy, who's in the queue to speak,
Can I just clarify something? Today we're introducing the ordinance,
Right.
So you'll be taking a vote to introduce the ordinance
Right.
and then adoption next week.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Pan, not just for his most recent work on this, but over a number of years, he and I have been, and I know he and others on the board have been discussing our joint concern on two major fronts. And as I've discussed with the senator as recently as this morning, I think what we're all trying to achieve here is an enhancement of two things: accountability, and making sure that we are maximizing service delivery for those that need these services the most in our community. And I think given the fact that the pilot has now developed into a 25-year process, a fair chance had been given to the architecture of how we provide these services, and it remains very frustrating to hear time and time again that, again, the folks in our community that need these health services the most are just not getting them. So I am certainly prepared to support the adoption of this ordinance. In fact, I'll put that as a motion at this point, and look for a second.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. But again, I want to thank you, Dr. Pan, for being here this morning and all your work in months and years past to get us to this point. Supervisor Kennedy.
Just also to join the chair, I want to thank Dr. Pan. As I was telling him a story upstairs that the first time we met on this subject in his office several years ago, to try to get this ball rolling, and it's taken longer than we had hoped, but you've been dogged about this. Mm-hmm. And the first time we met, I actually had to run the gauntlet and get jostled by protesters at his office, so I'm glad we could repay the favor. But thank you. You really have kept your eye on the ball on this one, and I think it's great for the people of Sacramento County for transparency, for accountability, and for better customer service.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tully.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Pan, for being here this afternoon or this morning, and for your work on this particular issue. I would just note, I know Supervisor Cerna mentioned it, but I think we're approaching almost 30 years of being a geographically managed care county. We were one of the 4 pilots or 3 pilots, and I guess there was a 4th that was added. I can recall my first term on this board back in the mid-90s, discussing this and some of the access issues, and certainly some of the concern about local, not just local control, but certainly a local voice where it can actually be on par with those who are working at the state level. And I think it does come back to obviously access and health care for folks who are receiving Medi-Cal coverage. And I think this is an important step, maybe long overdue, but I think this obviously is required some persistence and perseverance on your part and that of others, and certainly colleagues on this board over the years. And so I'm pleased to support it as well. I think
we're well past the pilot stage on this, and we know some of the ins and outs, and if this helps improve services to the people that, are in need of them and certainly have coverage but find access difficult for their particular medical and health needs, then this is a good thing. So I'm pleased to support it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from board members?
Just thank you,
thank
Senator
you.
Pan.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Do you know we have, Supervisor Peters.
Just wanted to thank you, Dr. Pan. I appreciate all your work on this, and thank you, Dr. Bielenson. I know it was a very important program to you, both.
Thank you, Thank you, Supervisor Peterson.
Okay, we have 3 people in the queue for public comment.
Yes, we do. Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller, you have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you. This is Deborah Payne. I'm chair of the Medi-Cal Dental Advisory Committee. I strongly support establishing a health authority which will bring local control on selecting providers of health and dental care for Sacramento County residents. Please vote yes on December 15th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kai-Ying Heng, and I am calling from Sierra Health Foundation, the Central Sierra Health Foundation, where I serve as the Senior Vice President of Programs and Partnership. And I'm calling in support of introducing ordinances to establish a health authority for Sacramento County. We, along with many of our community partners, were very proud to co-sign a letter in support of this, and I know it went directly to members of the board, as well as being submitted to e-comment around this particular agenda items. For the past number of years, and some of you have already mentioned this, for several decades now, but particularly in the past few years, the Central Sierra Health Foundation have been privileged to work on this topic with Dr. Bielenson and Senator Pan, along with a number of health and health experts, advocates, and partners as a diverse cross-sector coalition committed to the idea of a more equitable health system here in Sacramento, one that is responsive to the needs of all Sacramentals, and particularly those beneficiaries who are served by the Medi-Cal program. We support the approval of the Health Authority Commission that is being proposed. Some of you have already mentioned this, but we are a true believer that we do need an oversight accountability and a governing body with enough teeth to be able to make critical decisions about health plans to improve the delivery of health Medi-Cal services and promote the physical, mental, and emotional well-being and resources of our community's needs. Thank you so much for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start your comments.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nick Sawyer, and I'm a resident of District 1. I'm an ER doctor currently practicing at UC Davis Medical Center. However, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Sacramento's emergency departments serve as the safety net for Medi-Cal beneficiaries who cannot access care in a timely manner, whether it be primary care appointment or to see a medical specialist. I just want to provide a couple brief examples from the front lines of what it looks like to me and my colleagues who come to us when patients come to us for help because they cannot get access to a primary care provider. One example is that patients with fractures who do not require an operation will obtain their full course of care in our emergency department. That means that they'll get their initial splinting in our emergency department, and then after they can't find an orthopedist accepting Medi-Cal, they'll return to our emergency department where they get a cast, and then 4 to 6 weeks later, they come back to have the cast removed. The second and final example I'd like to present is patients in mental health crisis who often come to see us when they're unable to get timely access to appointments with a psychiatrist. A stark and unsettling example of this is a patient I recently saw who disclosed to me that it wasn't until she tried to kill herself and ended up on an involuntary psychiatric hold in our emergency department that she got the care that she knew that she needed but couldn't get access to. So for these reasons, I thank the board, I thank Senator Pan and Dr. Bielenson, and I strongly support establishing the county health authority to expand Sacramento County's oversight over the quality, cost, and access to Medi-Cal services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes. Hi, caller. Can you hear me?
Hi, my name is Diana Douglas. On behalf of Health Access California, I'm calling in strong support of the proposed county health ordinance to establish a local health authority. The lack of local control in Sacramento's Medi-Cal system has created a fragmented system that many stakeholders agree has failed to adequately address the needs of its over 400,000 enrollees. And as noted, it's been 3 decades, and Medi-Cal enrollees in Sacramento County have faced a variety of well-documented impediments to timely access to quality care over these decades. Although the county is authorized to operate a stakeholder advisory committee, in reality, this committee has no power to influence plan contracts, quality, or standards, nor to really influence countywide cross-plan coordination. The concepts in this ordinance were discussed and vetted over the past several years by a robust, inclusive stakeholder process that Health Access California participated in. The proposed local health authority will have the ability to forward the goals of increasing quality, reducing disparities, and integrating behavioral health services within Medi-Cal. I would like to add this is really an urgent opportunity to do this now, just before the state starts its once-in-a-generation reprocurement process with its Medi-Cal managed care plans. Taking action right now will allow Sacramento County to have real influence on how many and which health plans get selected to best serve our beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments. And could you please mute the meeting in the background while you're talking?
Okay, and when do I begin?
As soon as you mute the meeting in the background.
Hi, my name is David Ramirez, and I'm representing Sacramento Act and Sacramento Building Healthy Communities. And I participated as a board member of the Healthy Partners program. Thank you for that. I've come to see that our residents on Medi-Cal also have serious issues accessing their affordable health care, even though they have it. And the problem, I think, basically is that currently, Sacramento County government and Sacramento residents have virtually no say on how Medi-Cal services are delivered, and the result is poor delivery of services in Sacramento County. A Medi-Cal oversight authority would provide a modicum of local control over the geographic managed care plan in Sacramento, and would be a very positive step. And I urge the board to adopt this new ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the last caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments. And would you please mute the meeting in the background?
Okay. Someone's talking right now, though.
Yeah, go ahead and mute the meeting, and then you can start with your comments.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Yes, hello. I also agree.
If you mute the meeting in the background, it'll be a much easier process for you. You're hearing an echo and you're delayed. So if you could mute the meeting and then start your comments, that would be better.
Okay. My name is Zuri, and I run an outreach service that I created, as well as been a community member that's worked within human services. But I've also had support through Medi-Cal and through the county systems. I totally agree with a oversight to expand oversight for our Medi-Cal services for our marginalized community members, working with the unhoused and those who are marginalized, needing access to those services, and just the poor delivery that's being provided. One of the things that also needs to be done is there needs to be an oversight on the compliance processes and departments that are not doing their jobs for years and years. And this board knows that because I've met with this board. I've met with the heads of departments, your executives, who have unfortunately not done really anything, even with a legal acknowledgement at the county that they needed to due to privacy guidelines and compliance guidelines that are required by law, but also just human rights. There's been a mixture of not just myself, my family members, with another individual and family we have no ties to in several health and human services departments, not just there, also within Medi-Cal. I haven't had it for many years, and even as of October 2020, my name is still showing active because I'm linked to another individual with a similar African name. So there needs to just be oversight within the Medi-Cal department. There's some oversight needed immediately and humanely over the compliance processes and what happens when there are errors, HIPAA violations, Privacy Act violations. Your board that's sitting right there does absolutely nothing about it.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Even with legal acknowledgments and even with community members speaking up, they are vilified and treated like
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
It's your job, and it's county government guidelines that are supposed to be.
Okay, that concludes your comments.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, any further comments, questions by board members? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's nothing further, please vote.
Ms. Peters, okay.
I'm trying.
Okay. Unanimous vote.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bielenson.
Okay, item 36 is the report on COVID-19 response and approval of urgency ordinance allowing enforcement of the public health order.
Hello, we're here on a non-controversial issue, which will become non-controversial shortly. Sorry, I have this thing as usual.
Can we get some help there, Flo?
No, there's not. I'm going to give a brief update on the fiscal situation, which we'll be talking about more next week. And then Dr. Cassiere will talk about ICU beds and immunizations and where we are. And then I'll come back and talk briefly about the bill, the ordinance. So on the $42 million, which is still in the CARES money, we've spent $4.5 million, but have encumbered $22 million. So $26 million or so is spent or encumbered. $15 million still is not. And that, again, is mostly with staffing. With the $23 million, we've spent or encumbered $22 million of that. There's $1.1 million left, and that will this will all be flipped into general fund, and we'll be talking about that next week. Livia.
Yes, and just to give you a little bit about the numbers and also the new regional stay-at-home order. These are numbers from yesterday, 43,426 cases that have been reported to us, 620 deaths. Over the weekend, we had an addition of 2,330, so that's actually a new record for us. So right now we're averaging anywhere between 500 and 900 cases on a daily basis, and our case rate is now at 32 per 100,000, and the positivity is at about 9.4. So recently, the state, because of the issues with so many counties being in the purple tier, and also the ongoing surge of cases, the state issued a new regional stay-at-home order. This is different from what we saw in the springtime, in that it's not starting at the same time for all of us, so it's by region, and it is based on one major indicator, which is the intensive care unit beds. The reason for that is that if we do not have enough capacity for intensive care unit beds, both the beds and the staffing, if we have patients that are severe, and this is not only for COVID, but also for other conditions that might require ICU, such as stroke, heart disease, and so on, is that then the hospitals will have to be making choices about who is able to get care. So that's the reason why that is the main indicator that we're looking at. So for Sacramento region, apart from Sacramento County, there are 12 other counties, neighboring counties. And right now, as of this morning, our intensive care unit capacity is at 18%. It has been going up and down. Yesterday it was at 20. Now it's down again to 18. Over the weekend it was at 18. So we are watching that closely, and the projections that we have received from the state is that we're likely to hit the 15%, which is the threshold for implementing the stay-at-home order. We're likely to hit that either end of this week or early next week, so we'll definitely keep you posted. Once we hit that threshold, we have 24 hours to implement the stay-at-home order. So we've been working on reviewing and updating our health officer order, a draft of it, and then also looking at the guidance to make sure that we're able to provide accurate guidance, because we're getting a lot of questions from businesses about whether they can remain open or not.
Dr. Kasseri, can I interrupt here? I know
Sure.
My colleagues have some questions here. I'll start with one of my own. You're both medical doctors. If I know there's no guidance yet for hospitals to prioritize, but let's say, for example, we were at 10% ICU capacity in the 13 counties, and you had patients that presented with stroke or heart attack or some type of emergent cardiac presentation. How would, in your medical opinion, how would you prioritize those patients versus a COVID patient?
I think that's a very difficult decision, and that's probably the reason why we're trying to avoid it. Some of the factors that they would use are severity of illness and whether the chances of that person surviving. And I'll tell you that those are very unpleasant decisions to make, and we would like to make sure that we don't get to that.
It would be an ethical conundrum where you'd be talking about people's age and people's likelihood of survival, and it's not a thing you want to be involved in.
But the reason I asked the question is that I know there's a great amount of concern and consternation out in the community about various parts of the response to the pandemic, and weighing the the personal, sometimes the professional cost if you're a business owner of affirming the various protocols that we have in place to limit virus transmission. But I think it's important for those that may be skeptical or question what we're trying to do here to understand that this has a far greater reach than just COVID at this point, because this is actually what we do, the decisions we make, or the health orders that come from the state are actually, at this point, given how close we are to a threshold amount of ICU bed capacity, it's going to have some very real implications for people that are suffering other medical emergent situations besides COVID, and I'm not sure that is really sinking in yet.
I don't think so, but also to your point, I think where you're going with this is that the COVID patients are sicker now when they're getting into the ICU than they were before.
Okay, all right, thank you. Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Antoli.
Yes, Dr. Cassiere, originally when we started the COVID lockdowns, there was a plan whereby the hospitals had a surge capacity. Many of them planned for 30% surge capacity. Are we still keeping that in mind and ready to launch those plans around that? Or has that gone away?
That is still part of all the considerations, but you need to remember also that it's not just the beds, but also the staffing. And so if you have a lot of people and filling up the intensive care unit beds, and especially because the staff that work in the intensive care unit are specially trained, so it's not easy to just get additional staffing to come in and assist. So it is, definitely the surge capacity is considered as we're looking at all the factors.
And we're going to be opening Sleep Train Arena, I think, December 9th.
Correct.
Which is going to take care of less severe COVID and non-COVID patients. 225 beds are available there. That's a surge capacity issue as well.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding was that a lot of people are being treated on the medical floors now because of the ancillary treatments that they have, so not as many are going to the ICU as a percentage of those with COVID.
It's partly due to that and partly due to the fact that there are so many people coming in now that they have to take care of them outside of the ICU.
And when you're calculating ICU capacity, are you calculating just ICU based on those wings that are staffed? So there might be a hospital that has an ICU wing that is not staffed right now, and it's kind of shut down.
Shuttered.
Yes.
It's looking at the staffed beds.
Yes.
So it's hard for us to.
Yeah, but you need to get people who would staff up the shuttered beds otherwise, and there's not enough of them.
Thank you.
Supervisor Antoli?
Yeah, I wanted to just inquire about, Dr. Cassiere, you were running through what the triggers are on this regional approach. And if my understanding is correct, then once you slip under 15% capacity, if you went to 14.9, then for 3 weeks, you're in a shutdown mode. It doesn't matter if you went next day, went back up to 20% at that point in time, or are you able to go in and out, or is it a 3 weeks hard and fast once you slip below 15%?
Once we hit the threshold, we have to have the stay at home for 3 weeks, and then the state will reassess and give a projection of where our intensive care unit capacity is. And if it is above the 15%, then we'd be able to lift it at that point.
But once you slip below, then you're in
for 3 weeks.
A hard stay-at-home situation.
Yes.
And we're currently under a curfew already. Is that correct?
That's correct.
10 to 5.
Yes.
Huh?
10 to 5. 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Right. So, and with the additional ramifications that come with, obviously, we're talking about the issues that relates to hospitals and their capacity, staffing, and ability to treat whether it's COVID or non-COVID patients. But so with what comes in with the stay-at-home order? It basically, does that close?
It closes gyms and movie theaters, and it closes a lot of things that were closed before when we were at the beginning of this purple. It allows takeout and delivery still from restaurants, and it closes in-person churches but allows outside churches.
It would be 25% for retail stores, 35% for grocery stores. One difference this time is that the schools that were able to open when we were in the red tier are going to be able to remain open. And also the services such as the small cohorts that the schools are providing will also be able to continue.
So, and I know, again, this is going to bleed into the remaining portions. I don't want to go too far. We can talk about it more. But I'm curious that with this, reduction in, it's still going to allow retail establishments, stores remain open. It just reduces how many folks they can have in store at any given time. But with the restaurants, who many have made significant investments to do with the outdoor dining. You've stood before us on a couple of different occasions, and again, I don't want to bleed too much in the next item, but saying that that's not been identified as being where sources of the transmission, at least our data hasn't shown that. I mean, you've said bars, but you haven't said restaurants. But a lot of them have made this significant investment, and now they're being told that no longer works, but it worked under a different scenario. Again, you're talking within the health realm here. I'm just curious as to how it gets triggered that that's no longer working. So when you go to this hard shutdown, basically, you said takeout only.
Yes, we've received a lot of communication from restaurant owners who are worried about this, and no one can deny the hardship that this has caused to a lot of people. But I think the good thing is that we do have at least a vaccine that's coming around the corner. So our hope is that this will be the last time that we're actually asking people to sacrifice. And the reason that restaurants are included and they can only do takeout and delivery is because in a restaurant setting, you're having people sit together. They cannot wear masks because they're talking, and they stay together for about an hour or so. So that's why those are considered high risk. With bars, actually, bars are going to be completely closed. Right. And as we've mentioned to you before, yes, we are really concerned because we have had citizens sending us pictures of people being packed in bars with no masks, laughing and, drinking. And definitely you look at the picture and you're like, this is going to cause problems. So.
And I get it.
Your point is well taken about the restaurants. As we've told you before, we actually went to the state to see if we could get that changed. And they're not a major contributor to the spread, but our hands are tied.
And again, it's not for you to know so much the answer. I just make the point, and I'll leave it at that, is that there's some amount of risk, but folks were given guidance, prior to the rules that have continued to evolve from the state level. And we've been very compliant with the health orders as a county. But so they do that. And then, other factors are in play here. People are getting sick, and so forth. And so, what was determined under a different scenario or a different profile is now no longer determined to be acceptable, and yet we've guided them as business people to do that. And they've complied, and then
there is some. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
There is some arbitrariness to it. Yeah. I would say that actually the governor responded to the political aspect of it because he allowed the restaurants to be able to stay open in terms of delivery and takeout, which they probably would have closed it otherwise, but your point's well taken.
Okay.
And also to point out that our hope is that it will only be for the 3 weeks. And once our capacity bumps up again, because it's not only the restaurants that are being impacted.
Oh, I know.
The stay-at-home the general message is that people should minimize their travel or activities, and we know that is an effective way of bringing down the numbers. And once our bed capacity is up again, that we will actually be able to go back to the tier that we were at and hopefully get back on track. And I know that environmental management has been working very closely with a lot of these restaurants in looking at ways of making sure that they're able to comply with, once we get to that point, that they'll be able to actually have the appropriate setting to comply.
So, and I appreciate that, Dr. Kisser. I know that everyone's hopeful, and I've heard the commentary about help is on the way and so forth, financially and such. But I guess I just want to ask you the distinction though between what may be the prospect of a new stay-at-home order. I'm still hopeful that we can avoid that. We're close on the ICU capacity, but we haven't gone below the threshold yet. But So how will this differ from the spring? Will it be, again, only essential workers? I've seen in a couple of counties where they've actually told folks don't leave your house but once a week. And so I'm curious about what
essential workers are still able to get to work.
It's not that much different from the original
That's
one.
what I'm trying to get.
It's a little bit different because more stuff is shut down.
Yeah.
Olivia can
And
correct
schools
me.
are going to be open this time
yeah.
around, but in terms of like some of the essential workers, those jobs will still continue.
And things like hairstylists and hair salons, those will be closed. So there's a little bit of difference, which will be significant for the business sectors that are involved, but not a huge amount of difference in terms of the overall order.
So banks and gas stations and all of those will remain. And with our health order, just one last question on this, and I'll turn to somebody else. But we allow the construction industry to continue to go forward here. Other regions make different changes. Is that dealt with in the state?
That's allowed.
That's allowed.
Yeah, which was allowed back in the spring as well.
It was. No, I know it wasn't. So we're not in that sector would not be have any additional impacts.
And parks are open too.
Except for playgrounds are closed.
Yes.
Would be potentially.
Except for games, yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
So I just want to finish off by giving you
Sorry. Supervisor Frost.
Hi, I just have one more question. You mentioned vaccines, and I was wondering if you have a vaccine plan and if we can prioritize the underserved, obviously the medical, but the underserved communities should be prioritized in that plan.
That's what Olivia's going to talk about now.
Absolutely. Yes. So we are definitely following the Pfizer vaccine and the approval that it should be coming by the end of this week. And we have a plan in place. We're working with the hospitals. We'll initially get about 14,000 doses. So definitely that's not enough for a lot of people. But we're going to initially prioritize the frontline healthcare workers as well as those in long-term care facilities because these have been identified as at the greatest risk. The good thing is that the additional doses should be coming in short order. We are told that it should be within 3 to 4 weeks on a continual basis. So we will be able to continue vaccinating until we're able to finish all the ones in the first group, which includes healthcare workers as well as long-term care facilities. Then it goes to essential service workers, so law enforcement, fire, the paramedics, and those who make sure that our electricity is on. And then the last group will be for the general public. And yes, we do have a plan to be able to prioritize those that are in disadvantaged communities. We are still going to continue with our contract with Sierra Health Foundation and in turn with the other community-based agencies to help us in doing that outreach and making sure that we're able to get vaccination to them. I forgot to mention that those with underlying conditions will also be in the first phase because those are all the ones that are at highest risk. Yes.
Are farm workers included in that? I know I've seen some, again,
they're in the essential work. They're in the second part of that.
Second phase.
Yeah.
Okay, because we have a pretty strong segment here in this community.
Yeah.
Supervisor Kenny.
Thank you, Chair. And when we get where there's enough that we can start moving down that priority list, is zip code one of the considerations?
Yes, because that's one way that we're able to identify the disadvantaged communities.
And one of the things that we'll be doing is, as I think we mentioned to several of you, that the testing station, the testing sites that we have, the community-based testing sites, which are based in areas that are underserved already and are run by CBOs that deal with those people, that we'll be flipping them into becoming immunization stations because it's very easy to do. And we'll be doing the same with our Cal Expo and Sleep Train Arena probably in terms of drive-through. And just so you know that there's now the first vaccine that's coming out, Pfizer is apparently quite effective within 10 days of its first dose. They recommend 2 doses, which will be given, but it's very good news that it's very effective in the first 10 days alone.
Okay.
Can I just ask what happens if someone doesn't take the second dose?
It's not, so they're between 50 and 90%, depending on the immunization, effective for a period of time with 1 dose. The second dose is a booster that gives you much more long-term protection as well as better short-term protection.
So
it is
I
better than
understand it's a
nothing.
booster, but
It's better than nothing, but we really want to have 2.
Okay.
You really want to have 2.
But well, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't there 3 manufacturers currently that are looking to distribute their vaccines?
There are at least 5. Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca are the 3 that are most up to date. Pfizer is the super cold one, Moderna is the cold one, and I think AstraZeneca is the one that's less cold in terms of keeping cold.
Is Pfizer the only one that requires 2 inoculations?
All of them.
All of them so far.
All of them do?
So far, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, does that conclude this portion of your presentation?
So now I'll move to the next part of the presentation,
okay.
Which we've decided to pull the bill, or pull the ordinance today and bring it back in the future, maybe next week, maybe not. And it'll be based on trying to reduce the number of gatherings rather than businesses.
Okay, so...
Can you repeat that for people who are listening and standing outside?
Yes, for people who are listening and standing on the line, we are pulling the bill from this hearing today, and we'll bring it back potentially in the next week or a few weeks. And it will be addressing only gatherings in terms of enforcement against gatherings rather than businesses.
Okay.
Glad to hear it.
Before we get to Supervisor Frost, who's in our queue here, Doctors, you and I had a conversation earlier today about what some of the concerns I have, and I'm sure you've had other independent conversations with other board members about their concerns. I think this is a prudent thing to do in terms of the sensitivity to trying to balance enforcement with limiting the virus transmission. This is something as important as this, I think, deserves the time necessary to think it very carefully through. And so I think, you taking the time to do that is a wise approach. I will remind the 85 people that are in queue to speak on this matter via phone that if you heard Dr. Bielenson, you understand that we will not, if it's the will of the board, which I largely believe it will be, we will not be considering the substance of this proposed urgency ordinance today. We may consider it on the 15th, but it remains to be seen what changes might happen between now and then relative to anything that is proposed by public health. So if you're expecting to address the board, please understand that, and if you choose to drop out of queue and hold your testimony to a later time, that's fine, but I just wanted to underscore that. Supervisor Frost.
Yes, Dr. Bielenson, you mentioned that you would be bringing it back,
Okay.
but it would exclude businesses, and it would be for gatherings only.
correct.
And so, is it in your opinion that this same ordinance will come back? It just won't apply to businesses. Are you talking about family gatherings, or
we're talking about? So let me give you a perfect example. Rio Linda, I can't remember whose district it's in.
Louder, please.
Rio Linda, they had 400 people at a party. There were no masks. They were like a mosh pit. They were drinking, and they were not socially distancing. If we had been informed of that, we would have gone to shut that down. And one of the ways that we're looking at enforcing it is having it referred to us by the police. The public health department goes in with police backup if necessary to the gathering. Another example is a group who I can't remember, one of you, I think Sue gave it to us, who was coming into town for a week. Every single day was going to have sermons. Maybe it was Supervisor Natoli.
Wasn't me.
My district.
Yeah, anyway, having sermons without wearing masks in mass groups with hundreds of people, we would come out to that kind of a thing. We're not talking about shutting down I mean, even though it's unhealthy to have a small gathering in your house, we're not talking about shutting it down. We're trying to go after the egregious ones. There was another one on Lemon Tree Road yesterday in Fruit Ridge. So those are the kinds of things we're talking about. But we're extremely sensitive to the needs of businesses. We certainly didn't want to impose upon them. We didn't intend to. And we think that this, if we come back with this legislation, would just be gatherings. But I'll be very honest, if it comes back as a non-urgency urgency item, it takes a month or more to come into effect. And frankly, it probably wouldn't be worth introducing because we'll be on to immunizations by then. So anyway, that's where we are.
Do we even have the will of the board to do an ordinance that starts fining people for COVID? And I wonder if we should even ask that question before we even think about bringing something like that back. I don't think it's a good direction to start fining people for COVID. I think education is the best way to approach
We
the
agree
community.
completely. You know, education is by far the foremost thing that we can do, and then we use the business navigators to help people in the field to have as safe a place as possible. And only after that will we do enforcement. But it's up to the board, obviously, as what you wish to do.
Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Bielenson. I guess I would just say that, and I appreciate certainly the work that our health department, you and Dr. Kassiri, and certainly all the dedicated staff are doing to try to help maintain safety and the health of people in this community. I think in light of what I heard you say, I would be inclined to, again, we certainly have folks that still want to be heard on this matter, but to drop the matter, and in the event that, again, you and your department or departments, find it necessary, then going back to the normal process here. But I think, again, it doesn't negate our efforts. I think certainly education and all the work that's being done, and I think focusing on the administration of the vaccine, and again, certainly cautioning folks during a season when gatherings are typically a part of family celebrations and traditional celebrations. I think our efforts are certainly best placed there. And so, Mr. Chair, I would just think that in light of what Dr. Bielenson said, that at some juncture, I think that we would just, again, he's withdrawing that, but I think moving to drop it and then allowing them, if they, feel necessary, certainly to, as they've done here today and in weeks past, bring something forward if they see it as being necessary. But
one comment, if I may.
Yeah.
And that is, again, for all of you to keep in mind as you talk to your constituents, that what we really need is for the next 8 weeks. So we're baked for the next 2 weeks. Thanksgiving has supplied us with all the cases that are going to be coming. There's nothing we can do about them. 2 weeks later, they will end up in the hospital, 12% of them. 2 weeks after that, they'll die, for those who die. So what we're trying to do is prevent new cases for the next 8 weeks or so. And that's really all we need to get to February or so, when we can start getting a decent number of people immunized. So we've got, the bad news for people is this is a year where you have to not have gatherings at this time of the year when we normally have gatherings. The good news is there are really good vaccines, not just coming, but are actually here as of a couple of days from now, that'll allow us to go back to normalcy by next summer. So we've just got to get through this period of time to avoid unnecessary hospitalizations, unnecessary deaths for these next 8 to 10 weeks.
And just to put a finer point on that, with Christmas approaching and then New Year's approaching, it could, if there remains a steep learning curve for folks, or if the community's going to learn, or some parts of the community are destined to learn the hard way, it could be a repeat of what we experienced with Thanksgiving, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, I just wonder, since it was stated whether or not we should even bring back penalties, I, for one, think that we should in some form or another. I'm very comfortable with Dr. Kassiri and Dr. Bielenson, the conversations that Dr. Bielenson and I have had, that there's a real understanding at Sacramento County that education is the #1 tool that we should be utilizing. But we do have bad actors who, no matter how much education, they refuse to follow the health and safety guidelines. I'll give you an example. There's a pop-up company that sponsors concerts that has been operating in some of the areas that I represent. I have been contacted by businesses, P-bids in particular, that they want to see penalties in those circumstances because they're following the rules and they're doing what it takes to get us all through this as a community. But you have these others that are sometimes coming from outside Sacramento County even, who are holding irresponsible events. They're not following the guidelines, and we need another tool in our tool chest to deal with those circumstances.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I'm very glad you decided to drop this urgency ordinance, and I understand what you're saying, that we have two big holidays coming where there's a lot of family gatherings, but I really think education is the answer, and fines and punishment are not the answer. Small business is really the backbone of our quality of life and personality of where we live. And small business has been pushed to their limits, and many have lost their life work, and their employees have lost their jobs. So I think if we're going to drop this for the time being and maybe permanently, that maybe we up the amount of education that that we're spending. You get on the radio and the television and the other forms of communication about using masks and whatever you want to on education. I think you got everybody's attention with this item today, so let's follow up with education.
Okay.
Pardon?
Yes, I said okay. I was laughing.
Oh.
Can you shut the door, please?
That's for you, Peter.
Thank you.
You're getting cheered.
So, like Supervisor Kenny, I guess I'm looking at this in a similar way. I think you coming back at some point, I'm certainly open to that. That is with a focus on the private gatherings. And to me, that is, if that's going to be something that does occur, I think that actually better reflects what we've been told time and time again, which is the businesses aren't the ones that are responsible for a good proportion of the transmission. I've heard 7% is what restaurants are responsible for. And if, in fact, most of the threat that's coming from gatherings is indeed true, then if we're going to have an honest discussion about anything punitive or fines or penalties, then I think at least the discussion ought to start there. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we would, support that either. I think you're actually hearing pretty loud and clear that there's actually some resistance on this board to even considering that. And also, like Supervisor Kennedy, and probably like all my colleagues, it bothers me to see some restaurants that are going out of their way, certainly, and expending what they have to comply, and others that completely roll the dice and continue to serve indoors, continue to serve alcohol without food. I mean, all kinds, all different aspects of violating the order. So again, if I'm a restaurant owner that is spending what I have to comply, and my neighboring restaurant is thumbing their nose at the state and the county, I would be more than upset about it. So I understand the leveling the playing field part of this as well. Supervisor Natoli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say, again, I certainly respect the job and the task that both Dr. Bielan and Dr. Kassiri and their respective staff have, and certainly the role this board plays on any ordinance. But I just think with the amount of time and energy that's been expended, I'm sure on behalf of the two of you, in preparing this matter for our consideration, the hundreds and hundreds of emails, the energy in the community that we've heard from our elected colleagues in our respective cities, we've heard from business groups and so forth, that all that energy and attention, if it was devoted to the message you just spoke to relative to mass distancing, not gathering, and so forth, I think it would be, it would certainly advance the effort to try to stay, outside of this, looming, shutdown again. And to me, that's important energy. Everyone only has so much that they can to give to this, and so that's one of the reasons. Again, I certainly respect my colleagues and want to maybe take a look at gatherings and so forth. I think there's still a whole discussion about the practicalities and the ability and who enters in those situations and so forth. And again, I'm not doubting that there are folks that who are taking those actions to, again, despite whatever cautions are out there. But I for one, am just, we're close enough to beginning to see the vaccine, as you stated, and again, with the priority that's been given it. We've got the education, we've got the effort going on. We're doing the contact. We didn't even talk about contact tracing, and we still got to have a debate about how we're going to spend some of those dollars to make sure we can sustain this effort throughout the course of the calendar year and beyond. So I, for one, am just of the opinion we just need to drop this matter and make it clear. Certainly, I think again, you will not be shy, either one of you, in bringing something if you see something that would advance that cause. But if we send that message leaving here today, then I think it's just going to keep that energy going. So
we hear you. The only issue is that there is true pandemic fatigue. It is not just education that's missing now. There are people who know they're doing the wrong things, that there's pandemic fatigue. So I just urge you to talk to your constituents about that.
Thanks, Dr. Beasley.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to the phone queue, I see that Sheriff Jones has joined us in chambers for another separate matter. I just want to make sure, Sheriff, you understand we've got, at last count, 85 speakers in the queue, so it may be a while before we get to the next item. If you have things you need to take care of, please feel free to step away, or it's probably going to be at least a good, I'm guessing, hour and a half. Thank you.
Okay, please send the first caller. Hi, caller, you have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, yes, I am a voter. Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, I'm a voter from District 1, and I would like to propose an amendment to the enforcement order. I understand that it's been delayed currently, but at the time that it goes forward, I would like to propose that the county cancel the Aftershock Festival for 2021 and state that it will no longer be hosting multi-day concert events like this in the county of Sacramento. Last year, there were 97,000 people over 3 days at this festival, many from out of town. And based on the health concerns that we are all aware of and that were expressed in the meeting, there's no way that it's responsible for the county to continue hosting this festival in a nature area like Discovery Park. I know Supervisor Cerna was at the festival, the Aftershock Festival last year on the date that an apartment house caught fire on West El Camino Avenue, and first responders were not able to quickly assess or access that emergency because of traffic from the Aftershock Festival. And again, if you are going to impose sacrifices financially and otherwise on businesses and citizens in the county of Sacramento, then you need to put your money where your mouth is and forego the revenue from this event and cancel it permanently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
I'm gonna withhold comments given that they've pulled the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Diane Lally, and I want to ask all of you if you could imagine what it's like not to get a paycheck for a whole year. And you probably all saw Angela's video from Southern California, and in that video, she expresses exactly how we all feel in the restaurant industry. I pray that each of the supervisors understands my following statement, which was inspired by all my fellow friends, family, and restaurant industry. My dad served in the Navy and Air Force for over 30 years. I'm so glad he's not seeing the world that we are living in today. He served this country so we could have our freedoms: right to freedom of speech, expression, right to worship, religion, right to work in the U.S. Since March, most of us have felt lost of the right to work, right to worship, right to petition. Now is the time we need to stand up and stand together and do what is right to help the restaurants. The first shutdown did not help anyone other than to show that shutting down has shut restaurants forever and is killing the rest of our restaurants. Restaurants have enacted different measures inside to keep our employees and counties safe. We are responsible for employees and families that live paycheck to paycheck. And we have spent thousands of dollars on booths, shields, disinfectants, tents, patio covers, outdoor heaters, training new employees, and we continue to lose revenue every day. What is the difference from July, when we could serve outside, to now? What is the difference? Either COVID-19 kills us and takes our lives, or we will kill ourselves from not fighting back and letting this disease get the best of us. I urge all of you supervisors to help us open our restaurants outside. Restaurants can open safer than a Walmart, Target, Home Depot, or supermarket. Unlike the owners and presidents of these multi-dollar industries, we live here and we work in our restaurants, so we can make sure our safety measures are followed because they impact us, our community, and
Can
our
I get your
families.
concluding remarks, please?
Yes. Why do the big box stores get to stay open? They don't even force many wearing masks or social distancing.
Thank you.
Is it the big?
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Joanne Harding, and first I would like to say thank you to Dr. Bielenson for withdrawing the punitive ordinance, but I'm equally concerned about any future ordinance about fining people for living their lives. I would also like to address the ICU situation, and instead of continuing any further hostile attacks on the county residents, the Board of Supervisors should focus on real solutions. Our governor has again changed the metrics. It seems that our liberties are now contingent upon ICU bed capacity, and this is outrageous. The Sleep Train Arena facility has 244 beds that can be receiving patients as of December 9th, and the Board of Supervisors should require the health department to work with our hospitals to ensure that they have everything that they need. House arrest and business destruction should never be imposed upon the people because we lack ICU beds. This is a bad precedent that should not be instituted and should never be repeated. So please find ways to serve Sacramento County in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. This is George Dariotis with the Old Spaghetti Factory Restaurants. And just for the record, I would very much appreciate what Dr. Bielenson, his action today with withdrawing this urgency ordinance. Very welcome development. At the same time, I'd also like to ask the board if we are forced to close outdoor dining, to be advocates for us here in Sacramento County with the governor and the state. I know hands are tied, as Dr. Bielenson mentioned, but it's really important to hear from the restaurateurs regarding the outdoor dining aspect of how we can survive in this during this pandemic. And I very much appreciate, again, Dr. Bielenson's withdrawal. But thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
This is for me?
Yes, go ahead and start with your comments.
Okay, yes. So I am calling to strongly oppose. Actually, first of all, I want to mention that I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my husband, our immediate family, and all of our extended family, possibly minus one. And we are calling in to strongly oppose. You're allowing the code enforcement, law enforcement, county health officers to fine the businesses for the incidences related to the coronavirus-related public health orders. So we feel these measures are very draconian, unprecedented, and actually intolerable, and that this goes way beyond any kind of protection to a kind of control. And, not only ourselves, but every person that we've chanced to discuss this with, my husband and myself, feels the same, deeply frustrated and angered by the shutdowns, the controls, the measures, and now especially by these possible fines. So in spite of the increase in cases, we in no way agree with the strategy and theory of shutdowns to quote-unquote protect the people. There's other strategies, other ways, other helps, especially for those that are more vulnerable. We don't believe that the healthy should be imposed on in this kind of way.
Does that conclude your remark?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your. Please mute the meeting in the background.
Yeah, I'm turning it down.
Okay. Yeah.
Or muting it.
Yeah. Thank you. And then when you do that, then you can start with your comments.
Okay. My name is Jeff Perry, and I wanted to take the time to make public comment in the meeting and want you to know that I support any efforts at proper education to make sure that people can make a well-informed decision, but I feel that when you cross the line between education and using force to take away individual rights, that you have done a massive wrong and violate the trust of the voters. I largely, for the most part, have had no issue in complying with the voluntary parts of the orders, but when overstep occurs, I speak up. I have broken the curfew multiple times, but for one reason only, and that was to specifically defy and protest the tyrannical order. I know many others in that same situation. In effect, these orders, by being forceful and mandatory, will only force people like myself who love and respect the Constitution to carry out our civic duty to oppose tyranny, even at the risk of illness. Tyranny in the name of safety is still tyranny. I also want to ask if the doctors that testified would be willing to suspend their right to practice medicine and forego any income for the duration of this order if they choose to bring something back and feel it is appropriate to force on others. I want to also quickly point out an observation. As I told people I was calling in and encouraging them to do the same, this universal response was, what's the point? They don't listen. I hope that disgusts you as much as it disgusts me, that's public sentiment, and I hope that we can focus on changing that sentiment and make sure we're doing things that encourage people to participate civically. These concerns were partially validated when you attempted to lock out the observers who came down in person and then took a 10-minute break that lasted much longer with no additional updates for those of us on hold and watching live. I feel as a body it was disrespectful and dismissive in that behavior. I feel responses like this measure that was originally proposed is foolish.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yes, people in general aren't violating these orders for fun. It's either an act of defiance or out of economic necessity. Neither of these will be solved by fines or forceful measures.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller, please. One of the calls dropped, and so they're going to the next call. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Hi. Good morning. My name is Erica Cavallini, and I've been in a family business for over 18 years, and I don't think it's proper for anybody to tell us that we can't have our family business that brings our income in for our home and our food and our children. And I vote no on 36. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joe Lubis. I am speaking on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California chapter, and it's nearly 500 essential construction and construction-related firms, which themselves represent 21,000 essential merit shop construction workers. Thank you very much for continuing to view construction as essential. As you know, the Building Industry Association of California has acknowledged the industry's infection rates are substantially lower than the state's general population. However, should there be any restrictions against construction in the future, there are a few things that would be good to take place. The ordinance should be effective if and when the Sacramento region is deemed by the state to be below the 15% ICU capacity that calls for further restrictions. With regards to finding, a letter of reprimand should be issued for first-time offenses, and subsequent fines should be $1,000 for each offense. The county should also post on its website those with multiple fines and egregious cases of noncompliance. Furthermore, enforcement officers should be required to do grace periods for the first violation. Also, the county should be required that the business is aware of the fine before any escalation of the fines is to be considered. Furthermore, the issue of reimbursing the counties for appeals fees should be done away with, because in the cases of good faith appeals, the business would feel that they do not have can't afford to do it and would pull out altogether. So please do away with county reimbursement issues. Again, thank you very much today for viewing construction as essential, and we will continue to work to ensure that our work sites are COVID-free.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
I'm speaking for many. There should be no restrictions on these businesses. Plenty of people have signed a declaration. The lockdown does not work. It works adversely against the people. Again, it works against the people and the common good. It serves an evil purpose. So you should vote no. And that is my position. And as I say, America's frontline doctors, and there was a declaration signed by many people that the lockdown is just hurting people and not helping them at all.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Wright, and I'm a real estate broker. Many clients would be adversely affected by the ordinance allowing enforcement of public health orders. I recommend a no vote for a variety of reasons. First of all, it allows for public health orders to become orders of the Board of Supervisors with very little oversight from the Board of Supervisors. It also would kill small business, fines up to $10,000 for businesses per violation per day, which it also allows those to be doubled and for more than one violation to be assessed in each day. This would have a very adverse effect on the net profit of individuals and businesses throughout Sacramento County. Also, it makes almost everyone a responsible party. That is not only the violator, but everyone around them, as well as any companies that they happen to be in the presence of and the landowners. And as the fines are assessed, and if the enforcement officer levies the fines, then they have to be enforced by the county, which may affect costs of litigation, etc. And if the fines are not paid, then they go directly on to the landowner, which is also, I think, very bad policy. Also, the charges could be spuriously made. There's very little requirement for evidence that the enforcement officer doesn't have to be present, and they don't have to have seen the violation, so it could be just anyone calling and turning somebody else in for a violation. So please vote no on the ordinance allowing enforcement of public health orders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Janice, and I'm very much against any fines of any levies at all. If Governor Newsom and Nancy Pelosi can avoid wearing masks and social distancing, then we should not be charged or fined anything for following their example. Furthermore, I do not believe there's been any evidence that is definitive about wearing masks and how successful it has been. I don't really see any statistics that bear that out. And the devastation that you have given to the people who have not been able to supply funds to their families to support them, I believe you really ought to take it into consideration, and the whole board should vote against any kind of fines at all. Furthermore, I don't think that more people don't make people stay home. If the people are sick, then they should stay home. Otherwise, let the rest of the people live their lives and give to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next speaker, I just want to remind those that remain left in the phone queue that the board is going to be dropping this item. So you're certainly welcome to address the board, but if you need to get back to other matters, whether it's work or school or other things, please know that that's our intent, and we'll continue to hear folks, but we don't want you waiting unnecessarily.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Nikita Kostyuk. Supervisors, doctors present, there is absolutely no point in issuing orders that are not going to be enforced. We heard a report today that 620 people have died in Sacramento County. I'm wondering how many of these lives could have been saved with a proper enforcement of the rules. You know, the county has codes, it has building codes, zoning codes, and I'm wondering if we're going to switch over to an education version of enforcement for those violations. I believe the county will continue issuing fines for these violations, and it should do the same thing for COVID. With all due respect to Supervisor Peters and Supervisors Frost, the issue is not an education issue. As we heard several callers call in, they are fully aware of their actions. They're fully aware that they are putting the health and safety of their communities at risk by directly violating these orders. Heard a lot of discussion about rights, and I just wanted to ask, what about our rights? Our right to life, our right to safety, our right to go to a grocery store and pick up groceries for our families, and not be threatened by people brazenly refusing to wear masks and socially distance, putting our health at risk. We see that the United States is in the worst COVID situation in the world today, and a big difference between us and other countries in Europe and Australia is that we have poor enforcement of our COVID regulations. So I strongly urge you to take up this ordinance again, institute some fines, some real enforcement for the COVID regulations so we can save some lives, at least in these upcoming 4 to 6 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Jim Kopanger. The proposed emergency ordinance would have been tyranny and an abuse of power. Thank you so much for rejecting it. I wonder if the ordinance would have even been constitutional, especially because it's so arbitrary. Admiral Garrar of the White House COVID Task Force says California's lockdown rules are counterproductive. And we wonder if the people making the rules would be following them. Our governor certainly has not. In the real world, these fines would have been guilty until proven innocent because your average citizen can't fight them. I'm wondering why such an important topic was relegated all the way to number 36. It should have been number 1, if not a meeting all by itself. But thank you very much for rejecting it, and thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Sacramento resident Nellie Ticanco, and I am calling to say that I'm strongly opposed of the proposition of fining citizens that are choosing to meet, in regards to the COVID restrictions. We are free citizens of the United States, and this proposition is very unconstitutional. This is tyranny and overreach of government. I escaped a communist country to come to America, a land that I thought would never even think of fining citizens for meeting. And I came to America, and now I'm very concerned to find such propositions. The residents of Sacramento have already suffered greatly during this time and financially, and finding people is not the answer. There has to be a better solution than to propose fines up to $10,000 for having more than 10 people in a place. So I hope that you take this matter very seriously, and I am imploring you to please not approve of this proposition. We are America, and this is very, very anti-American. So I believe we can do better than this. Thank you so much for your time. Everybody have a good day. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi. First, I want to say thank you for your service for our county, and to remind you of the oath you swore to uphold our U.S. Constitution, which states that we as citizens have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The response to the COVID situation, I believe, has not been justified. It has not justified the loss of freedom that we've endured. It's not okay that it's been used as leverage to abuse the citizens and whittle away our liberties. This isn't the Black Death of the 1300s, which killed a third to one half of the world's population. The death rate for COVID in Sac County is 1.4%, which is hugely different. And we all know that the numbers have been exaggerated. It was found that 94% of the deaths reported by the CDC had contributing conditions. The abuse of power at every level of government has been egregious. Our abusive governor has already been addressed by the courts. The response to COVID has been used to try to eliminate our rights as Americans through fear and intimidation. Please remember who you are, servants of society, and please remember who we are, free citizens, Americans. And please do your duty to protect our rights. Your job is to inform the public, not to create new legislation that abuses our rights. Let citizens decide what's best for each of us. If you're scared, wear a mask. Stay home. Don't try to superimpose your fear or let others superimpose their fear on the rest of us. You were not elected to rob us of our constitutional rights, but rather to protect our rights. Your vote will reveal whether you are for or against America in this great situation. I'd like to leave you with the words of one of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, that said, "Any society that would give up a little liberty to gain a little security will deserve neither and lose both. He who sacrifices freedom for security deserves neither." Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Before we get there, again, for those that are in the queue, last time I checked, we had 60 folks still signed up to speak. Please be aware that this item is going to be dropped today, so the substance of the matter will not be considered.
Please, next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my comment is, during this meeting that I've been listening to, I've heard a lot of the possibility of our ICUs getting overfilled, the possibility that vaccine might work, but a strong possibility is that people don't work. And for the business owners out there, if they can't run their business, they won't be able to feed themselves or their family. America used to be considered the land of opportunity, and we're not going to be able to be considered that anymore because those rights are all going away because we're scared of getting sick. And that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Janet, and I'm a resident of Citrus Heights, and I'm really concerned about what is this $10,000 fine that's going to be passed. I'm so opposed to it. I just want to let you guys know that I think that there is simply not enough evidence that this should be done. There are enough evidence and studies out there that is being ignored, and that there is 99% chance of a person surviving COVID, whereas there's also a lot of doctors that have actually given testimonies that there's so much devastation going on as a result of the shutdown. There's people committing suicide. There are families that are going into divorce. I have friends that are going into depression. These are much lasting effects of the shutdown. And then $10,000 fine for the businesses and for individuals is just an abuse of power, I think. The supervisors were elected officials by the citizens so that they will represent the citizens. I really don't believe that this is a representation of what is good for the citizens. This is a harmful act, and please do not do this to the people. This is such an abuse of power, and I am not at all. And my family and my friends are not for this. This is going to be devastating overall for the people. We are already experiencing a lot of devastation, not because of COVID, but because of what the government has done. To shut down is not at all something that is beneficial for anyone. And again, hospitalizations may be up, but how many are due to COVID compared to many other illnesses? I bet you that it's
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
I'm sorry?
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
My concluding remark is please do not pass this for the good of the people.
Thank you.
This is not at all a good thing.
Next caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Donna, and I'm sorry, but you are making a mockery of our intelligence. This is a virus with a 99% survival rate, and if the lockdowns and shutdowns had any effect on this, we would not be in the current situation. Please let the people decide what is best. Open the state, end the lockdowns, and you really should be spending more energy and time on the serious issues that are more important, like EDD and the unemployment problems. Stop penalizing businesses and people who are barely surviving, unless the whole purpose of this is to destroy the state and take away our rights that are specifically outlined in the Constitution of the United States of America. Thank you. I hope you all do what is right for the majority of the population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Kathleen DuBois. I'm a server here in California. Good afternoon. Governor Newsom is ruining my industry that I love so much. I've been in the restaurant industry off and on for 25 years. Thinking about shutting this down again is a terrible idea. We sanitize every table after every use. Can you say the same for Walmart products on the shelf? Does someone come behind me after I touch the jar of mayonnaise on the shelf to sanitize it? No, they do not. Our customers want us open. They let the people decide what they feel is comfortable for themselves. If you do not feel comfortable, then don't come in, and that's fine. But those who want to live their lives should be able to do so. He's killing the little mom and pop restaurants that can't afford another shutdown. Servers, bussers, hostesses, cooks, and owners are losing money that supports their families. It's bad enough that they tax our tips. Now they are basically taking away our tips. Not to mention our owners are doing everything they can to keep us working, even though it's hurting their families. We are fed up with this situation. We need support and understanding in this chaos, not fines and shutdowns. Does anyone care we are struggling? I had 4 customers on Monday from 2 p.m. till 8 p.m. That's a 6-hour shift, only 4. That barely covered my daily wage. Are masks really the answer? I have my doubts because when I wear a mask, my glasses fog up. So that tells me those droplets are escaping. The mask has 4 sides. So if the droplets are escaping the top, you know they are escaping the bottom of the sides. One last thing. Start listening to the majority, not the minority of the public. Thank you. And I pray that we are heard.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Christian Blackburn, and I would like to start by pointing at the CDC's current graph of COVID-19 danger, and it covers 3 diseases: the coronavirus, pneumonia, and influenza, and it goes back to October of 2015 and goes to April of 2020. And what is shown on that graph, and I'll give you the URL. It is shortened so I can read it over the phone. The URL is is.gd/z, lowercase s, 9, lowercase p, uppercase y, m. And what that shows is that the peak deaths from those 3 lung-related causes is in February of 2018. Not even in 2020, and we all went on with life pretty normally and just fine. So I don't perceive that we have this great risk to our health from COVID-19 in the first place. Now, they're not quoting deaths anymore on the news because it's not that scary. They have to quote cases. Well, we've never tested for any disease this much in the history of man, so guess what? We have more cases recorded than anywhere before. What we do have is more unemployed, more people at risk of losing their jobs, more businesses closing, 60% of which won't reopen, and rents and food costs are going up. The lockdowns didn't work previously. We're going to keep testing. We're going to keep scaring people until the drug companies make a bunch of money off of their vaccines. I know from working this whole time that when I accidentally touch somebody, or their mask falls, or my mask falls, or I take it off to talk to them or drink some water, nobody dies. We don't need more of this. We need less of this. I'm no risk to anybody else any more than I was in 2018, 2017. Pick a year. This is nonsense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller.
Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start.
Good afternoon. As a resident of Sacramento County, I opposed the county in imposing a $10,000 fine if businesses violate a lockdown. There's been no direct proof that businesses are contributing to the widespread disease transmission. All businesses are following all the guidelines outlined by the local authorities and CDC. Small businesses are the lifeblood of the community and therefore essential. Introducing a fine will send our businesses over the edge by discouraging them even more to stay open. Several months ago, protesters were allowed to gather together, violating CDC and local ordinances. These protesters were not fined for breaking the law. It would be hypocritical to penalize working businesses and families in the same situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send in the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes. Hi, my name is Monique Lukens. Thank you. I'm concerned about this $10,000 penalty. I want you to know that I find it extremely disturbing that no one is speaking out about the facts behind this, what we call pandemic. First of all, 12 years ago, the definition of a pandemic was changed by the WHO. Now it's just case numbers. And that's why the PCR tests are so important to everybody who wants to continue with this scamdemic. Because the PCR tests, they don't work. They're 6 to 11% accurate if you have a positive. The inventor, Carrie Mullis, who won a Nobel Peace Prize for inventing it, you can't get higher than that. He said it doesn't detect people who are sick. Okay, Tribunal International Attorney Rainer Fulmich, he is in a German coronavirus investigative committee. He's looking into this. Event 201 was in October 2019. It had the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation there, the WHO, Johnson & Johnson, the CDC, the China CDC, which, by the way, I'm sure Mr. Newsom knows a lot about since he gave $1 billion to China. This is very concerning to me that this is more a totalitarian agenda than what you're making it out to be. I believe the death rate right now, not that I want anybody to pass away, but I believe it's about 0.04%. Okay, the CDC, they'll bury these little statistics because they're in on the game. This is a global control operation where there are many entities that are involved. The UN, the World Economic Forum, the WHO, Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. They're the ones that are funding the WHO. So please, do the right thing. Start talking and asking the hard questions, because I know that there's some righteous people that are in charge of us. There are more people that are dying from these lockdowns, from depression, suicides, and economic devastation.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Like lab mice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Say their names. Shauna Pringle, Noah Weiss, Aiden Manos, Zachary Biles. Say their names. These are local lives lost to suicide. A mother, her 2-year-old son, an 11-year-old boy, a 19-year-old man. 2 young children who will never graduate high school, never go to college, never know the joy of having kids of their own. A young man who will never hug his mother again. This is America. This is your new normal. Enacting a law that allows for businesses and residents to be fined will only lead to more. When you take away our right to breathe freely, our rights to run our businesses, we lose the ones we love. Families are already struggling to put food on the table. This shutdown is creating a recession like we have never seen. In the influenza pandemic of 1918, suicide rates rose. History is repeating itself. When a business owner has to choose between being fined and going hungry, we have failed. When a family has to choose between seeing their loved ones and being fined, we have failed. You say a stay-at-home order would only be for 3 weeks. That's what we were told in March. It has been 9 months. And you say you are pulling the ordinance today and possibly limiting it to gatherings in the future. The fact remains the same. We will not be told how to live, and it doesn't matter if it's today, tomorrow, or 3 months from now. Freedom is freedom. We should be ending the lockdown, not discussing how best to control our residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Steve Wright from Orangeville. Regarding the notion of fining the Sac County residents for COVID restriction violations, don't do it. We're tired of being beat up by this tinkle-down model of leadership that says, we'll do what we want and piss on you if you don't like it. Against us, the political class pronounces and punishes. Then they party at hypocritical and narcissistic levels because they've inhaled their own power for so long they're high on it. So, to those supervisors who are aroused at this new opportunity to pile on and stick it to us, know all of your ilk are tainted. You've lost your credibility. You've lost your moral authority. You can't even get sheriffs to enforce your edicts. Now, to those supervisors who recognize this proposed dictate as nothing less than dim-witted, I have some constructive suggestions for the board. Write and deliver a letter censuring Governor Newsom for his French laundry fiasco, and a second letter censuring him for sending to prisoners what is now estimated to exceed $2 billion of taxpayer money, and that is from the Bank of America. How about urging governor, legislature, and local school boards to open schools? Write a letter to the governor and legislature, a letter with proposals of how to increase our low per capita hospital capacity so we're not a sorry 48 out of 50 states. Why not deliver a resolution commending the Sac County residents for their perseverance through the political failures? You need to know that we're not just tired of COVID, we're tired of politicians who take jobs and order truffle oil while we stand in food lines for some top ramen just so we can feed our kids. The political class has already hurt enough good people. We're not all in this together, so stop it. Just stop. Give it a rest. That's all.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
The comment that we are unaware of the implications of the rising COVID cases in the ICU bed percentage has sunk in. It's definitely a condescending remark, specifically directed at the business owners and citizens you choose to shut down, modify, or restrict. Pandemic fatigue is not fatigue. It's those of us who are educated with the real numbers and facts and tired of socialism. Your right to life is to stay home if you are sick or afraid. My right to life is to be able to participate in life as an adult. I have the ability to make my own choices about my own safety. I'm not afraid to die. I want to live my life. There is no way we can survive this type of socialistic economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Marie Dennings, and I'm calling regarding number 36 for the COVID pandemic 19. You want to raise and charge people for code enforcement of this. I think that's very unfair due to the COVID-19 already causing stress, undue necessary hardship on families and people, and especially businesses. I don't agree with you to pass this, to have code enforcement issue and fine people for that. You're making them above the law, and this is not right for the community. It's only going to cause hardship and undue stress for the people already who are suffering because of this lockdown. I recommend you not enforce this or pass this emergency act, as you call it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
What's that?
Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, my name is Jim Falcone, and my comment is there's no proof that people are getting COVID by going to restaurants. The restaurants, they're doing an excellent job in sanitizing, okay? I mean, the H1N1 flu was bad, but we didn't do all this quarantine stuff and fines, and everything turned out fine. So please don't pass this fine amendment. You know, this, as far as I'm concerned, this is too much government control on our freedoms. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Loretta. I'm calling in reference to the item number 36. To even consider this item appears we live in a communist state and are under a dictatorship. First of all, this is the annual flu season, and people already take precautions to protect themselves and their loved ones. We do not need a local government to threaten us. We have never in the past closed down for flu season. It is evident that shutdowns do not work and destroy businesses and lives of many people. This is dirty politics. We do not believe the numbers that are shown because we know that cases are counted more than one time and there are many false positives. I am sure that there are doctors who do not even give this test due to the fact that it is unreliable. The media has been caught numerous times spreading misinformation and fear. I do not believe them and their faulty data. We strongly urge a no vote. We will be watching to see who represents freedom and who represents communism. This is outrageous to even consider this. That is my comment. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Yulia, and I'm a registered nurse. I am speaking on behalf of my immediate family, some of my extended family, and other nurses. I want to say thank you, first of all, that you have dropped off the consideration of fining businesses, and I appreciate that. I think regardless of the fine, it would have been unjust and an overstretch of power. I do believe strongly that this was opposing our constitutional rights, and it would have been very detrimental for families, for small businesses, and ultimately destroy our state, and it would have an effect on our state and country economy. Not to mention that as a nurse and us nurses, we can see another crisis, maybe probably much bigger than COVID, and which is mental health crisis caused by all the restrictions imposed. And I hope you take this into consideration and not just drop the matter for the moment, but actually don't allow it to ever come back to the platform. I thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Stan Slott, and here's my comment. This is not Russia or China or Vietnam or Cuba, those communist countries. They control every aspect of their people's lives. This is a constitutional republic. We're in the federal, state, or county constitution, and they have the power, the authority, to any government to force people into their homes and away from their businesses and their work. So if you guys get right with the Constitution, you have no power or authority, no right to command that you're commanding. And the $10,000 a day is really ridiculous, unrealistic, and makes no sense. To become American and do things the American way. Okay? Bye.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Jackie V. I'm a citizen of the United States of America and a resident of Sacramento County for over 23 years. I understand that today you are not going to be deciding the Agenda 36 fines and penalties issue as originally intended. However, I plan to say what I intended to say as it pertains to any and all issues you, the Board of Supervisors, ever discuss and or intend to vote on. First and foremost, I do not give you any authorization to have any discussion or vote on anything that is an unconstitutional issue, which Agenda 36 has an issue in it regarding the levying of fines and penalties upon businesses and individuals for coronavirus ordinance violations. You are elected officials of the County of Sacramento, and you took an oath to uphold the U.S. and California Constitution and not to violate either of these constitutions. You operate by the consent of the governed. You are not rulers of the governed, and you cannot infringe on our constitutional rights. Having a conversation and voting on the issues in Agenda 36 while on the clock as an elected official and being paid a salary by the taxpayers is a violation of the Constitution of both the U.S. and state of California and a violation of your oath. I am therefore informing you that if you continue with the discussion and vote, you are not only violating your oath, but as board members of the Sacramento County, if you knowingly violate your oath, you forfeit judicial immunity and may be sued in your professional and private capacity. Title 18 U.S. Section 242 makes it a crime for a person acting under color of any law to willfully deprive a person of a right or privilege protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States. Furthermore, enjoining Sacramento County employees to violate the Constitution will further implicate you in additional contract and employment law crimes. Stop the conversation and the vote on this unconstitutional agenda. On another note, for those at this meeting and all those watching and or listening to this meeting, there has never been a mask order, as the governor and public health officers know that they cannot make that order as it is unconstitutional. And since the governor plans to run for president, he does not want to order anything that is unconstitutional.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yes. Do not vote or discuss anything that's unconstitutional. It's a violation of your oath.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to say my name is Esther, and I do thank you guys for dropping this whole matter. I hope you drop it permanently, because the whole, just the notion of being fined at this time of our lives when everyone is suffering financially and just trying to make do, when we're scraping by our nails, holding on to what we have. There's a proposal to fine people. How dare you? Whoever came up with this proposal, shame on you. The other thing, I resent the doctor stating and putting COVID to the fact that here it is, our gatherings, that Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, with all these gatherings, we have always, statistically speaking, throughout the years, have had more deaths without COVID being in it. And to put the word COVID into it, showing that supposedly this is because of COVID people are dying, it's not. God only knows why around the holidays, perhaps it's depression, perhaps it's the cold weather, perhaps it's other flus that influence, that have people dying. But yes, statistically speaking, around the holidays, there's always more deaths. But to say that, oh, we need to limit gatherings because of COVID now, and to put it all on the fact that COVID exists, it's just waiting for another riot to happen. That's what I think this whole thing is trying to be in an agenda to get people that are already depressed, that are already deprived of going out and gathering and getting together, and are already struggling, wanting people to start these riots all over again. And that's what it would have concluded to, especially with having fined good American citizens who are hard workers, who are
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Say that again?
Can I get your concluding remarks?
I'm just grateful and thankful to you guys that you dropped this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Cerna and board members, I am Nick Blois, board chair of the Carmichael Improvement District, which represents 650 businesses. And we just want to join with our fellow property business improvement districts and the Rancho Cordova Chamber of Commerce in opposing the proposed or future county health ordinances that could fine businesses or business gatherings upwards of $10,000 per day. We understand today's ordinance has been withdrawn. However, we still want to make our voice heard for our business community. We believe grace, mental health support, grants, and financial assistance would be the best way to help our business community and citizens come into compliance. Our organization has a small budget, but we made grants a priority in our district, giving financial help to our struggling businesses. Sacramento County should do the same. Business owners' mental health is another major concern. As the Sacramento Metro Chamber said in a recent TV interview, our most critical concern is for the mental health of small business owners, with a toll of all this opening and closing, many of which have been operating primarily to ensure their employees had paychecks. Another business owner was quoted as saying, "I feel defeated, I feel lost, I feel scared." And business owners in my community who I have spoken with share the same emotions. We have shown compassion in releasing criminals from jail, and we should show the same level of compassion to our business owners and citizens who are hurting. In conclusion, we ask the board to reject any health ordinance that potentially could fine our businesses as gatherings. We ask the board to focus on grants and mental health support for small businesses and residents rather than enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Abe Daniel, and I serve as the senior pastor of Trinity Life Center, located in District 3, and I am also a resident in District 4. I remained on this line even though the removal of the urgency ordinance has been already tabled. Remained on because I've been on hold for 3 hours, as well as the fact that it may come back up at a later point. As a pastor in this region for nearly 8 years, I would consider 2020 one of the hardest years that we've witnessed based upon the impact of COVID within our region. We have closed and opened 3 different times, hosted outdoor services, drive-in services, in addition to now an online weekly broadcast. It has had drastic financial impact upon our organization, which has also included the closure of our weekly food distribution to our North Highlands neighborhood. We've also seen a significant increase with mental health issues and have attempted to remotely assist those families. Some of those are including, but not limited to, battles with depression due to isolation, drug and alcohol issues, domestic violence issues that have been reported, and much more. In addition, we've also observed that most of those have stemmed from financial stress due to families and business owners that they are currently navigating. As a church that has a Christian school that also received a waiver to resume in-person instruction this fall, we realize that there are significant financial investments that we and others have had to make in order to reopen our own campus. It would be my strong recommendation and encouragement that our County Board of Supervisors vote against any future proposal to the already great financial burden that our residents and business owners have already encountered. This is a season in which our community needs support, not fines. Thank you for your time and your willingness to consider.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for taking my call today. My name is Ruth Carter. In the beginning, we were told that we would all die if we didn't allow a state of emergency shutdown for 2 weeks. We have since been restricted of our constitutional rights to worship, access proper education, and provide for our families and serve our needs in our local community. Here we are discussing this nearly 9 months later with no end in sight, and further constitutional rights being stripped away and being forced into isolation through social distancing and face mask shaming. This has been a clear political grab for control and autocratic rule by Governor Newsom. I am a local Citrus Heights business owner. I am responsible for 74 employees. We will not take a loan and have gone through much savings to maintain a building that we are not allowed to use in the way that makes us money. All of my costs come each month without the promise of being able to make money in our business and provide for our family. While the large corporations have seen 40% plus in profits during this time, countless small and mid-sized businesses have shuttered and are continuing to shutter forever. There is no data that's showing that people are contracting and spreading through businesses and restaurants. There's a tremendous amount of data showing the majority cause of spread is at family gatherings and in the home. We have a very large family with 6 children. All of our gatherings are no less than 15 people. The government should not be telling me and my family what to do. The recovery rate for COVID is more than 99.07% for all ages, and severe illness has dropped to nearly the same level. While it's true that this virus is easy to spread, and so are common colds and flu and pneumonia. It doesn't matter how many people are positive, it only matters how they recover, and the numbers don't lie in recovery. I respect anyone that wants to wear a mask, but I respect others that choose not to as well. We should be reopening and allowing people to choose how they protect their own health. We need to be allowed to decide how to safely run our own businesses and homes for ourselves. Poverty, job loss, drug use, and suicide, including children, as we saw locally last week in Lodi, are all unintended consequences.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yes. People have the right to choose where they shop and dine. If they don't like a restaurant or store policies, they can go elsewhere or order pickup. Fines and forceful measures will not heal our communities.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Donna Kurtz. I just ask that you please do not allow any fines to be imposed on small businesses for staying open during COVID. They're just trying to make a living to feed their families. Small business owners work very hard and do not deserve to be punished for staying open. The numbers just don't add up. You should not pick and choose who is allowed to stay open. I can fly on American Airlines with every seat packed, breathing recycled air, but not sit down with my daughter to get my toes done or eat lunch. The governor didn't get sick while dining inside with his friends. Nancy Pelosi didn't go to the hospital after getting her hair cut, and she is in the high-risk category. But Nancy did manage to make sure that the small business that cut her hair was closed down. This is abuse of power. Please don't fine small business people just because you have the power to crush them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Sue Frost. This is not directed towards you, but mostly at Bill Cerna. This is an abuse of power. When you have knowledge that the people are losing everything during this biggest hoax of a lifetime, COVID is 99.94% survivable. So why are you threatening your citizens and treating them like criminals? Closing us back down, threatening to fine us. You're punishing your citizens for exercising their rights, the same rights you have. This is an abuse of power in the worst degree. You have shown us all that you cannot be trusted to do what is right for your citizens. You have terrified people into their homes for almost a year while you pass tyrannical laws. This is not Nazi Germany, and my grandmother did not escape the Holocaust in a coffin box to have her grandchildren live through it again. Your fines are disgusting, and your abuse of power we all know is wrong. We know our rights while we still have them. We will fight you. We do not consent to any of this absurdity. As many doctors as you would like to pay off and have come on here and tell us bogus information, we know how to do our own research, and we have our own doctors that we trust with our lives. We do not trust you with our lives, and you have been proven time and time again to not be trustworthy. You want to attack our patrons for keeping their businesses alive and not buying into your agenda. This isn't about COVID, and I suggest to you to stop before you really anger the law-abiding citizens who are not doing anything at this moment. But we have our Constitution, we have our rights, so I implore you, you better stand down with your tyranny before we become extremely angry at you. Thank you, and have a wonderful day, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, go ahead and start with your comments, please.
Hi, I wanted to discuss a little bit about my concerns with the fact that we would be fining small businesses in our community, mostly because small business is already struggling with everything that's happened over 2020. Due to the fact that we've been shut down, we've had to purchase multiple items of PPE to protect not only our employees but our customers. Now we would be fined for continuing to do business or to do business. Maybe we didn't get that information, which I have concerns about how the information is even being delivered to small businesses on what we're supposed to be doing for protection for PPE. As far as looking things up online and trying to read through the multiple layers of protocols that is listed on there, along with continuing to run a business. And most of us have families and live in the communities where we work. We don't want to endanger the people that we live near. We don't want to endanger our own personal families. So we want to follow the protocol that is put in place, but to fine us because we didn't read it or there was a miscommunication, it's just, I mean, it seems unconstitutional that would be allowed. And it really is disgusting. I think that instead there should be a plan for a team to come out. They can take a look at small businesses, maybe even bring and provide PPE that the community would need for protection. There's so many other options other than charging the small business owner. When we have hordes and hordes of people in Walmart and Home Depots and Lowe's at this time of year. And again, I don't knock them for continuing to do their business. They're doing the best that they can, I'm sure, as well.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yes, to conclude, I am completely against fining small business.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Christine Rich. I'm in District 5. Don, I think that's your district. I wanted to comment today about the vote that you've stayed for the urgency ordinance with regard to COVID. If you're going to meet and revise any of that urgency ordinance, I would ask you to substitute the word COVID with the word glyphosate. I think glyphosate is a bigger urgency in our county than COVID is. I feel like if Sacramento County cared about our health and well-being, that the Roundup Ready crops and the glyphosate in our schools that is being used via Roundup would have been addressed a long time ago. Additionally, any decisions that you're making with regard to COVID should be stayed because it's fraudulent. More and more evidence is coming out that the virus is 99.9% curable with regular health measures, and that the fraud that you are participating in is going to come back to haunt you. I really encourage you to not participate in fraud. I encourage you to side with the people and the citizens of Sacramento and the business owners, and let us get back to normal. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Juliana Emery. I am in District 1, Mr. Cerna. That's your district. I wanted to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to actually serve in this capacity for this county. I appreciate the level-headedness that each and every one of you takes in this approach, and I especially appreciate board members Natoli and Frost for standing on the side of freedom. My comment is, as a citizen of this beautiful city and county, it saddens me to see how far local government has reached into the lives of their constituents. This agenda item, which I know has been pulled for the day, is one step too far, so please reconsider. The mentality that has been pervasive is to treat your constituents like children. We're not children. We're adults that use common sense and abide by the rule of law when it is constitutionally appropriate to do so. The Constitution states that we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There is also the Castle Doctrine. This agenda item crosses both of those lines, as they are not worth the paper they're printed on. As if they are not worth the paper they are printed on. I disagree wholeheartedly with this agenda item, so please reconsider. Do not pass this on to us or our businesses, because our backbone of our county and our state is small business. Please allow us the freedom to choose, the freedom to take care of our own health and well-being. Please stop reaching beyond your sworn duty and invading on our freedoms as citizens. I personally would never come into your home and violate your personal freedoms. So I ask kindly for the same respect from all of you. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day and a Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I want to thank you so much for your hard work. I'm grateful for everything that you do. I'm thankful for the doctor that testified today. He's, does a lot of hard work as well. I'm grateful for all of that. But I wanted to state that I strongly oppose this item number 36, and I urge all of you to vote no on it. Imposing penalties like further lockdowns and fines on Americans is not the answer. Trusting in citizens and education is. The doctor's comments about 8 weeks to slow the spread reminds me of almost a year ago when we heard 2 weeks to slow the spread. So it just is not, none of it really makes sense, and it's all kind of a shot in the dark, in my opinion. I'm very concerned about fines and penalties. For one main reason is it sets precedents. Well, there's multiple reasons, but it sets precedents and opens the door for further and possibly bigger and more stringent penalties in the future. So I am really opposed to that. I would also like to just conclude this by saying, please, Supervisors, continue to trust the public and those that you represent, businesses and citizens and places of faith and worship. We are all working hard to do what we can to these ever-changing requirements. But again, fines and lockdowns are going too far and are not the answer. And one last comment, I strongly support the Aftershock Festival.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have two minutes. Can you mute the meeting in the background, please?
Already done.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna be upfront and point out that from the majority of callers who honestly sound white, as well as the folks that are sitting in the lobby, I'm going to point out that this is exactly this is the racism that you all declared as a public health emergency, showing exactly what it is. The majority of people that are that are calling in right now, complaining about these orders, these COVID restrictions, are coming from areas that have the highest case mounts that are majority white. The zip codes that are on the Sacramento County COVID dashboard show the ones that are that have over 1,200 cases or more are places like Carmichael, places like Arden Arcade, places like Rancho Cordova and Gold River that have majority white populations, Antelope. And I'll point out to our resident white supremacist that's sitting on the board, Sue Frost, that majority of these COVID infections are coming from your district. That includes ones that have higher counts of over 800 in those tiers. I keep hearing all of these people talking about how this is tyranny for being required to wear 3 layers of cloth over your face, for keeping your holiday gatherings low, so that you don't go outside with COVID-19 unaware and then spread it to the rest of the population, which, according to both public health officers and every infectious disease expert in the country, is disproportionately impacting Black, Latinx, and Asian Pacific Islander communities. All of these voices I hear seem to be just white voices complaining that they can't fucking go about their normal businesses during one of the worst pandemics we've ever seen. Not since the early 1900s. Is this fucking insanity? You all are just bowing to this pressure?
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
You need to actually hold the white-owned businesses and these communities.
Can I get your concluding remarks,
white
please?
Households that are spreading this pandemic.
Thank you.
Even worse.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for taking the call today, and I appreciate everybody's attention. This is a very important item that's on the agenda today that you'll be voting on, affecting many businesses and residents in Sacramento County. And I am not in favor of the ordinance that's being considered today, the way that it's written, and I hope that all of you would agree with that as well, supporting our businesses as well as our residents. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you guys so much for taking public comment. I do hope that you are able to move on to additional agenda items, as I understand that this has been dropped. I run 2 small elder care facilities in the Arden Arcade area, and I have to tell you, personal rights aside, my residents are at risk of dying if this community spreads continues in the capacity that it has been. We have caregivers going out constantly due to COVID, and although the caregivers don't die, they are at risk of bringing it into the facility and killing the residents who live there. So I do have a great deal of empathy for my fellow small business owners who are struggling with the lockdown, but it really is a matter of life and death. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to the Department of Health, who we all work with in our industry, in the elder care industry. We work very closely with them, and we're very grateful that they can provide us the support that we need. But in terms of public enforcement, it's really important to be able to guide the public with more elevated enforcement, strictures. And I appreciate you guys taking the time. Thank you so much. And I hope you are able to move on since this has been pulled from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yep, I'm calling District 1. I think it's a real shame that this item has been dropped. It would have been a great opportunity to reverse some of the unnecessary mission creep of the bloated and mismanaged sheriff's department. The board needs to be looking at more items like this one where we can replace sheriffs with qualified and competent public servants, such as members of the health department. Due to this board's lack of leadership on this item, more Sacramentans will die unnecessarily. I'd like to educate other residents that you can be infected and asymptomatic, so this dumb idea that only sick people should stay home needs to end. At 12:36, Sue Frost sent an email stating she's glad this item was removed and that we all have to do our part. She further states it is the fault of private gatherings and we have such uncontrolled spread. Sue is in a leadership position and needs to act like it. Instead of pandering to lunatics, she needs to use her listserv to send out solid public health advice discouraging private gatherings, encouraging universal mask use, and explaining ICU bed capacity to her moronic constituency. Lastly, the county needs to invest in a better phone system that allows you to listen to the meeting while on the phone queue. And I just kind of want to further say, Sue, what the hell? Like, you're pretending like, oh, it's these private gatherings, that's the big problem, and yet you're not doing anything to get your constituency, who are totally negligent, to stay at home, to wear masks, to do things that we know would prevent the spread. And I'm just as annoyed as everyone else that these small businesses would have to close, but it's a lot better than them being closed because everyone's dead. So start acting like a leader, and you need to be telling your constituents how to act instead of just listening to these, Facebook conspiracy theorist people. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Gail, and I'm very educated, and I know what viruses can do. And it sounds to me like that you have a bunch of people calling that don't know how deadly viruses is. And I wonder if they ever wear a mask, because if people don't wear a mask, they're saying to me, your life is not worth me doing what I want to do. And the Bible says to do unto others as we would have them do unto you. So don't let a tyrant's followers keep you from doing what science says for you to do. I do think that you need to supply money to the restaurant owners and the hairdressers and the small businesses, because that's what keeps our country running, is the small business. So you need to give them money to help them so they can pay their rent and buy food, because there's going to be a lot of people evicted after the first of the year. And you need to help them and keep them able to pay their rent. Even if you have to cut some money from your salaries or administrative salaries, because just about everybody's taking a pay cut these days, and they should too. Thank you so much for your public service.
Thank you.
And please keep Sacramento free from tyrants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Heather, and in 1941, the California Appeals Court ruled on Whitcomb versus Emerson, the right to labor or earn one's livelihood in any legitimate field of industry or business is a right of property, and any unlawful or unreasonable interference with or abridgment of such as this right is an invasion thereof and a restriction of the liberty of the citizen as guaranteed by the Constitution. Governor Newsom and himself and many other elected officials are whining and dining and breaking their own rules. No one has a right to interfere with the right of your business or your property rights. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 for the Constitution in Roman Catholic Diocese of Historical New York versus Andrew M. Cuomo, Governor of New York. Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch wrote, "It is past time to make claims that while the pandemic poses many grave challenges, there is no world in which the Constitution tolerates color-coded executive edicts that reopen liquor stores and bike shops, that shutter churches, synagogues, and mosques." The Kylie Gallagher versus Newsom case shows as well how these orders are unconstitutional. Businesses are closing themselves since the courts, the Supreme Court and the California courts, have upheld not only the U.S. Constitution, but also the California Constitution, and businesses are indeed protected by those constitutions. The fact is, if a business is complaining that another business is open because that isn't clear, that's on the business complaining to open if they want. The Constitution stands. They have the right to remain open. There is no law making businesses close. You are asking the people to give up their freedoms and live under a totalitarian dictatorship with you as the enforcer with fines. As an elected official, you have an oath to the Constitution to uphold. You're violating known laws to enforce non-laws. You are breaking the law if you pass this and will be held responsible should you take any enforcement action.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
I am to Section 241 and 242, and those laws even apply to the big fairs and whatever that you were talking about.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Richard Heiler. I live in Folsom, California, and I wanted to respond to the idea of the $10,000 fine for people going out with the lockdown. I sent you an email, and what I wanted to, and I included in that a report from Johns Hopkins where they did some analysis of CDC data. And there are two principles they pointed out, is that for people who do not have comorbidities and who are under 60, the death rate is extremely low. So even if they do get infected, for instance, in the third graph that I included in my email summary, the death rate is only 0.4% for people in their 50s. And it even states at the heading of the graph that people 0 to 18 have had 0% death rate nationally. And they even state those words specifically, no deaths. And so my recommendation to you is that we need people with no comorbidities and under 60 active in our economy. And this hits the restaurant and service industry the hardest. And these tend to be people who are very vulnerable in their income when we shut them down. And so my recommendation is the policy actually be modified to allow people with no comorbidities and below 60 to go about their business and pursue their careers and keep our economy going and keep their households going. There's the first graph in the summary that's extracted from this report as well. It has a pie chart showing that of the 283,000 deaths that have occurred from COVID nationally, that 83% of those were from patients who had comorbidities, meaning that COVID was not the singular cause of their death. And there's a second graph where it breaks out the comorbidities, giving lung cancer as the highest rate comorbidity.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yeah, my concluding remark is that you should not do the $10,000 fine because it really does not have the opportunity to save additional lives.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Dietrich. I'm a resident of Sacramento County and a small business owner myself. I called in initially full of vitriol, and I was ready to tear into you guys, but I really am glad that cooler heads and wiser minds have prevailed, and I thank you for withdrawing this ordinance. Now, in regards to the vaccine that is in development and is planning to be rolled out, I, for one, will never take this vaccine. It's an RNA vaccine, which fundamentally changes your DNA. It is untested, unproven, and has been rushed through, and I do not believe it is safe for anyone. I will never take a vaccine with the enzyme called luciferase in it. For those of you out there who are worried about the religious implications of this, there's an enzyme called luciferase in the vaccine. In regards to the involvement of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in the development and rollout of this vaccine, I will never, ever take the advice or orders from anyone that has ever been on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. And third, I would like to implore the Board of Supervisors to please introduce a resolution prohibiting, proactively prohibiting any sort of mandate regarding the vaccine or the coercion thereof, whether that be a pay for play in regards to employment or social services or licenses. That should be adopted immediately. Let me see, going on to my next point here. And in regard to that one caller about 20 minutes ago that made this a race issue, please don't listen to that fool. This is not a race issue. Don't let anybody take this there, okay? I would really appreciate it if we could just please go back to the days of being adults and taking care of ourselves and our families.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yes. Please let us be adults and end this COVID scam. Thank you much. Bye.
Next caller, please. Thank you. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Heather Williamson. I oppose the fines proposed in Agenda 36 for private citizens and businesses that do not follow the unconstitutional restrictions that have been enacted during this time. I have witnessed fellow law-abiding, tax-paying citizens lose their jobs, businesses, and ability to support their families because of the lockdowns. Imposing punitive fines on those who are already suffering and struggling to support themselves, their businesses, and families is tyrannical. To shut down our county, state, country for a disease with a 99.99% rate of recovery is absurd, and the lack of regard for the impact upon citizens, such as increased homelessness, food scarcity, suicide, and domestic violence, to name but a few, is reckless. This must end. Board of Supervisors, I urge you to do the right thing. Do not punish the citizens you are elected to represent in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Toon. It's my first comment, and at this point it's going so far I have to say something. I'm quoting from your proposal. These violations also jeopardize social and economic well-being. excuse me, but I think that is exactly what your mandates do, and that's exactly why people are done and why they're not listening and why you have the increase of violations, because people don't have a choice anymore. Instead of bothering with what the residents and the businesses of Sacramento County need and want, the county is doubling down, proposing punitive do-as-we-say approaches, bullying, threatening fines, forcing more businesses to close their doors forever. If you have compelling evidence that your approach is effective and guided by science, as you say, where is the science? Where does it show that the lockdowns do anything, that the masks do anything? Compare that to Florida. What are they doing? How does California look to Florida? Same. So show us that it works. Show us the reports. Show us the deaths. All causes this year, last year, same period, are higher. All respiratory illnesses, including flu, including pneumonia and COVID, the totals, are they higher than last year, the last few years, the average? Where are those reports? The reports that I see, I don't see a noticeable increase at all. And then where's the cost-benefit study, as in lives? The lives that we're supposedly saving on COVID. Are we losing lives elsewhere due to the measures, like right now and in the near future, because you're driving people into desperation? Should we consider that perhaps? Should there be studies done on that and put against the measures to see if there is a benefit? People have lost family and friends to COVID. And that's bad. It's heartbreaking. It's tragic. And it's not to be made light of. But people have also lost family and friends to suicide, substance abuse, heart attack. Myself, I'm trying not to become an alcoholic right now because I can't deal with this anymore. It affects people. The measures affect people. Who are you to determine what deaths are acceptable? All around us, people are pushed into financial ruin, mental crisis, without evidence that the measures even work. Yes, there is a virus. Yes, it spreads.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Okay, the final remarks. We are reading about kids committing suicides. We're watching our own kids slide into depression, desperation, isolated in front of their screens because the schools are closed. They can't see their friends. That's on you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Item 36 is tyrannical communism. The survival rate for people 69 or under is over 99%, so COVID restrictions are unnecessary. Just like we are able to continue driving even though there is a slight risk of dying while driving. People and businesses have been hurt most, not by COVID, but by communistic, tyrannical government control. Businesses are closing. People can't exercise freedom of religion since churches are closed. People are unable to visit their loved ones. People can't exercise in gyms. People are committing suicide and turning to drugs and alcohol at an unprecedented rate. Our children's education is suffering without in-person teaching, and children are missing out on socializing with friends. Additionally, if masks and social distancing worked, we would see no difference in positivity rates since COVID began. We are sick and tired of political hypocrisy. Businesses are shut down, but Newsom's winery remains open. Schools are closed down, but Newsom's children attend school in person with no masks. Restaurants are shut down, but Newsom eats with a group at a $375 per plate restaurant with no mask and no social distancing. Salons are shut down, but Pelosi goes to a salon with no mask. Sporting events are shut down, but Fauci attends a ball game sitting next to others with no mask or social distancing. Selective businesses are shut down, while strip clubs and marijuana dispensaries remain open. It is clear that COVID is being politically exploited to further communism. You should be protecting our constitutional freedoms instead of taking them away, as is done in communistic areas. You all need to do the right thing here and vote no on item 36 and instituting any fines on people for not following tyrannical communistic COVID restrictions. Additionally, you all should be removing as many of the COVID restrictions as possible. People have a right to freedom, including being around loved ones and earning a livelihood. Please vote no. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you, Board of Supervisors. I would say good morning, but I have to say good afternoon. Definitely have a day for you, full for you today. But I have to agree with a couple comments that please have some empathy here. People are suffering. And the last thing you want to do while people are starting to wake up and realize that we have to stop this insanity, the insanity of what is actually tyranny. The last thing you want to do is kick people while they're down. We're already talking, no more. We can't deal with this no more. This is the virus, that this is the misrepresentation of it. Nobody has shown us any science. Asymptomatic people don't get each other sick because they don't wear masks. If a person's asymptomatic, they get someone sick because they kiss someone or they share food. The people that get people sick in study Solano County are people that know they have COVID and they go outside or they go to big gatherings knowing they have COVID and have symptoms. And you can check that out. That's science. That's already there. It's already proven. The other thing I want to touch on, the police have empathy. Please don't kick people while they're down. Finding people, turning people into criminals that are not criminals, we're talking defiance. We're talking defiance. You don't want us to go there. But the other one is, a gentleman touched on the vaccines. They've already talked about the folks that have been literally murdered in our country by bad decisions in skilled facilities, of them being the guinea pigs for this vaccine. They've already stated that those are the first ones that are going to get it. Those people don't have a choice because they've signed papers giving up their rights to be in those skilled facilities. And they don't have loved ones that can be by their side to protect them from this. We've been locked out. The greatest tragedy I've ever seen in my life in this country. Seniors that haven't seen their loved ones in 9 months. Have some empathy here. Wake up. Please wake up and stop this Marxist, communist, China-given virus and China-given doctrines and rules on our people. You are our leaders. Hold to the Constitution. We know how to take care of ourselves. Our law enforcement need help. They don't need to be stressed with this. They need to protect us from terrorists called Antifa that they weren't able to do on Saturday.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
On the streets. All right, just please listen to the common sense in this. All right, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I won't be stating my name. I just feel it's very important to recognize that science is ever evolving and we really need to pay attention to challenging science, which is what's going on when this virus is evolving. It is absolutely asinine and disgusting to even consider fining businesses or people for violating guidelines, which are not laws. We need to look at history and what happens when people are forced hungry and out of their homes and what happens when that happens in large amounts. So I implore you all listening to me right now to really think about what's going to happen when thousands and thousands and thousands of people are further starving and further evicted from their homes and further evicted from their businesses because of what's on the table today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm calling from District 1, and I oppose additional COVID restrictions and fines. This is in direct violation of our First Amendment rights. Residents and businesses should be free to determine their own reactions to this virus that has nearly a 100% survivability rate. The lockdowns are what are killing people and businesses. This is communism and is unconstitutional. If you want communism, move to China. We live in America, land of the free. Do not fine people and businesses for exercising their constitutional freedom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next call, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Gabrielle Ingram.
Fines are a tool to get people to comply, whether they're businesses, gatherings, or other. But the burden of proof has not been met by public health that lockdowns work, that any outbreaks have been tied to a business, and that the PCR test is running at a threshold below 35, a known level of high false positives for the scientists like Fauci, and that such a heavy emphasis on cases, not symptomatic, even matters. Add to this significant lack of information the fact that politicians keep violating their own rules. It's no wonder the public doesn't take you all seriously anymore. A virus worth tanking our economy over would be a virus that needed hazmat bins for masks that exited for each store. A virus that needed everyone to stay home for 2 weeks, regardless of profession, not just government-deemed essential workers. A virus that we would have left ARCO open this whole time to keep ICU levels unburdened. If you are frustrated that people are refusing to comply or that their frustrations are boiling over and being loudly expressed, look in the mirror. With that, businesses or people not complying are violating guidelines, not laws. Tacking on such heavy fines that can include a misdemeanor or up to a year in jail time is excessive, and 9 months into 2 weeks to slow the spread with a recovery rate of 99.8% nationally and in California is repugnant. You the board members, and Dr. Kusiri for sure swore an oath that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. The ability to pursue one's profession or common calling is one of the limited number of foundational rights protected under the Privileges and Immunities Clause, Toomer versus Witzel, 1948, and reaffirmed by McBurney versus Young. For anyone who votes aye, although you moved it, so we'll see what you come back with, it would be time for you to vacate your office for dereliction of duty if you move forward with it. People are struggling to pay for their homes, their utilities, medical bills, and more, never mind the operating expense for running their businesses. Every business I have talked to about this ordinance and the pending dark purple tier has said they will not.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
There's no science here, there's no common sense, just authoritarian reactions to people that will not comply. Actions like these
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yes, our Declaration of Independence separated us from rulers, shifting the powers to the people.
Thank you.
Please.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Not to really address the insanity around that I've been hearing from callers calling from Sue Frost and Susan Peters and the other predominant white districts. Can we go back to the disruption this morning by the anti-vaxxers that were pounding on the door and somehow were able to get into the chambers? Now, I was under the impression that the county, the administrative building that you all reside in is county property, and that the security for that building is under contract with the sheriff's department, Scott Jones's department, who's in the room right now. And I have been to that building outside during the pandemic while we were advocating for the county CRF process to prioritize public health, while it was really prioritizing giving over $100 million to Scott Jones's department. I noticed that they had security pretty well on lock, with security acting like hawks, threatening to remove us from the building if we were for laughing too loud, or even using their electrical outlets in the building and far away from the meeting room. And yet somehow, some way, a dozen or so white anti-vaxxing, COVID-denying protesters were able to not only get close enough to the door and pound on it, but then literally just waltz in conveniently to disrupt the meeting for more than an hour? Does that not seem weird timing to you, coming from a sheriff who took COVID money to enforce the CDC mandates and COVID restrictions, then publicly refusing to actually do so, claiming that he, quote unquote, doesn't have the staff for that, despite having all that money to pay his staff for that purpose? That doesn't seem like an inside job to you, conveniently timed to thwart this urgency ordinance that would punish predominantly white-owned businesses and white properties that have been violating COVID restrictions.
Can we get your
and are now
concluding
seeing
remarks,
the
please?
highest infection rate in Sacramento County. Over 600 people have died from this.
Can we get your
And our
concluding
county
remarks,
staff
please?
and sheriffs are fucking with us. Why are you letting this happen?
Thank you.
Show some back.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, this is a concerned citizen. I just wanted to give you my voice. I oppose fining citizens, small businesses to operate and serve, to create a living, to support their family, and also supporting our city and county by paying the taxes. How are we going to do that if we don't have our small business operating? I am opposed also finding family gatherings or group gatherings. That is our choice to gather. You have no right to mandate such even with this COVID. You have no right to practice to police anyone as you slowly remove individual rights. I am a massage therapist and I also do healing work. Who are an entrepreneur. I've been doing this since 1993. My field of work helps many to have sanity. My suggestion is, why don't we teach people techniques and ways to get them healthy instead of getting the fear of getting sick? I have news for you. Negative emotions have so much effect on our mental, therefore affects the immune system. We do not need a rocket scientist to observe how that unfolds. Look what is happening now. Many cannot already pay their bills, put food on their table, losing homes and businesses, yet you want to find them, so please do not go for that. What have our common sense gone to? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. I think we lost that caller. Next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start.
Thank you for giving the opportunity to share my voice. I'm asking no penalties, no enforcement, no stress on 36. Thanks.
Thank you.
Please send the last caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is John D. And I just want to say that after listening to some of the callers this morning, I think they're missing the point that the restrictions aren't just about our chances of surviving COVID. We need to relieve our nurses and doctors and free up ICU beds for non-COVID emergencies, which could involve any one of the callers or their families. People need to think about all the repercussions of a surge. Even if there is, or I don't know if there is, a high percentage of recovery, like 99.9 or something, the hospitals are still filling up. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for all your work. Goodbye.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments, Mr. Cerna.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks to all the callers that exercised a great deal of patience, obviously, to express your sentiments to the Board of Supervisors on this matter. I see that Dr. Bielenson is no longer in chambers with us. I do see Dr. Kasiri, so I don't know if there's any further discussion by board members, but I feel that we've had a pretty adequate conversation about where we're going with this. I think at this point, I'd just like to entertain a motion if we could. Okay, it's been moved to drop item 36, second by, it's been moved by Supervisor Tully, second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great. All right, thank you. Okay, a few house cleaning items, and then I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute bio break before we hear the next scheduled item. So, Madam Clerk, if we could go back to the consent matters, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cerna. I do need a motion from the board for item 3 on consent. Supervisor Peters has recused from that item, so I need someone else to make the motion.
The chair will make the motion.
Thank you.
Second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters recusing. Item 4, same thing.
Chair will make the...
Oh, okay, I'm saying it for the record. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Chair will make the motion to pass item 4. Second by Supervisor Tully. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters recusing.
Okay.
And then for item 33, same situation. If someone could make a motion to approve the introduction of the ordinance.
Yeah, I'll make that motion. Second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote. Yes.
And Supervisor Peters and Frost voted no on that. Ms. Peters? That was a no vote. Thank you. And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters and Frost recording a no vote.
Okay, very good. All right, as I mentioned, we need to do some setup for the next item in terms of presenters. So we'll go ahead and, is 5 minutes enough, or do folks want to take a little longer to maybe? Okay, that's fine. We'll reconvene at 2:30. Okay, call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost, here. Kennedy, here. Natoli,
here.
Peters, here. And Cerna,
here.
And you have a quorum.
Great, thank you.
Okay, item 37 is the Blue Ribbon Commission on the establishment of a Sacramento County Women's Commission presentation, and we have presenters on a Skype call.
Okay, very good. While they're getting placed into queue here, ready to present, I just want to remind everyone that this is a Blue Ribbon Commission that I asked to have be established almost a year to the day, I believe. I think it was December 9th of last year. And they take a number of months to carefully consider the establishment of a permanent commission on the status of women and girls here in Sacramento County, in light of the fact that other counties in the state of a similar size as Sacramento County, in fact, have those types of commissions, and what the merit of such a commission would be, and what the mechanics of it would be in terms of composition and duty and mission. And I know that Aaron Sperry, who I know has led this effort for the last 12 months, has just done a remarkable job. I have to say the report that the Board of Supervisors received, and we're about to hear the oral version of the executive summary, I believe, is really, really well done. And the amount of work that's gone into it, including all the numerous listening circles and other outreach where it appears there was a great deal of interest expressed by the community, and a lot of input that helped shape this. So I am very proud, even though I played a very small part of this just to kick it off a year ago, but I'm very proud that Erin and the group that she's worked with have done the work that they've done. I think it's commendable, and now we are prepared to hear from them.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. This is Erin on the phone, and I'm here with our fellow Commissioner Alana Ramsey, who is a student at Sac State and who has co-chaired our ad hoc advisory on youth. We did have with us earlier holding Rachel Rios of La Familia Counseling Center and Beth Hassett of Weave, both of them executive directors, and they had to go to important meetings, Beth on domestic violence and Rachel a meeting about federal issues, with federal folks. So unfortunately, they're not here to present with Alana and myself, but we're honored to be here. We thank you for your leadership, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for giving us this opportunity to conduct this comprehensive exploration of the role and merit of a Women's Commission for Sacramento County. In so many ways in the country and locally, this is a milestone moment for women. And we started this effort with a grassroots group a couple years ago, recognizing that women's voices were, again, women were asking to be heard in ways after 50 years of gains. For women, there were still considerable issues and problems. And despite the gains that we've seen recently, those problems remain. But I do want to take a moment to acknowledge some of the gains here in our own county. And one of them is before us today, where we're in a milestone moment for our county. We're making this presentation before you, and this meeting presided over by the first acting county executive woman in our county. And so we're acknowledging this moment. It's a moment for women in gains, bipartisan gains in electoral office throughout the country, and in many ways. And we're proud to be here almost 50 years from when we had the first woman elected to this body, Sandra Smalley. So I want to acknowledge her leadership and all the women who've come since then. So after a year of study, and our recommendation is to you to establish a permanent commission. In our presentation today, we're going to quickly highlight what we have in our report. We hope you will read it, because there's a full detailed list of recommendations on page 22 and 23. If you haven't read it already, and we're here to answer any questions, we want to take you through really quickly. And I'll ask to go to slide 2 now. How we began this work, it began with a question. The Blue Ribbon Commission drew upon extensive community engagement of a grassroots effort that first asked this question: how are the women and girls of Sacramento County? I don't know if the slides are up. I can't see.
They are.
Are they up?
Yeah, they are.
Chair? Okay, great. So we had a sense, some of us, from our lived experience and what we were seeing in the county, that although there's many wonderful resources in this county, there are issues that affect women and girls are complex. They're persistent after long time inequities. And so we started to explore this question, and we started slide number 3 with data. And we found, much to our surprise, how limited data was to understand how women and girls were doing in Sacramento County. We were able to find data statewide and data in different places, but really disaggregated data at the county level was very sparse. And I'll give you just a quick example on the wage gap. I'm sure you've all heard the 80-something cents on a dollar that women make compared to men. But for women of color, Latina women and African American women, that's down much more to maybe 50 cents or even less on a dollar. And we've heard these numbers bandied about, but when we really looked to see what were they at the county level, we couldn't find them. And so that's just one example. Or calls around domestic violence. We found that there are numbers, of course, to law enforcement, but also that there's other women calling in who have not reported to law enforcement. And where are those numbers? So then we began listening to women. And next slide 4, women came together. We started talking in women's living rooms, and then we went to community meetings. And the next slide 5, I'm going to try to go through this quickly. I know you've had a long day already. So we held our first planning meeting at Opening Doors, where they serve immigrant women in our community. We held our first community meeting at Women's Empowerment, where they serve homeless women. And then next slide, we moved to listening circles, as Supervisor Cerna mentioned. And there were 10 listening circles throughout the county. We held our first listening circle in partnership. It was really held by my sister's house and partners in the Asian community, with over 100 women from all sorts of communities within the Asian community of women. And slide 7 just shows you photos of some of these listening circles that we had. And these were pre-COVID. These were the community engagement before the Blue Ribbon Commission. But our Blue Ribbon Commission felt that it was important to build upon that work and to also do listening, which we did and we'll get to in a minute. But I wanted to just mention that through this listening, We heard so much excitement from the women in the listening circles about just being heard and having a space, and a lot of that was reflected in their request, please come back, we haven't heard before, but also the excitement in coming together and identifying both strengths. We asked them to identify strengths in what's happening for women and girls in the county, challenges, and also opportunities. And in the listening, many of them were able to identify opportunities and already start to think about solutions. So I'm going to now pass to Alana Ramsey, who's been a wonderful leader in our youth work and also a great contributor to our Blue Ribbon as well, to go through a few more slides here. Alana?
Hi, everybody. My name is Alana Ramsey. As Erin said, I'm a student at Sac State, and I also co-chair the Youth Advisory Ad Hoc Committee. So the Blue Ribbon Commission was established in November of 2019, and our mandate was to convene and vet and advise the Board of Supervisors and the public about the structure, role, values, and responsibilities of a prospective Women's Commission. We had 5 ad hoc committees, which are detailed in our report. And throughout this time, we've done some really amazing research that, again, is detailed in the report. But I just want to talk about my own personal experience. I had an amazing experience getting to meet with different members of the community, as well as a lot of leadership in terms of women's leaders and organizations. We also had a dynamic group, next slide. We also had a dynamic group of members with different areas of expertise, experiences, and backgrounds. Some of these include volunteers who first started efforts and expanded to include some recommended by you, the Board of Supervisors. And we had many different women who specialized in different areas, and like I said, many leaders of women's and girls' organizations. These are just some of the partners that we had working with the commission. And unfortunately, like we said, Rachel Rios from the La Familia Counseling Center couldn't be here today. But something that came up when we were looking at the Blue Ribbon Commission and establishing a Women's Commission was this idea of a hub and just how many different efforts are really going towards helping the women in our county. But we also realized that a lot of those efforts could be a lot more coordinated than they are, and being able to have a space where women and women's organizations could gather and really hone in on the issues together was one amazing thing that came from this experience. So I want to talk a little bit more about the actual activities of the Blue Ribbon Commission. Next slide. So, like Erin mentioned, the Blue Ribbon Commission built upon the grassroots group that preceded us, which was SAC for Women and Girls. And prior to COVID, our intention was to broaden that listening and engagement to areas of the county that don't often get heard. And because of COVID, unfortunately, some of our work was impacted. There were women in food and ag industries, like our farm worker women, different service industries, frontline workers, and many from different areas that we hoped to get in contact with, that we hope to do more research with if a Women's Commission is established. So we had monthly meetings from December all the way through November of 2020, and one of our major roles, again, was researching women's commissions throughout California. But during that time, we also continued to ask how are the women and girls, regardless of the impact that COVID had on our ability to actually go out in person. One thing that the Youth Advisory Ad Hoc Committee did was we did a COVID listening session in partnership with an organization called IQ Squad. And what was really unique about this listening session was that it was completely really led by youth, and it was youth voices who got to speak on what their needs surrounding COVID, and even outside of COVID. And we found that youth are experiencing a lot more different issues than are usually reported. And the success of that listening circle was actually able to be shared with the Mental Health Board, and we were part of the first group of youth to present to the Sac County Mental Health Board. On October 10th, we also held the virtual forum for Howard Women and Girls. And again, we found so many different women with so many different experiences, and there was just a broad range of ideas that we were able to discuss. One of the things that came up in the youth circle again was Native American foster youth and the struggles that they have in the system. Next slide.
Can you tell me what slide? Can you confirm the slide that we're on, please?
Yes, 12.
They're not numbered. What's the title?
What is the Women's Commission? Sorry.
Alrighty, thank you.
So quickly, I'll just say that a Women's Commission is a government body dedicated to the promotion of gender equity and the empowerment of women. And we go more into what a Women's Commission is in our report. Next slide. So out of 8 of the largest counties in California, Sacramento is one of 2 that doesn't have a Women's Commission. When we researched women's commissions, we found them to be of great value. Women's commissions advise policymakers on issues and resource allocation. And there are many diverse issues that commissions address, from range of analysis and recommendations. And we were able to meet with many of these women's commissions. The picture that you see on the right is from the San Francisco Women's Commission, and they were a great help. Next slide. I'm going to hand it back to Erin now.
Yeah, thank you, Alana. So I know that your time is short, so we'll just go through these slides really quickly. But we wanted to, after our extensive listening, we regrouped, as Alana said, for COVID. We had a community survey out. We did one-on-ones with women and community leaders throughout the region. And we also, as Alana said, the youth continued. And then we had our data experts look at all of the data and pull it together. And some key themes came up. One of them is that women want to be seen, heard, and represented in Sacramento County, and that their needs are unique and require a gender lens through which to understand better how to address them. We heard a lot about access to resources, awareness of resources, wanting to have integration and scaling of great resources that already exist in the community. And we heard over and over again at the table about the need for cultural awareness and responsiveness, and that specific communities and cultures have distinctive needs. There are many cultures of women throughout the county, and we know this in general, but we heard some of the specific needs to be addressed. And Alana mentioned how we had hoped to get to some of the women whose voices are not heard on a regular basis, so that we can help lift up those voices and needs. And that then turns to data and understanding data, but also interpreting data, having access to reliable data, but also understanding. Rachel Rios, if she was here, I think has a really telling story about data with COVID with the Latino community and the state, where the state understood that through data that there were these very high rates of COVID infection in the Latino community, and there was an assumption that that was because in the Latino community families are very close and big families and everyone coming together. Well, Rachel, as she would acknowledge, she pointed out that many cultures have a lot of big families and people coming together, and they weren't being represented disproportionately in the data, so it had to be something else. And when they went and listened to Latino community, what they heard and understood is folks are on the front line of the workforce and out there and having to continue to go to work while others were able to stay in their homes. And so it's also, I think that's an illustrative story about also interpretation of data once we get it. And then that leads to COVID, which you've been talking about today, but the economic downturn impact on women is severe. We've been receiving national reports, but just today, the Public Policy Institute of California came out with a report entitled The Economic Toll of COVID-19 on Women. I recommend that to you all, talking about the most decline in employment coming for low-income women and worsening for women of color. And the next slide, and you can see this in the report, was just the top 3 issues identified: safety and violence, healthcare, and economic well-being. And if we had time, we'd go into more of that. But economic well-being, just includes so many things from our women-owned businesses. In 2019, you all know this already, how thriving women-owned businesses have been in this region, 73,000, and the impact on COVID. And then the impact on the poverty rate, which was already high. So I don't need to tell you the impact in general of COVID. You're following that closely. But again, through a gender lens, we can be able to understand, and if we have a Women's Commission, help advise through how it is impacting on women. Affordable childcare, access to childcare is we're hearing from women. And so then our recommendations on the next slide, the recommendation slide, we are recommending the immediate establishment of a county commission with a 15 members with appointments by you all and also by the community. The youth have asked us for 3 appointments, and one idea we had was to have one of those be a liaison with the youth commission, because one of the hopes we have is how this commission can work to advance and support some of the work happening in the county already, whether it's with the Youth Commission, whether it's with the Veterans Commission. We had a terrific conversation recently with the head of your Veterans Services here in the county, and within half an hour we already had ideas for how a Women's Commission could support the veterans outreach work on behalf of women veterans in this county. So our hope is that a Women's Commission really can help leverage and expand a lot of what is going on. And so the role would be to advise and be a liaison, serve as a resource, and then next slide to responsibilities. I'm trying to go quickly for you all. Address barriers to equity, and we would like to see a clearinghouse of data, local programs and services, but we think that one thing a Women's Commission could tackle right away, it's a big lift, but very important, would to be a place where there's a focal point for bringing data together about women and girls in our county, and then engaging and raising awareness, and also being, I think, in tough economic times, I think that a Women's Commission can play a very important role in helping folks to access services, be aware of, to help advise you on the impact of the economic toll on women and girls, and to help leverage the resources that are out there so that they are meeting the most need. And then next slide, the time is now. We really, after our extensive research into Women's Commissions statewide, after our deep listening to women and girls in this county, and understanding the moment that we are in as a country and locally here, that this is an opportune moment for Sacramento County to build upon the gains that this Blue Ribbon Commission has made, address the serious issues that still persist for women and girls and that have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis, and also to help address issues that are emerging both in the county and cities in the county of around gender equity, and that you all have had to face. We think a Women's Commission can help provide the tools, the resources, the expertise, and facilitation to help with that. And so we just want to thank you. Next slide. The Board of Supervisors for this incredible opportunity. I think the Blue Ribbon Commission members, Rachel and Beth, we're going to speak to the importance that this commission has already served for bringing women together, for sharing and collaboration, for sharing resources in the community, folks in one part of the region knowing now what other folks are doing in the region, and that can only build and grow with a Women's Commission. And you have the opportunity today to help us build upon these gains and to serve and ask the question, how are the women and girls of Sacramento County, to answer it and to respond with policy to the answer for years to come. And we thank you and hope that you will consider and pass our recommendation for a permanent Women's Commission for Women and Girls. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, both of you. And again, Aaron, the report that was put together far exceeded my expectation in terms of the amount of detail and the clear presentation of the activities over the past year. So thank you for all that time and energy. You and I touched base several times over the course of the year, and I could always tell by your questions and your solicitation for direction and input was always remarkably precise. So I think it's obvious that the report expresses that. I just want to make clear before we hear from the public speakers on what our actions or what the process would be, and I'm looking to County Council at this point in terms of the alternatives to the board. My understanding is that this is a presentation today that marks the completion of the report with the recommendations, but as soon as the next meeting, we could come back for formal adoption if it's so preferred by the board to do so. I don't know if it's by ordinance or not.
It would just be by resolution, and
Okay.
yes, it could come back next week if there's a majority of the board and it's noticed as such.
Okay, so just to make that clear, Aaron, I don't know if you heard that, but again, if the bill or the board suggests that we set a permanent commission, what we do is draft a resolution over the next week and then bring it back at our final meeting for the calendar year on the 15th. And I think that could actually be placed on consent if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
correct.
Okay, very good. Any questions from board members of Aaron? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our speakers, please.
Okay, go ahead and.
Supervisor Cerna, I'm sorry, this is Erin. Could I say one quick thing is that we found in the course of the week a couple small corrections we'd like to make in the report, a citation of data and somebody we left out of our listening circles important. Can we make those corrections and submit it to the record for the public record?
Sure, that's fine. Like I said, you're extremely precise, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Frost, you have a question?
Yes, I just, in your report, you had mentioned that you wanted to initiate your own hearings, and I wasn't sure I understood what that meant.
Oh, that would just mean if an issue came up in the county that folks wanted to come before the Women's Commission, and it would no way replace any kind of hearings that you do, but it would just be commission coming before the commission to on specific issues. So let's say if a big issue came up and folks wanted to be heard and come before the Women's Commission.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to public speakers now.
Okay, go ahead and transfer the first caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. And I'm a little abashed to be the first speaker because I know that there have been others who've been planning to speak. My name's Karen Humphrey. I'm the former mayor of Fresno and a Sacramento resident for the last 24 years. I served for 6 years on the California Commission on the Status of Women, and in prior years I strongly supported the Fresno County and City Commission on the Status of Women. First, I want to express support for the proposed Sacramento County Commission from the National Women's Political Caucus of Sacramento and from its president, former Sacramento City Council member Lauren Hammond, who regrets being unable to be on the call. NWPC is the local chapter of a national organization seeking to reach 50-50 representation of women in all public elected and appointed bodies because it's crucial for the public arena to fully reflect half the population you represent. My remaining comments are my own, not as an NWPC representative, although they won't conflict. Over more than 50 years, I have learned about the urgent need to pay far more attention to gender as a critical measure of fairness and equity in public policy. Given that women are slightly over half the population but lag in virtually every measure of economic, education, health, and social equity, it's a mystery why some still consider us a special interest. You asked the BRC to make a case for forming a commission, and they have done so in exemplary fashion. It's an outstanding report. You basically need no more justification than that. The only question that should be answered now is how fast can you actually create a commission, and I would certainly urge you to follow the suggestion of the chair that you bring back a resolution before the end of this month so that work can be done on getting it rolling by early next year. I also implore you in forming the commission to plan in a way to give it resources commensurate with being an actual part of county government. I believe the report's recommendations for funding in the early years are almost too modest. but they do recognize your budget constraints. But within a couple of years, you really should have a fully functioning women's department, a robust commission to interact with the community, and a county government whose decisions will be fully informed about the gender impact, as well as all of the other intricate equity issues that must be considered in an intersectional way with gender issues. The COVID pandemic makes this even more critical. It's possible women all over the country, including Sacramento County, have lost 2 to 3 decades of progress already.
Can I get your concluding
Whoever
remarks,
needed
please?
a women's commission, the time is now. So I urge you to take action today to ask staff for the resolution to create the commission as soon as possible. And I thank you very much for listening and for your support of this effort.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please start now. Caller, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead and start your comments now. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right, thank you. Supervisor Cerna, members of the board, my name is Alpha Lee Battershell. I am president of the American Association of University Women, Citrus Heights American River Branch. When I first testified before you in August 2019, I said Sacramento County needs a commission for women on 2 levels. I'm adding a third. One is to review the laws and policies in place and in the pipeline to determine if such laws and policies did or will do undue harm to women in the Sacramento County. The other is to coordinate the many programs that are currently available to eliminate duplication and make better use of our resources. The third is to keep the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors informed. After working on the program this past year, I feel even stronger than a Sacramento County Commission on the status of women and girls is critical and will serve our area well. The Blue Ribbon report talks about the need for, but the lack of data. Until there is a mechanism to collect and funnel that data to a single location with read-only access to all, we may know the dangerous activities, the inflicted harm, and the causes, but we will not know the underlying cause. We need to have data to see the trends, follow the trails, and analyze. And the people working in the trenches will not know what is available until they have access to that data. Of course, that would be on a read-only basis with the ability to inform the Commission of problems and suggest solutions. The Commission will provide the opportunity and mechanisms to collect and analyze data, collect data from those on the front line, and provide the needed information to those on the front line. It's a two-way street with several lanes. There are many activities that provide help for women in our area, but many of those activities are too small to address all the wrongs. Good people see a need and create a program for helping people. As they get further and further into the problems, they find there are associated needs that they cannot address because they do not have the resources.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
A commission can help identify partners who can provide resources so that they can help the whole person. A good partnering plan can help us all provide help where it is needed. A commission that acts as a clearinghouse can provide that service. I've seen the interplay among our commissioners as they exchange problems and provide solutions.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
your time is up. Thank you.
Say.
I'm just going to remind speakers, please limit your comments to 2 minutes. We have an extremely lengthy agenda today, and we're already well behind. So if you could please just watch the clock closely, I'd appreciate that.
Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please start.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. I am Dr. Emily Murase, for 15 years the director of the San Francisco Department on the Status of Women, a chartered city department alongside the fire department and the police department. and a past commissioner on the status of women on the policy body founded in 1975 and remains one of the strongest women's commission in the country. I want to recognize your leadership for supporting unanimously Chair Cerna's resolution last year to create the Blue Ribbon Commission. I think you'll agree that the report of the Commission reflects an enormous amount of work by countless leaders and community members, some of whom were voicing their concerns publicly for the very first time. It was an honor for me to engage in the work of the report, which carefully lays out the argument for the immediate formation of a Sacramento Women's Commission. To illustrate the value of a Women's Commission, I just want to share a few examples of what is possible. In San Francisco, our commission secured over $10 million in federal, state, and private grants to end violence against women. After issuing a blueprint for improving San Francisco's response to domestic violence, which had taken the lives of 10 women per year, we successfully eliminated domestic violence homicide for a historic 4-year period by partnering with law enforcement and community advocates. In 2010, we launched the San Francisco Collaborative Against Human Trafficking, which has led to more trafficker prosecutions and more victim services. Finally, the Commission is all about good government. Gender Analyses provides tools to collect comprehensive, disaggregated data so that you can be sure that county services are provided in an equitable way to women and girls, and in particular, women and girls of color. I've also submitted a longer comment via email. Today, you have a game-changing decision before you. Please show your commitment to the women and girls of Sacramento and beyond by approving the Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendation. Thank you for your valuable consideration.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to address you all. My name is Dina Howard. I am in District 3. I am the Director of Mediation Services for California Lawyers for the Arts and the Sacramento Mediation Center here in Sacramento. As such, I talk to people and women all the time who are having all kinds of issues in their lives. And so I see firsthand a lot of things that women are dealing with. We live in such a wonderfully multicultural area, and I really appreciate that about Sacramento County. And it means that we have a very wide variety of strengths. But that also means that we have a huge variety of issues and needs. I know that you've had a super long day, and I agree with what everybody has said, and I don't want to take a lot of your time, so I won't go into any details. I just want to really urge you to vote yes. I think this is incredibly important, and I look forward to living in a county that includes a women's commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please start now.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Bernalisa Caba, Executive Director of the Friends of the Commission on the Status of Women. I'd like to applaud the Blue Ribbon Commission on the establishment of a Sacramento County Women's Commission for completing the report and presenting its findings. I urge you to approve the item number 37 to establish and provide funding for the Commission on the Status of Women in Sacramento County. Founded in 1975, the Friends of the Commission on the Status of Women advocate for the work of the San Francisco Commission and Department on the Status of Women, including stopping violence against women, eliminating human trafficking, and promoting gender equity and women's economic empowerment. Numerous studies and reports demonstrate that when women and girls are supported, they succeed, their families and communities thrive. With leadership by the Commission on the Status of Women here in San Francisco, a cross-agency approach to domestic violence led to a record 44 months without domestic violence homicide between 2011 and 2014. A coalition of community-based organizations and government agencies formed the San Francisco Collaborative Against Human Trafficking to eliminate modern slavery. A gender equity principles initiative was launched to support more productive workplaces for both women, and today workshops are training women to negotiate for equal and fair salary and benefits packages to close the gender wage gap. These are just a few examples of how a Commission on the Status of Women and Girls can impact, improve, and change women and girls' trajectory in Sacramento County. I would add that with the creation of a Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, funding is equally crucial for implementing programs and initiatives to benefit women and girls in Sacramento County. And I thank you for your consideration of proposing a resolution for the permanent formation of a Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next call, please. Hey, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
My
can
name
you?
is Anya Woods,
Anya,
and I'm calling on behalf of the Sacramento Women and Girls Advancement Coalition, also known as SWAT.
Our audio is very
for the
behind.
Boards and Commissions team. We're calling in our support for item 37, which is the establishment of the Women's Commission in the Sacramento County. This commission is an opportunity to provide a hub and leadership for the advocacy work being conducted on behalf of women and girls throughout the Sacramento region. This commission will allow for continued data collection and research, assessment of that data, and recommendations for programs and policy based on the data with a gender and equity lens. Women and girls, specifically those from low-income homes and who are of color, are disproportionately impacted by economic instability, limited accesses, and biases of all types. So now more than ever, it is vitally important to have a commission to focus specifically on the priorities and needs of women and girls in our region. So SWAC urges your consideration and support to establish this Women's Commission, and we thank you for your time in hearing our comment.
Great, thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lisa Culp, and I'm the Executive Director of Women's Empowerment. I've been working with the Blue Ribbon Commission since its inception and feel passionately that the establishment of a Sacramento County Women's Commission is more important now than ever before. Our pandemic-led recession is disproportionately hurting women in the workforce and is more likely to threaten their housing security. Female head of households are the most likely group to be renters, those hit hardest by this recession. With schools going virtual and child care centers closed, working mothers are 3 times more likely than working fathers to cite child care as the main barrier to returning to work. A Zillow analysis found that year-over-year unemployment claims are 10 times higher for women during this pandemic than what men experienced in the Great Recession. Over the last several months, Women's Empowerment has called over 500 graduates to find out how they're doing and what support they need. Over half of them have been laid off. Many live in neighborhoods that don't have internet access, which severely impacts their children's educational future, our community's future. These are some of the top issues I would like to see a permanent commission on women and girls address. I urge you to approve the establishment of a Sacramento County Commission for Women and Girls. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Bernice Basti Martinez. I'm a Sac County resident working at Sac State who lives in Elk Grove. But I speak to you today as a private citizen and also as a member of the Blue Ribbon Committee. I'm passionate about the uplifting of women and the disenfranchised and urge you all to support this proposal to establish a commission. This commission will be beneficial to everyone. Its charge should be as written. The data for the purpose of adding a gender perspective to the workings and services of the county. Ultimately, by ensuring that a gender perspective is included, all county decisions, work, services have the potential of being more effective for everyone. Also, this will assist in the elimination of duplication of services and actually make resources more effectively available. Girls and women, whether they're seen or more often are in the background, generally have the roles like taking care of children, the elderly, cleaning, cooking, managing the home, managing the budget. Those roles have most often had the greatest impact on families, businesses, healthcare, and overall life. By improving the conditions and circumstances of women and girls, the quality of life for all, that means men and boys, women and girls, will be enhanced. Again, I urge you to support this request and to establish a commission on the status of women and girls for Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Wood, speaking on behalf of the National Council of Negro Women, Sacramento Valley Section. And we agree that women's experience and issues are often distinct based on long-standing structures of inequity and unique needs. It is important that government policy programs and structures view and understand key decisions through a gender lens. And so we ask that you provide and support the establishment of a permanent commission on women and girls to provide the critical data and information and programs to lead us forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Aaron, can you press your mute button, please?
It is mute.
Go ahead, please.
We're still waiting for the next.
Oh.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Bender. I'm a proud gay Latin American immigrant and have been a Sacramento resident since 2000 after finishing my undergrad studies at UC Davis. I live in District 2. For the past 20 years, I've dedicated my life to working in nonprofit organizations. I've served on the Sacramento Building Healthy Communities Board, the Continuum of Care Advisory Board, the MHSA Steering Committee, and I'm honored to have worked for many service-driven organizations, including the American Cancer Society, Mutual Housing California, WellSpace Health, Mental Health America, and most recently, the Sacramento LGBT Center. There's one thing in common that I've noticed among these agencies, and that's that women are disproportionately affected when it comes to issues of medical care, mental health treatment, housing opportunities, socioeconomic growth, immigration, sexual violence, gender-based discrimination, and other factors regardless of their sexuality and assigned gender at birth. Over the past 3 years, I've been involved with the work group to establish this commission on the status of women and girls, and I'm currently a Blue Ribbon Commissioner. I believe that a commission responsible for regularly assessing and advising you, the Board of Supervisors, and the public on the status of women and girls will be valuable to already existing programs, including helping to identify any gaps and opportunities for leveraging resources. I ask you for support. It is time that Sacramento County establishes a commission on the status of women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Haley Osterer, and I am a resident of Sacramento County in District 2. I would like to express my support for the establishment of a Sacramento County Women's Commission. In addition to the California State Commission on the status of women and girls, there are 26 women's commissions in cities and counties throughout California. It is unfortunate that here in Sacramento County, we lag behind so many other cities and counties throughout our state, and I'm grateful to the Board of Supervisors for creating the Blue Ribbon Commission to explore this issue. A Women's Commission can serve as a focal point for deep listening to and more fully understanding the issues impacting women and girls in our county. It can help explore the long-term implications of policy decisions, be a central hub for data and resources, and uplifts the community's voice. I strongly encourage the Board of Supervisors to unanimously approve the establishment of a permanent county commission on the status of women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Protima Pandey. I am the manager for Office of Women's Policy, Division of Equity and Social Justice, County of Santa Clara. In the year that we have celebrated the 100th anniversary of some women who got the right to vote, because we know not all women did 100 years ago, we also had another historic win. A woman will now answer the title of Vice President. And at this moment in time, I urge the Board of Supervisors to adopt the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission and move forward with a resolution to establish the Commission on the Status of Women for the County of Sacramento. In the County of Santa Clara, we at the Office of Women's Policy are honored to support and staff one of the oldest commissions on the status of women in the country. County of Santa Clara established its Commission on the Status of Women in 1973, and since its inception, in addition to what you heard from Director Murase, formerly the director over in San Francisco, our County Commission has been able to make inroads into establishing gender equity in all forms of county governance. As part of the county government, I am here to offer my support. My predecessor has assisted Erin. Our former chair on the Commission on the Status of Women, Chair Franco Clausen, has also assisted in the Blue Ribbon Commission, and we urge the board today to adopt the recommendation and move forward and look at the County of Santa Clara as offering our partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Martin. I'm a Sacramento County resident living in Rancho Cordova. I'm speaking to you as a private citizen. Women and girls have endured generations of inequity and the lack of opportunity when it comes to health care, housing, criminal justice, and employment. This is particularly true for women who are of low income and also persons of color. For those reasons, I am calling to urge the Board of Supervisors to follow the example of 26 other counties in this state and establish a permanent commission on the status of women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. This is Vicki Boyd from the Blue Ribbon Commission for the Sacramento Commission for Women and Girls, along with Women's Wisdom Art and NCNW, National Council of Negro Women, Sacramento. And we are all in very strong support of the Commission for Women and Girls, Sacramento Commission for Women and Girls. And thank you in advance for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm calling because I hope that you guys really pay attention to the findings that the Blue Ribbon Women's Commission said when you were making your decision on the county executive. I truly believe that we need a Black woman or a woman of color in this position. Minorities, women of color, Black women in the county of Sacramento are suffering and have been suffering for too long. We need a public health-focused executive, not a business-minded individual. The Department of Human Assistance has a race issue. They hardly have any Black women. I don't even know if they have any in executive management. The executive management of the Department of Human Assistance has not addressed Black Lives Matter. Also, Black women in the county of Sacramento have like one of the highest rates of homelessness, but yet they receive the least amount of services from the Department of Human Assistance. So I strongly urge that the executive management look at what the Blue Ribbon Women's Commission is saying on the race issue and the wealth gap of women in Sacramento County, of Black women in Sacramento County. I love that you guys declared racism as a problem and that you're going to establish a commission, but the best thing you can do is hire Black women. You can't keep contracting racism away. You have to look in the mirror and be the change that you claim you want to see and hire an executive of color. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please. Hi, caller. Can you mute the meeting in the background? Can you please mute the meeting in the background?
And hire an executive of color. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Hi, caller. Can you mute the meeting while you talk and make your comments? Are you on the phone? Hello, can you hear me? I don't think that they're able. Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Can you please send the next caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tanya Lindsay, and I live in District 3. I'm one of the many women and girls who worked on the Blue Ribbon Commission and even prior to its mandate with SAC for Women and Girls. I asked you to vote unanimously to establish a commission on the status of women and girls. And I want to share with you that in all the work we've done over the last 2 years to listen to women and girls, one of the most compelling things I heard is one young woman who said to us, "Please come back. No one ever asks us how we are." No one ever asks her how she is. It's heartbreaking and it's telling. The work of listening to our women and girls has just begun. The time to continue doing so is now by establishing our commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Sister Jean Schaefer. I'm a Salvatorian nun. I live in Citrus Heights, and I already submitted a written statement explaining why I do support very much the establishment of a county commission for women and girls. Actually, December 8th is a very important day for us. We were founded 132 years ago today. 31 years ago today, I took office as General Superior, leading 1,200 nuns in 24 countries. We strive to empower women and girls in every possible way. For example, I have worked against human trafficking in California for the past 20 years, and I'm a member of the Anti-Trafficking Committee at Dignity Health Hospitals. The Blue Ribbon Commission members have been outstanding in their efforts to provide that voice for women and girls. I was hoping that today you would be voting on their request number 37 to make it another red letter on my calendar for December 8th. I'm going to look for December 15th, and thank you so much for your consideration and for your service to Sacramento citizens. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Next call, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. My name is Vicki. I'm a resident of Elk Grove, and I would like to recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve this recommendation to establish a commission on the status of women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. My name is Vicki. I'm a resident of Elk Grove,
Hi.
and I would like...
Hi, can you please mute the meeting in the background? Okay. All right, let me know when you do that and I'll get you on speaker. Okay, hang on 1 second. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and start with your comments now.
Good afternoon, Honorable Sacramento Board of Supervisors. This is Donna Begay. I'm Tabatalabo, Paiute, Navajo, Yokut, Native American, born and raised in Sacramento County. As a former tribal chairwoman of my tribe, the Tabatalabo tribe, and a governor appointee to the Department of Rehabilitation, I'm supportive of the request to establish the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. I was a member of the Blue Blue Ribbon Committee. I really appreciate the approach that the Blue Ribbon Committee took to develop this report on the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. It goes truly beyond a grassroots effort. I want to also say that in Sacramento is one of the largest populated counties in California, and certainly a growing population of women and girls in the greater Sacramento area. And this new commission would certainly provide necessary resources, knowledge, and cultural enrichment for current and future generations. I encourage the County Board of Supervisors to please support the long-term need for a permanent commission such as this, and appreciate all the work of the Blue Ribbon Committee and also the efforts of the Sacramento Board of Supervisors. You have a much challenging job in these current times. Take care, everyone, and stay well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Nancy Kirshner Rodriguez, and I am the former executive director of the California Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. I wanted to let you know that I am extremely ecstatic about the work that has gone into putting this whole report together, bringing women from all communities across Sacramento County together and ensuring that everyone has a voice. And I think that this commission, should you choose to create it, which I hope you will do an amazing job at impacting both the quality of life for women and girls across the county, but also have a great impact on the way the Board of Supervisors can look at different issues, consider different issues, and make decisions on different issues. And I think you will find that a commission will add an incredible amount of value to many, many, many considerations. And with all the issues you are confronting now, I urge you to make the decision to create a commission for Sacramento County, the capital county of the state of California, the largest state in the country, and to really create a very important voice for women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please make your comments.
Yes, I address you today, talk to you as a retired teacher of 40 years in the Sacramento County. I urge you most passionately to adopt this commission. In the 40 years that I served as a teacher in the county, I was witness to many tragic and heartbreaking situations for our young girls. Too numerous to mention, but at age 86, I've seen it all, believe me. And I strongly urge you to adopt this commission. It's way overdue and much, much needed. As a teacher, during those years, we had very little recourse. If we had a problem, was to have the child examined by a school nurse and then taken away in a police car to the children's home. It was a most tragic situation for these little children to think they were being arrested for something that they were not doing. So I urge you most passionately again to adopt this commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Sacramento County for Optimus International, brothers. We are a global organization that works towards the advancement of women and girls. And I'm calling today to please encourage the board to support the Commission for Women and Girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that is your last public comment.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, any comments or questions by board members? Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, very quickly, Mr. Chair, I certainly wanted to echo some of your comments as it relates to the body of work that the Blue Ribbon Commission put together, and certainly I think we've heard from not only those who participated on the commission, but others who've obviously been a part of efforts elsewhere in the state and statewide. I want to thank you for your support, because I know you put some of your neighborhood funds or community funds towards the initial support for the work that's been presented here today, and would just say that again, I think it's demonstrated a lot of leadership, but certainly a lot of touchback with the community, and I think even with what we have before us today, it's very enlightening and helpful to some of the issues that we will continue to focus on in the months and certainly years to come. But I would just note that you said you bring it back and want to bring this back next week. I'm supportive of that and believe that, again, certainly give the county executive a chance to look at how we might fund some support behind that, or what it's going to take to actually stand this up, working with the clerk's office. Obviously, there's a process, but I think that can be embodied, at least in the general resolution, come before us as soon as next week. But I'm supportive of moving forward. I think it's a commendable effort, and will certainly help this county in its work in many years to come. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. I have to agree with the comments that have been made as far as the quality of work that has been put into this is really incredible from a group of volunteers. And going forward, I hope that we don't just insist that they be volunteers and we don't starve the effort, and look at providing some modest resources, relatively speaking, to seeing that this is successful.
No, I appreciate both Supervisor Natoli and Kennedy's comments relative to funding, and I know that Aaron and the other leaders of the effort are very sensitized to the county's current and likely ongoing fiscal condition for the next few years at least, and how challenging that looks. But I do think there's a way forward and a way to be very efficient about how we provide resources for, I think, the important work going forward of the commission, should it be the will of the board to permanently establish it. I will tell you too that I think, as many on this board understand, that we oftentimes become engaged in our own efforts to privately fundraise for worthy causes, and I certainly have done that through my own nonprofit, Music on a Mission, and I've committed to do what I can in addition to whatever modest funding that we might apply from our treasury here to make this commission what everyone hopes it'll be, so that we have that complement and a good resource base to build upon. Supervisor Frost?
Well, yes, I would like to thank the Blue Ribbon Commission for all of your hard work and for the very thorough report that you brought. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I think it was exciting that you had this idea of starting a 501c3, because that would give you the opportunity to do other outside fundraising outside the county and to grow your mission. I wasn't sure what you meant by having a policy, a women's policy, Office of Women's Policy within 3 years, if you envisioned that as part of the commission or part of your 501c3 organization. So I'll look forward to learning more about that. Most of the commissions that we have, I think almost all of them, they're not regularly funded through the general fund. And I think we have like 67 or 8 commissions. So, and I know these are tough times, and I know we're going to explore that. But I'm excited that you're so excited about the mission and that you were able to pull so many people together in a public forum and put together a great report. So I'll look forward to learning more about what we have envisioned for this commission. And I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. I did forget to say a couple of things. I did have an opportunity to talk with some of the leadership, and they are taking very seriously the challenge of raising the money and outside of the county. But I don't think that there's a single commission I sit on that doesn't get county support, through staffing and other mechanisms.
Mental health board.
Yeah. I mean, I see the 501c3, and I told them this idea is much the way when we had an arts commission and how it operated. It was a official arm of government, but it had its Friends of the Arts Commission, which actually provided a lot of funding for their programs. So I see very much the same model.
There's also a similar, albeit a different kind of tortured history with the Library Authority.
Yeah.
So there's that as well. Okay. If there's no further comment, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to come back in a week's time on the 15th with a resolution to permanently establish a Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, complete with some appropriate acknowledgments about the general mechanics of how it would work. I think it's going to be an exercise of kind of cutting and pasting from the excellent work that the Blue Ribbon Commission has done with their report, because I think they've made it plug and play, so to speak, in terms of being able to put their language into our resolution, and then we'll go from there. So that'd be my motion. I need a motion.
Then I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can we include as part of your motion the expression of thanks? I mean, it's been said here, but I think as a part of our official action for all those who volunteered. So
actually, I was going to try and do something a little special.
Okay,
for
very
my
good.
last meeting chairing for all those that
you're out ahead of me.
that
All
have
right, very
participated.
Good.
So,
thanks.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Staff is clear on direction. Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Very good. Thank you very much. And I don't know if Erin's still on the line. Is she still on the line?
Yes.
Erin?
Yes, I'm still here, Supervisor.
Congratulations, Erin, on great work on your behalf and the rest of the leadership of the BRC. We move into the next phase of this excellent work, which obviously could not have happened without your commitment and time and energy, and I greatly appreciate that. But we'll talk later, because I do want to formally recognize everyone that has brought us to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Supervisors. It's been our honor to do this work, and thank you for your support. We're looking forward to the next step.
Great. Thanks again. Okay. Madam Clerk, did you need some time for the next one? Or? No, for the one after.
The one after, yes.
Gotcha.
For item 38, this is to delegate authority to the Director of Airports to approve retroactive amendments to agreements with airport tenants through December 31, 2021, as a result of the continuing travel impacts from the novel coronavirus pandemic.
Great. Good afternoon. You could be as brief as you want on this one.
We will be very brief. Thank you. We know you've had a long day. I'm Cindy Nickel, Director of Airports. I'm joined by Sylvia Ambrogio, who's Deputy Director of Finance
Can you bring the mics a little closer?
Yes, sure. How's that?
And thanks for staying with us all morning and afternoon.
Set it for someone taller than me.
Audience.
When we came before you on November 3rd, there were three things you requested. You asked that we explain how deferring rent helps tenants. We've provided an email to you which addresses the 3 points. We sent it to you on Friday. And basically, deferring rents helps tenants by giving them longer time to pay outstanding amounts, and also helps with their cash flow. Secondly, there was a request for a quarterly report. We will be getting that quarterly report this Friday for the meeting on next Tuesday. And I think you'll be happy with what you see there. Please note that we are continuing to provide amendments to various tenants' agreements. Third, you asked that we explore additional ways to assist SacJet. We have reached agreement with SecJet on an approach to provide a relief to them, and that can be accomplished under the delegated authority of the board resolution, so it's not specifically spelled out. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Any questions of Cindy?
Oh, thanks, Cindy.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
Both of you for your work.
Yeah, I want to say thanks, especially given the great deal of concern that's been expressed by some of our major tenants out at and partners out at the airport, who've undoubtedly been very adversely affected by the pandemic, continue to be so. But I think your willingness to sit down and brainstorm solutions with them is much appreciated by them. It's much appreciated by us.
Great, thank you.
Great, all right. Any members of the public signed up to speak on this matter, Madam Clerk?
No, you did not.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost and seconded by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Now you need some time.
I do.
So we'll take a 5-minute recess so that our clerk, because she'll be presenting on the next item, can get organized. I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost, Kennedy, Natoli.
Here.
Peters, Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so item 39, you're adopting an ordinance amending various sections within Chapter 2.115 related to election campaign contributions limits, and deleting Articles 5 and 6 related to public finance of elections. You waived reading on this on October 6th, and then this was also continued from November 17th.
Great, thank you.
So now I'm switching hats. This is Florence with the Clerk of the Board. Here in the audience, we have Sheriff Scott Jones and District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert. The assessor unfortunately had a conflict, so if she can, she will join by Skype, but Registrar Courtney Bailey is also on the phone. So the board discussed this item on September 1st, October 6th, and October 20th. The item was continued to today for further consideration and adoption. Over the course of discussions and in your staff report in regards to setting campaign contribution limits for the sheriff, DA, and assessor, the board has provided feedback. Staff added a section to the proposed ordinance for off-election year contribution limits. Staff clarified that contribution limits apply to an election period, which means a general, primary, special, or runoff. Staff confirmed that existing campaign funds from a prior election are transferable. Staff provided a matrix of contribution limits of other countywide elective offices from counties with similar populations to Sacramento. And staff confirmed the process of handling contributions in excess of adopted limits. So today, here's a summary of the request. You are introducing an ordinance with amendments to Chapter 2.115. This is related to campaign contribution limits and setting limits. Currently, this chapter only has provisions for the elective offices of the Board of Supervisors. The assessor, DA, and sheriff are requesting to establish contribution limits for their countywide elective offices. Currently, they do not have contribution limits set. It is recommended that the board set a $25,000 contribution limit from a person or organization during a primary, general, special, or runoff election, and a $12,500 contribution limit from a person or organization during any single off-election year. It is recommended that the board delete Article 4. This relates to expenditure limits because this section is about the public financing. The campaign reform was put in place to set a limit on expenditures if funds were intended to be used to finance election from the reform fund. The reform fund was established in the 80s to address campaign reform issues at that time. Therefore, it is recommended that you delete Articles 5 and 6. Because the county does not fund the reform fund and therefore does not fund campaign elections. There is also litigation in California as recent as 2019 that arguably does not permit spending of public money on political campaigns. There are more details referenced on pages 2 and 3 of your board report. Other amendments throughout the chapter are just a result of the proposed amendments, just requiring adding new sections, reorganizing and renumbering sections, and deleting obsolete sections as well. Attached in your packet is a copy of the Assembly Bill 571. This passed in 2019, amending the government code, stating that an elective county or city office cannot accept contributions from an individual greater than $4,900 per election. But 571 does not prohibit a county or city from establishing its own contribution limit above or less than $4,900 from an individual. The last time that I was here before you, that was a smaller amount. They have increased it since then. And in your packet in attachment 6, there's also a reference to that dollar amount. Also, AB 571 does not replace existing contribution limits that are set forth by a county or city by ordinance or resolution. AB 571 is effective January 1, 2021, and the state's default limits will apply to counties and cities that do not have contribution limits set by an ordinance or resolution. Attached is a matrix also showing contribution limits of countywide elective offices with a population of 1 million or greater. On your matrix that you got in this packet, I also added 2 other counties. They were smaller counties, but they recently had adopted their limits, and so I included Tulare and San Luis Obispo. The countywide elective offices of the assessor, DA, and sheriff are large in scope by population. Therefore, it is recommended that the board set limits to allow for an effective and transparent campaign and to deter political influence over office holders. It is recommended that the board approve the proposed ordinance and waive reading of the ordinance and continue the item to December 15 for final adoption. Should the board approve the recommendations and adopt the ordinance on December 15th, the ordinance would be effective 30 days from that date. The sheriff, district attorney, and assessor support the recommendations. Also, county council has concurred with the recommendations. And this concludes my presentation at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, question. Thank you, Flo, for the additional information since we last took this item up. We've received a good deal of correspondence, as your office well knows, relative to emails on this. And I wanted to understand, and maybe this is for county council as well, that in the event that the county doesn't, or county chooses to adopt limits, are you able to embody in your ordinance? Because I see San Bernardino County it looks like they just adopted, or they do by default. If they adopted an ordinance, if it's congruent with state law, is it still a local ordinance, or does it all just default? So I guess I'm curious about that.
I can address that. As far as if you adopt your local ordinance, even if it just happens to be the same amount as the state law, the county would be responsible for enforcing.
Okay, but in the event, okay, so and thank you for that clarification. So what you said is in the event that the county adopted an ordinance that mirrored what state law is as it relates to the campaign limitation per individual, or I guess per contributor, but then it would be enforceable by the county versus if you took no action, then basically the state, and then the FPPC, the Fair Political Practice Commission, is then charged with the enforcement. But only in the case where you go to the default. Any other situation, more or less, then requires local enforcement of that ordinance.
That is my reading of the regulations that were recently passed, yes.
Okay. And so if I understand...
I do note that in some of your materials, however, it appears that San Bernardino has contracted with the FPPC for possible enforcement action. So that is another angle that local jurisdiction could take if they chose to.
Okay, so if you impose a different amount, then you're paying for that separate and apart and under some contractual arrangement versus it's their duty if in fact you go to the default amount.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And if I could just understand then, because we've seen some correspondence that referenced $3,000 and 571. Just for clarification on the record here, it's as you said, Flo, it's $4,900 per election per individual contributor. That's the,
Yes, the legislation contained the $3,000 amount, but it also had an escalator so that the FPPC every year will adopt a higher limit based on the factors that are outlined in the legislation. So that is where they arrived with the $4,900 amount.
and that's adjusted every other year,
Yes.
biannually? Okay. All right, that's all I have for right now. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I just want to make mention of the fact that in discussions I've had since the last time this item was before the board, discussions I've had with different advocacy organizations in the community, they wanted to double check and make sure we all understand the legislation as it relates to the board's ability, if it weren't the will of the board, to adopt limits higher than the state fallback. There's nothing in the legislations that would prohibit the board from a later date than today or end of the year from reconsidering, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
On that exact thing, it was my understanding that the board could change the contribution rates at any time, that this January 1st really is just about setting the state policy. And if the board wanted to come back in March and do something different, they
Yes,
could.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Whether or not the board wants to implement anything or the amount could always be changed at some time in the future.
Thank you.
Okay. In terms of the way this is going to proceed, I certainly want to give the sheriff and the DA an opportunity if they want to address the board. I know that they've addressed the board multiple times in meetings past, but they are in chambers with us and not clear whether they're here just to answer questions or if they wanted some time at the podium. You certainly are welcome to come forth and speak. I'll leave it to you to fight over who goes first.
Ladies first.
Can I take this off, or am I going to get, put on the front page of
We could
some paper or
understand you better if
something?
you did.
I don't have a lot, members of the board. Thank you very much for letting me come back. I would just perhaps remind the board this is the fourth time we've been here on this important issue. And I understand there's been a number of comments, public comments, written comments that have come in, and some of which are addressing, that we should keep the limit low. I would remind the board of some of the comments that I made previously, which is, and the clerk had mentioned that the purpose of this is to have an effective and transparent election. And I would emphasize that in order for us to have an effective election, we have to have the ability to run that election. And anybody that's been through an election understands, I think the most recent election, just for the board seat, was an example of the challenges that we face. And in my own election, as I mentioned previously, it was $1 million that I had to raise. But I think it's important that the public also understand, I'm sure the board is very familiar with independent expenditures and how they can influence elections. And if we're going to put a limit here at whatever it is, $4,900, I can assure you that transparency will not be prevalent in these elections anymore. They will just result in more and more independent expenditures. And to give you an example, and I think I may have seen somewhere in the comments that we should be looking at Los Angeles County at the $1,500 mark of a contribution limit for the DA and the sheriff and the assessor. And to give you a sense of the power of independent expenditures, it doesn't matter who the people are, but I went onto the Secretary of State's website to look at some of the money that's been flowing in just to the last election cycle. And one particular donor, it doesn't matter which side of the fence it is, in the Los Angeles District Attorney's race in January gave $1 million of that person's own money to an independent expenditure.
One donor.
That's one donor that's just on that primary and general election. On a ballot initiative, gave $750,000 of that person's own money. On another ballot initiative that dealt with another criminal justice issue, $250,000. And so if we are all about transparency, in my view, having the ability for the actual candidates to raise money and raise an effective amount of money to actually run an effective campaign. I would urge this board to follow the recommendation of the clerk, and I would remind everybody that we have no limits right now. And we have not had any limits. We are actually lowering the limit. Yes, it's higher than what the legislature says, but we are a county of 1.5 million people with a very expensive media market and slates. And if we want to just go into the shadows of running elections, then sure, we can put it down to $1,500, because then the elections will result in independent expenditures of exorbitant amounts of money, where really the ultimate goal of undue influence is really not being met. So with that being said, I support, again, what I believe is a reasonable effort to put limits so that we can run effective, fair, and transparent elections. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the district attorney? Okay. Sheriff?
Thank you. And I just have a couple of points to make. I won't reiterate some of the points that I've made before at some of the other hearings, but I will say that a lot of the public comment that came in the form of documentation prior to this hearing, centered around the critical narrative that we're trying to raise the campaign limits, and then speculating about all the ills and evils that might come from these limits that are so high. But as the district attorney pointed out, we're really not raising the campaign limits. We are lowering them. They've been no limits from any source for almost 100 years. And so, first of all, no one complained about it. There was nobody clamoring to have the limits lowered before this became an issue. But more importantly, all the speculation about the evils that would befall these elections and the undue influence from high campaign limits simply hasn't happened. We don't need to speculate, because that's the way it has been for almost 100 years. There has not been this evil influence in any of our county-wide elections. So we don't need to really consider what the speculation of a lot of these critics might say. The second thing is a lot of the comments seem to center around the fact that that $4,900, the state limit, should just be enough. But I will remind you that an assembly district is based on a population of about 460,000 people. So right from that, since we are a very large county, we're over 3 times that. It doesn't make much sense. And perhaps more importantly, one assembly person, much like one county supervisor, cannot ruin anything. Those assembly persons, those county supervisors, or whoever that belongs to a body, have to build consensus. And so they don't require the same amount of vetting for a candidate that someone who, like myself or the district attorney or the assessor, can be autonomous in the policies they promulgate and the practices they undertake for their agency. And so it is very important for the folks with that kind of autonomous ability that don't have to build consensus among a board or body to be vetted properly, and from our perspective to be able to get out effective messaging as to who we are and how we would run a department, more so than a single assembly person in an entire legislative body. So aside from that, I just wanted to address those couple of points that were brought up specifically with some of the public comments that were brought today, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
I just want to say, Sheriff, you've accused me of ruining plenty of things.
Well, it's my first day back, and I got to spend it with all of you. So,
any questions for Sheriff? No? Okay. Well, I think we have some members of the public to hear from. Thank you.
You do.
And do we have the assessor on the phone? Is she?
No, at this point in time, I do not believe the assessor has joined the call.
Okay.
Christina, did you join the call? No.
Okay, we do have.
Hello? Are you there?
Oh, hi, Christina?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Okay, you were able to make it. When I did the phone check earlier, you weren't there yet. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any comments at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you. We do have our registrar on the line as well?
Yes.
Any questions from the board of our registrar? Okay. Okay, so I was approached by a number of individuals representing different advocacy organizations, and they requested group time to present, and I suggested that they would have 15 minutes to present. I believe they have a PowerPoint.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Can I make a quick correction to one thing in the board letter? So what's before you, what was agendized, is to adopt the ordinance because it was introduced twice already. And so we will do a correction in the recommended action. This is just in the body of the board letter, but I wanted to put that on record just so that we're all on the same page. Today, the action and that what was agendized is that you're adopting an you're considering adoption of an ordinance.
So rather than consider a request, is that what you're saying?
Rather than introducing and continuing today, you would consider adopting.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, I'm going to get the group on the phone now.
Thank you.
Just before you do that, Flo, I wanted to ask a question to clarify this. So with the default limits, it would allow in an election cycle where you had a primary and a general, up to $9,800 per individual and or contributing party. Is that correct? Versus what's currently in the ordinance would allow up to 50,000?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And it applies to businesses as well as to individuals. Is from any single contributor?
Correct. They just have one. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking both. I want to be clear. So, but in our ordinance, but in the state law, what applies?
It's the same.
It is the same. So
Correct.
Here's it. So,
from an individual or a business, it's $4,900.
Okay. But and again, it doesn't prohibit family members if you have two in a household, or I mean, again, I've seen that on a number of occasions, campaigns where it allows folks individually to contribute a similar amount.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Peters?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask a question about campaign committees. So suppose someone we don't know of yet who's someone on the city council in Folsom, just to pick, decides they want to run for sheriff, and they've got $100,000 in their campaign account. Can that be transferred into a race for sheriff?
So under the state law, that state AB 571 addresses that, and it says that it can be transferred. And if we use the state default, they use a first in, first out. So if they have over $4,900 for an individual, they wouldn't be able to transfer more than $4,900 to their new campaign.
That was a part about the first in, first out?
Yes.
So if we adopt the state ordinance...
If we don't do anything, then it's just by default.
Okay, if we don't do anything and it defaults to the state, then the campaign limits or contributions to someone who's in a different office, the most they could contribute to a sheriff's or DA or assessor is $4,900.
Correct. If we adopt this ordinance, it doesn't address that, and so the AB 571 basically says for that section, for that part of the law, that if you adopt your own local ordinance, you can do whatever you want in regards to that transfer of campaign contributions from one campaign committee to another.
Is there any reason we didn't address that in this request?
The sheriff's department and the district attorney, or the sheriff and district attorney, did not ask for us to address that. We certainly could. And again, it goes back to your point earlier, we can always come back and address that if the board would like to do that. So the committees are still allowed to transfer if we adopt this ordinance. In fact, it gives them more power, I think, to transfer funds from one campaign to another. Mm-hmm. Okay. In other jurisdictions, I believe Riverside and San Luis Obispo did address that in their ordinance, but at this point, it isn't in our ordinance.
Okay.
Could I just understand? So you said this ordinance gives more flexibility to move money around than what the state law provides for?
Yes.
Because we're silent on it?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we could somehow, if we wanted to address it and everyone agreed, would it be that version that comes back to us on the 15th? Or would that be another 30 days?
We could, as long as the board was clear today about the direction to do that, we could include that in something that came back next week.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
If there are no further questions from the board, then we'll go ahead and start with the group presentation. And do we have others outside of the group that are also in the queue?
We do have 5
Okay.
regular public comments. I'm going to get ready to bring your group in. Are you ready? Okay, just 1 second.
I don't need a PowerPoint.
Okay, just let me know when you need me to, I'm going to have the PowerPoint up, but if you don't need me to change a page, I'll just wait for the person to tell me to change the page.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
And I will, this is Chair Cerna, I will give you a 2-minute warning when you're up against the clock.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go ahead and start now, and I'm going to mute my phone so you don't have feedback.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for giving those opposed to this ordinance this special 15 minutes to speak to the board today, especially since you expected to hear from us before lunch and you haven't even had a proper lunch. So I hope you're up for some more listening. It's very much appreciated. My name is Paula Lee. I am the Advocacy Director for the League of Women Voters of Sacramento County. And I'm speaking to you on behalf of the League and the California Common Cause. I will take 5.5 minutes, and the balance of time and the PowerPoint will be used by the next group. For background, together our 2 organizations, the California League and Common Cause, were the originators and principal supporters of Assembly Bill 571, which enacted the default contribution limits for cities and counties. And the League and California Common Cause, including many of the signers on our letter to you, strongly urge you to vote no on the proposal by the Sheriff, District Attorney, and Assessor to increase their individual campaign contribution limits to $25,000 per donor per election. This is really an astronomical sum, which goes against the spirit of AB 571. Assembly Bill 571 was designed to give local governments some flexibility on crafting the right limits for their jurisdiction. This proposed amount, however, is so high as to be almost the equivalent of no limits at all. Contribution limits are put in place so that elected officials never become overly reliant on a single donor. This preserves the independence of those elected, and it mitigates the risk of corruption or the appearance of corruption from mega contributions. Referring to the memo from the Sheriff, DA, and Assessor, they claim that a $25,000 contribution limit is necessary, quote, in order to keep elections pure and non-political. Now that's really a head scratcher. This proposal does the opposite, and it rolls out the red carpet for huge contributions from individuals in these elections. Sacramento elected officials should not be making the choice to exempt themselves from state law in a way that undermines reasonable campaign finance reform. It's important to note here that contribution limits also further other goals, like creating a fairer political process. Reasonable contribution limits, like the very ones you are subject to as supervisors, allow more regular people to participate in the political process and donate to campaigns. This strengthens the importance of small donors and volunteers in campaigns. It also enables a broader range of candidates who are not wealthy or politically connected to compete more equitably for public office. All of this matters because those elected make significant decisions that directly impact the lives of every person in this county. As mentioned, the State League and Common Cause strongly supported AB 571, which set a default contribution for cities and
counties at the same amount as the Senate and Assembly campaign. Our understanding is it's $4,700. And if that limit can work for state offices, Senate districts are about 1 million people, it should easily work for countywide offices. There's simply no justification for asking for limits that are 5 times higher than the state legislature's limits. The proposed limits are even higher than what the statewide attorney general can accept. In fact, most counties that adopted limits prior to AB 571 already set limits for countywide office far lower than the default, including much larger counties than ours, like LA, San Diego, and Santa Clara. And it's the experience in those counties and other counties where those lower limits have worked for years, if not decades, that merely confirms that this default amount is more than reasonable for countywide offices and a county of our size. Now, the notion in the sheriff's memo that a $25,000 contribution limit would, and the comments made by the district attorney, that the $25,000 contribution limits would make elections more transparent by reducing independent expenditures is, as you all must know, the mantra of political consultants. Independent committees are known to spend plenty to influence elections. And often these are negative ads, and the mailers, especially those funded for runoff elections, and they won't go away by increasing individual donor limits to $25,000 per election. Let me add here, speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters, we agree. Campaigns are costly, and candidates need enough money to be effective and to seriously compete. We could reduce the cost of running for office by eliminating runoff elections. We recommend future consideration of ranked choice voting for Sacramento, which could reduce the cost of campaigns by 50% simply by eliminating the necessity of a primary in favor of an instant runoff general election. Finally, the sheriff, district attorney, and county assessor say in their memo that, quote, they want to maintain the confidence of the public that candidates and office holders are free from undue political or other influence. We absolutely agree with that. And if you do as well, we urge you, as a matter of good government and public trust, to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Paula. Thank you all for having us. My name is John Stoller. I'm here with Regina Banks of Indivisible Sacramento. If we could have the next slide, please. So who are we and what do we want? We are a broad coalition of many community groups that really want to speak on this issue. Organized Sacramento, the Sac Change Coalition, Wellstone Progressive Democrats, the Community Justice Collaborative, and Indivisible Sacramento. Now, what do we want? Well, this community group believes that $1,500 limit is the more appropriate one, but no matter what the supervisors choose to do, they need to vote no on this proposed ordinance. Next slide, please. And that's because this frustrates the legislative intent of the bill. So the next few slides go into AB 571 itself. If I could have the next slide. And what we've done here is we've put up some of the language of the bill itself. The bill itself was designed to address exactly the points made by the DA and the sheriffs. The fact is, it is right, there are no contribution limits right now. That was the point of AB 571, to create those limits. This is the start towards good governance and campaign finance reform. We can't finish that mission. We can't even start that mission if we immediately go to a $25,000 cap. Now, the sheriff's point is also much the same, that we've had no limit and no one has complained before. Well, the legislature has. Next slide, please. This is also language from the bill. And the point of the bill isn't necessarily about the donors being bad or dark money and things like that. The point of the bill is that very large contributions damage public trust in the democratic process. And that's what's going on here. Next slide, please. The proposed ordinance seeks $25,000 in complete disregard of what the legislature chose to do. Now let's look at the justification for this new ordinance. The justification is in two parts. First, it's a population-based argument. The second is the idea that a $25,000 cap is a reasonable balance against overburdening taxpayers with matching funds. So those are the two main arguments in favor of this. Next slide, please. But those justifications don't really have a basis. First, as you know, there's nothing to balance. As you all know, the matching funds are tied up in litigation and are not financed. The second half of that justification is this population math. But even the memo itself doesn't support its own math. The chart on the right of your screen there discusses the various population amounts and the multiplication that's being done. And so we see the 12,000 figure is multiplied by 5, we get 6,000, and the mayor's figure is multiplied, we get 10. So where do we come up with 25? It's just pulling out of nothing. So why should you vote for 25? And frankly, why do we care? Next slide, please. Because what we care about here is good government and public trust. And this is something we all want to make clear. This is not about the office holders themselves. This is about good governance. It's about public perception. We are well aware that the actions here today will apply to all candidates across the spectrum of political ideologies. But if we are ever going to have meaningful campaign finance reform, we must adhere to the beliefs on all fronts, and we must adhere to the progress the legislature is trying to make. Now, this proposed ordinance does nothing to stop IEs. That's a straw man argument. IEs will continue the same way as they did, unaffected by a difference of $20,000 one way or the other. The DA and the sheriff both remind us that we have no limits right now. That's right, but that's why the law was passed. And finally, the sheriff's final point, autonomy, runs against that point, because the whole point is about public perception. The whole point of this bill is about making sure that the sheriff is autonomous. So the lower limit would actually encourage autonomy. Next slide, please. These next group of slides is to go into the different actual slides with the actual different amounts for different offices. Attachment 4 of the memo, next slide, please. Attachment 4 of the memo states that based on research, setting a contribution limit is consistent with other counties. Well, when you actually look at these other counties, as the survey reveals, there's no rule to divide from county limits. Next slide, please. The county limits actually fluctuate wildly, regardless of their population. Rather, the best way to look at the limits is as an expression of the beliefs of the counties themselves. Contra Costa, $1,200. Los Angeles, $300 and $1,500. Orange, $2,100. San Bernardino, $3,000. There's no population rule per se. Next slide, please. And when we look at statewide offices, we see much lower figures than $25,000. These slides were pulled from the FPPC. As you can see here, no one gets $25,000 except for the governor. Next slide as well, please. Now, I'm trying to go fast so I don't take up everyone's time here. We should be on slide 14, collateral costs. My feed is delayed. The next part of this, we want to get into the collateral costs of passing this type of bill. Next slide, we should be on 14. And now let's go to 15. We believe that there's going to be a large amount of increased costs by passing a $25,000 cap. As you pointed out, Supervisor Natoli, by going beyond the statute, the FPPC will not handle enforcement. Enforcement of the cap will be left to local office. This further undermines the intent of the bill to cure negative public perception. Next slide, please. Now, Supervisor Natoli, you also asked, well, can't we contract for enforcement? And naturally, I think the thinking there is, well, wouldn't that help with public perception? Slide 16 is a clipping from the contract between San Bernardino and the FPPC for enforcement. And what you see here is it requires a $55,000 advance payment. Next slide, please. Slide 17. And as of the 18-19 budget, and I believe in the 2021 budget, San Bernardino owes the FTPC $741,000 for enforcement. That's quite a big bill for a county that's going to be facing budget problems in the near future. That's what enforcement looks like if we want to make it a contract for it. And that's what this cost incurs. So the next slide, we should be on slide 18. I'm going to turn it over to Regina Banks to talk about specifically our community and how our community will respond to this.
Thank you very much, John. I'm here to share with you the reaction this proposal has garnered in the community. It's curious and unconscionable that this proposal comes in a year of uprisings against systemic racism in our criminal justice system. It comes in a year of the murders of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and in the shadow of the Sacramento County Sheriff's and District Attorney's handling of Maurice Holly, Antonio Miles,
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt real quick.
That this body
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt real quick. This is Chair Cerna. I failed to give you the 2-minute warning. So it is a 1-minute warning at this point. But I've stopped the clock to let you know, all right?
All right.
Thank you.
This body could consider allowing campaign contributions 5 times higher than that which could be donated to a presidential candidate is embarrassing. To what end? What purpose would this serve? Only the ultra wealthy and businesses and corporations could be able to afford to approach a $25,000 donation. The city of Elk Grove has a median household income 150% higher than the national average, and a $25,000 donation would represent 1/3 of that household's annual income. Your voters, the natural human people who cast votes in all of these elections, cannot afford to donate to that level. So why would such a limit exist? Except to allow businesses to unduly influence elections. Do not increase what would set such a limit, except to allow businesses to unduly influence elections. Do not increase the campaign spending limit. $1,500 per person is more than sufficient to communicate with voters. And I'm going to skip down to the bottom. You'll have our PowerPoint. You can look at it at your leisure. We have quotes for one for each of your supervisor districts. I'm going to skip to number 26.
Okay, your time is up.
As you've heard, this proposal in particular.
Your time is up. Can you wind up? Your time is up.
Money in politics in general, but these particular institutions, the sheriff and the district attorney, have an added responsibility to act within the public trust. And with respect to the sheriff's point that no one assembly or supervisor
can please
do
wrap
anything,
up?
The authority to take lives and liberty requires a higher responsiveness to the community, not lower. This body can do nothing and allow the new state law to take effect on January 1. Or, more courageously, can listen to your constituents and enact $1,500 campaign contribution limits per person per election and encourage public servants.
Hey, you're a minute over. I'm going to ask you to conclude, please.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, you have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments. Please mute the meeting in the background while you talk.
Hello, my name is Mo Kashmiri. I'm a resident of District 1. I just wanted to say, I'm asking my supervisor to oppose this. This is essentially legalizing bribery further. We don't want to increase the campaign contribution limits. We want to keep them low. In fact, I think they should be lower than that. So again, I think it's wrong, I think it's unjust, and I think it's going to make everything even more swampy and undermine trust in public government. So again, no more legalizing this big bribery. We need to go the opposite direction. Please oppose this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
My name is Brianna Mullen. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm one of the co-founders of Fact Change, one of the organizations that helped put together the public comment you just saw. We just want to reiterate that the $25,000 cap that the DA and sheriff has introduced massively reduces transparency, oversight, and community involvement in our campaign election process. The district attorney currently in this proposal would enforce their own cap if the limit is set above 4,700 for AB 571. As you've heard, this is going to include much more cost for Sacramento County when we know that the budget seasons for the next couple of years are going to be really scary and terrifying. The cap really is designed to limit corruption and prevent voters from buying influence. And I know that there's been conversations about how independent expenditures fit into this, but increasing a campaign contribution limit is not going to decrease independent expenditures. Those are going to happen no matter what. Fundraising is not a zero-sum game. Reducing independent expenditures in this manner could be a worse outcome. Donations to independent expenditures require more transparency under state and federal law than campaign contributions, including statements that allow voters to know who is funding the mailer, commercial, or online ad that they're seeing. Donations to candidate campaign accounts do not require such disclosure statements. Furthermore, independent expenditure committees have regulations restricting their coordination with the candidate's campaign, helping ensure that there's separation between large donors and the campaigns themselves. Under the current federal law, independent expenditures are not going away, and increasing the campaign contribution limit to $25,000 will just allow wealthy families to be able to donate in addition to donating to the independent expenditures. Now, $25,000 per person also means that couples could donate up to $1,000 per election, $100,000, per election. Sheriff Scott Jones mentioned that his position and the DA and assessor are autonomous, and for that reason that they should be under further scrutiny. I absolutely agree. This is why we should not allow wealthy individuals to buy influence with their pocketbooks. The district attorney and sheriff are the two most important elected officials in our local criminal justice system. The attorney makes decisions about who to prosecute, including whether or not to prosecute officers, and the sheriff runs our local county jail system.
Can I get
we
your
have a criminal
concluding
justice
remarks,
system
please?
that currently treats people that are rich and guilty a hell of a lot better than if it treats people that are poor and innocent.
Can I get your
Costs in our
concluding
criminal
remarks,
justice
please?
system have never been lower, and adopting criminal campaign finance is an important step to helping the public start to believe that our criminal justice system works.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Please mute the meeting in the background and please start with your comments.
Hi, I'm also calling in to oppose the measure, or the ordinance rather. As we heard from others, it's not actually how Scott Jones portrayed it, that we're not raising the limit, because yes, there's no limit right now, but the Assembly bill will allow us to have a limit which is 5 times lower than what the sheriff and the DA and the assessor are suggesting. And the main reason I believe that this is for is because they accept so much money from the police unions, $400,000 that the DA has accepted from the police union, including $16,000 in just days after Stephon Clark was murdered. So I don't think that we should raise this. Local white supremacist Scott Jones, the sheriff, he also claims that there's nothing nefarious and evil going on, yet we have him as our elected sheriff. So I just don't believe that claim. I want to keep the limit low, 4,900, or we could even go lower. There's no reason that it needs to be higher than what LA County, other big counties have, and this is just ridiculous. And as others have stated, especially with the climate of 2020, this is just completely tone deaf and disgraceful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Please mute the meeting in the background.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
Oh, I was asking if you could mute the meeting in the background and start with your comments.
Gotcha. You all here sound really far away, so just FYI for future calls. Yeah, so let me get this straight. Jones and Schubert and the assessor want to bypass current state law, AB 571, that limits campaign contributions to around 9,800 people per election cycle in order to raise their limit to allow individuals to contribute up to $50,000 per election cycle. That means that households of two could contribute up to $100,000 and households of four up to $400,000. That sounds absolutely fucked up to me and completely contrary to what they're telling me. Basically, they're lying to your faces, and if I heard that publicly to my face, I would literally laugh out loud at them and spit in their face. This is absolutely ridiculous. Elected incumbents like Jones and Schubert have long maintained staying power thanks to wealthy corporate benefactors, which includes law enforcement associations at the local, state, and national level. In fact, incumbents regardless of party, win re-election 98% of the time, often running unopposed more than half of the time, largely because they're the ones that have the established support bases, the donor bases that actually allow them to stay in office. And in case Scott Jones and Anne-Marie Schubert happen to forget, Scott Jones' support base is less than 10% of the county's total 1.5 million population, about 145,000, and Anne-Marie Schubert's is barely 11%. So it benefits them most particularly, them as incumbents, to allow them to allow their donors to give up to $50,000, which, as presenters and speakers have already said, could only be affordable by the wealthiest individuals and the most well-heeled corporations and special interest groups, particularly law enforcement associations. Furthermore, large political influencers, important to understand the racial dynamic, are almost all wealthy white men, and men far outnumbering women. In fact, according to the U.S. population, millionaires comprise just 3% of the U.S. population, but around 45% of all donors, congressional donors particularly. And then over 90% of political donors in the United States are white, and over 63% are men. And over 45% are white men, accounting for up to 57% of political contributions. And keep in mind, there are virtually no large donors of color across the board.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
There aren't really that many here in Sacramento that are paying attention to sheriffs, DAs, and assessors races.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have two minutes. Can you start with your comments? You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton, and I am a constituent of Supervisor Susan Peters. Public trust in the district attorney and sheriff's offices is already precarious. In recent months, the district attorney has seen fit to erect fencing around the public Sacramento County District Attorney's office to keep protesters at bay. And the county sheriff has reached out to the California Office of Emergency Services and requested help from the National Guard to quell civil unrest directed at him and his administration. An ordinance poised to allow these public servants to financially bypass their constituents in favor of funding their campaigns with an even smaller number of wealthy donors is patently undemocratic and just plain wrong. We need these public servants to be out in our communities, and this ordinance insulates them further from their community members. It allows them to hide behind wealthy backers as opposed to making their case to voters. We need to see them. We need them to engage in small d democracy. That's why good government groups and criminal justice reform groups are banding together and asking you to please oppose this ordinance, and please go forward with the $1,500 campaign contribution limit instead. It's good for our democracy and it's good for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please start.
Hey, thank you so much. This is Chris Lodson, and on behalf of ADOS Sacramento, we are in strong support of the grassroots coalition represented here in opposition to any and all, and I want to repeat, any and all increases in campaign contribution limits at a time like this when regular Sacramentans are struggling just to make ends meet. It is unfathomable that we would be increasing the voice of the wealthiest among us at a time when the least among us are struggling. So we implore you, we urge you with most respect to oppose any contribution limits at this time, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, please start with your comments.
Oh, yes. Hello. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Trent Lang, president of the California Clean Money Campaign, a nonpartisan organization with more than 150,000 supporters across the state who care deeply about fair elections. Though we are based in Los Angeles, by now you should have received over 150 emails from Clean Money supporters in Sacramento County that join everyone who's testified and asking you to reject the proposal to increase the contribution limits for county-wide races above the AB 571 levels and instead lower them to the same $1,500 limits in other large counties like LA County and Kern County. As sponsor of the California Disclose Act, I'd like to address the concern that without raising contribution limits, special interests will just give to independent expenditure committees. But even the $25,000 contribution limit wouldn't stop that. The example was given of a contributor that gave $1 million to IE committees. Obviously, if somebody wants to spend $1 million for or against a candidate, then they will still give to an IE committee rather than be limited to even $25,000. It's also important to point out that ads paid for by IE committees must clearly and prominently disclose their top 3 funders under the California Disclose Act, unlike candidate ads, so at least voters will know who's paying for them. Again, ads paid for by candidates do not have to show their largest funders, even if they gave $1 million or $25,000, whatever, but IE ads do have to under the Disclose Act, so we are not concerned about that limitation. And most important of all, voters will be more likely to trust their district attorney and sheriff if they know that they haven't been directly asking for and receiving $25,000 checks from special interests. Frankly, $25,000 would be outrageously high when even statewide candidates are limited to only $8,100. We therefore respectfully ask you set the contribution limit to $1,500, like LA and Kern counties. If you can't pass that, we must strongly urge that you at least reject the proposal to raise the contribution limits from the $4,900 set by AB 571. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is PJ from District 1. This attempt to increase campaign dollars is ridiculous and out of line with the rest of the state and in fact the rest of the country. It's ridiculous that these two officials have such a narrow power base from which to draw donations that they have to maximize those donations in order to ensure their electability. This sort of large donation isn't required if an official is actually preferred by a decent chunk of their constituents. The only reason to increase the amounts this ridiculously high is to ensure that a small number of people can continue to fund their elections in the face of the majority of people not wanting to donate because they don't have any reason to like the policies and procedures brought forth by these officials. This is the epitome of what Citizens United was and why it needs to be undone in this country. Money shouldn't be the final determiner of how loud and how substantive a person's speech is. These amounts being this high are literally a signal that they are looking to be purchased by the highest bidder with the most amount of money and not remotely concerned about having broad community engagement or buy-off in their positions. And they know that they are lucky that their elections occurred before the George Floyd protests, because if they had been held in November with stricter scrutiny on policies and procedures, then there is no way that either of them would have been elected. As such, they are using this as an end run to ensure that they do not have to have broad appeal, that instead they can only appeal to a small chunk of their rich donors and police unions and not show any concern for the people actually impacted by their actions and policies. I would ask that you please do not change the maximum allowable campaign contributions for them. Instead, let the statewide contribution limits become their limits in January. The rest of the state is going to have those limits, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be at the same level. Raising the limits would destroy public trust and would hold Sacramento up as an infinitely corruptible county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Please transfer the next call. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, please start with your comments.
Okay, hi. Good evening. This is Ashley Draper. I am also one of the co-founders of Fact Change, one of the grassroots organizations that you allowed to present tonight, and I really do appreciate your time and dedication to public service for sitting through such a lengthy agenda today. So I won't belabor the conversation here. I just wanted to echo the voices of my fellow advocates in that I am very supportive of a $1,500 per person per election contribution limit. We definitely do agree with the sheriff and the DA that a cap is needed, albeit we don't agree at the limit that they're trying to set. And to argue that that before this moment, folks weren't rallying behind putting a limit there is pretty misleading, and it misrepresents the voices of the advocacy groups that have been following this. I think a caller earlier said that the rich and guilty are treated a hell of a lot better than the poor and innocent of our county, and I would have to echo that vehemently. So I appreciate your time. I won't belabor this too long. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak before you, but please do not consider the $25,000 proposal. Let's start somewhere that's much more reasonable and much more representative of Sacramento County. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please transfer the last caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you hear me, caller?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and start with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. I'm a resident of Sacramento County calling to express my support for the coalition of community members who spoke today in opposition to this request from the DA, sheriff, and assessor. There is no reason why these 3 countywide elected officials should be able to raise more money than the Attorney General is able to raise for a statewide office when the Attorney General is the officer at the statewide level who oversees a sheriff and a DA. I'm in agreement that it would be better to mimic other counties like LA and have a limit more in the range of 1,500, or to avoid any potential cost to the county for enforcement, just do nothing and allow the default state limit to come into place. I do want to put another special emphasis on the fact that talking about IEs has been a little bit of a red herring. Again, regardless of what the county does, IEs will be around. But as I believe it was the author of the Disclose Act who just spoke, it's true that IEs provide a little bit more disclosure on the mailers and TV ads and other things that the voter actually sees. Voters are less likely to pull up the Form 460s and find out who's contributing, but they will see as an IE the top 2 or top 3 major donors, which provides more information than paid for by Schubert for DA. It's also important to keep a separation because when the Deputy Sheriff's Association or Police Officers Association is funding the DA and the sheriff, there isn't that separation that you get with an IE, and it's important for folks in the community when they make those important decisions about prosecution can have full confidence that the DA and the sheriff were fully independent, and there can be no question that there was an improper relationship because of having received direct contributions in such a huge amount. So please oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your comments.
Great, thank you. Again, thanks to all the callers that waited patiently in the queue to address the board on this matter. So we'll now bring it back to the board, and we'll start with comments, suggestions, ideas, motions with Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I have to admit, when this first came up, I was surprised there were no limits. And so I was pleased to see that limits were being proposed. However, I do think that these limits are excessive and completely out of line with other limits. And, you know, some examples we've heard, we know what AB 571's at. LA County, as we've heard again and again, $1,500 per year. And the sheriff makes the point that, you know, we're a big county of 1.6 million people roughly. LA County is obviously much bigger. You know, I agree with the League of Women Voters, all due respect to the DA. You know, if we're going to do anything about IEs and outside expenditures, it's not by doing this, in my opinion. It's by changing things like Citizens United and, you know, handling it from that side of the issue. This is just so far off the mark from all of the others. And I'll give you another one. The last caller talked about how this is higher than statewide offices. President of the United States is $2,800 per election. I mean, I can't support that. I would be willing to support a $1,500 a year limit, not just because LA County did it, but there's another nexus to it, and that's that it's roughly 5 times what county supervisors can raise. So I think there's a fairness factor there. So that would be my proposal at this time.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
So I just want to say that my understanding of the sheriff and the DA race over time, they have not had limits on their campaign contributions, and they haven't had independent expenditures. So it's been pretty transparent, the process of elections in those races. And I wanted to just ask one question, because Supervisor Peters asked a question about bringing the war chest, but my understanding is that if you did limit the contribution amounts, someone could still bring their war chest. They would just be bringing it in a different way, and we wouldn't know that it came as a war chest. We wouldn't necessarily know where it came from. And that was...
Can I just comment on that? Because what my comment was about was if that person with the big pot of money wanted to run for sheriff or DA, and they were able to bring, or assessor, and they wanted to bring their campaign committee money into the campaign, you know, transfer it in.
Yeah.
I don't think if we go this AB 571 route that they ought to be limited to $4,900. That's my thought. So everybody's even. We're not talking about IEs here.
Well, I think this whole conversation is around IEs and transparency to me. I mean, I kind of feel like the higher you have the contribution limits, the more transparent the process is. And it's not always easy to track independent expenditures, because sometimes they give money to a PAC that goes to another PAC that goes to another PAC, and you never find out who gave to who, and so you don't really know who you're voting, who's supporting the person you voted for. And so I think it's thoughtfully written the way it is to say that a higher limit just makes it possible for people to just give the money directly to the person they want to support, and everyone knows who's supporting who. And at the end of the day, if you limit it, it's they're still going to get elected, and it's just that the money will be shadow money, and it'll be going around behind the scenes, and we won't necessarily know who gave what to who. And so I feel like one of the things that I did after I got elected was I advocated to raise the limits on the county supervisors. We used to be at 1,000, and we raised it in the last couple of years to 2,500 during a campaign, and that improved. And the whole rationale around that was to improve the transparency and just make it easier, make the process of the campaign easier for those who are running, because you do have to raise a lot of money. And it actually, in my mind, made it more competitive too, because it allows people who are new, people who have already been elected, they have contributors that are regular contributors, and those people who are new don't always have that bank of contributors. So raising the limits allows them it makes it easier for them to access money. So I support the ordinance the way it's written and the way we had all put it forward to be voted on. And I prefer to see us leave it with the higher limits. And the reason, my rationale is that I support transparency.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Tully.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe just to preface this by going back to the discussion we had as a board relative to raising the limits for supervisor races, I did not support that. I made my points at the time for the reasons that I did cite at the time. And, I hear a lot about transparency and about the need to raise monies and so forth. And I get it. Everybody may have a different approach to this, but I think what we're talking about today is rooted certainly in a couple different actions have been taken that I think have withstood the test of time. Obviously, with some currency to them, AB 571 referenced the Political Reform Act of 1974. Our discussion a couple of years ago regarding an ordinance that the board put in place, the board of supervisors back in the 80s, because of large contributions from particularly development interests at the time. So again, there's a basis for certainly the conversation we're having, and obviously the sheriff and the district attorney and the assessor, going back to last spring or early this spring, brought forward a proposal that would have, and as before us today, obviously that sets forth limitations. I will say that one of the things that actually has been new information to me since even our October 20th setting of this was that in that staff report, it actually, again, correctly so, it identified a $3,000 limitation, but that's been adjusted for the CPI and now stands at $4,900 as I understood it. So it seemed to me that was in light of the conversation we have, and it was a number that arguably folks might find it too low or too high. But that's certainly, if today I take it to be accurate, and I do, that is $4,900. I will say, too, that it's not lost on me, with all due respect, certainly to the sheriff and the district attorney and to the assessor running countywide as it relates to, getting a message out to now, well over 800,000 voters in this most recent election. And so, I get the geography and certainly the aspect of having to, multiple communities and certainly a diverse, electorate to reach out to. But when I think about it, I've reflected on this quite a bit, certainly in not just recent days, but even since we had last had this before us and got put over a few weeks ago, as it relates to some of these limitations. And, as I understand it, obviously there was a good deal of scrutiny given to this legislatively, that the default is a number that's higher than many of those who have spoken today would advocate for. It's much lower than those who have proposed this, our elected officials. But I don't think that either way, it certainly doesn't address the independent expenditures. And again, I'm no expert on electioneering. Certainly I've stood for election and I've had my share of campaigns over the years. I have not run for a countywide seat, but I've stood for election and certainly in District 5 and even in more local elections at the school board and city council level. And I would just note that there's no doubt about it, it takes money to run a campaign, but I do think that part of the basis, obviously, is to reach out to contributors and folks that would be supporters that may not just necessarily bring money, but also bring other ways of supporting that are certainly legitimate within the bounds of electioneering and campaigning. And as I reflected on this, and certainly hearing some of the comments and reading, some of the information that's been submitted, certainly by the sheriff and the district attorney, but also by the League of Women Voters, Common Cause, and such, that I'm today arriving at the position that it's not $1,500 and it's not $25,000, and I'm of the opinion that the statewide limitation at $4,900 allows in a primary and a general election cycle up to $9,800 per individual contribution. It does address this issue of bringing money over, and it also, and it's a very critical point for me, is the FPPC, the Fair Political Practice Commission, is the enforcing authority. And I think that's important. I mean, we all submit our reports, certainly through the Secretary of State to the FPPC. And I think that going forward, that's an entity that we don't need to contract with, that's in place. But if we do anything different, lower or more, then we're responsible through the local entity to then enforce. And I'm not presuming there needs to be any enforcement beyond, obviously, the limitations that are adhered to. So for those reasons, I'm now at a position where I don't intend to support the ordinance was introduced. I would use the default for the state. I think it's appropriate, and from what I understand, unless there's other reasons besides that haven't been explained by our council, I'm prepared to stand behind what the limitations are at the state level and allow the FPPC to be the regulatory authority for enforcement of the ordinance at this point, enforcement of the limitations. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you for your thoughts on that, Don. What I was trying to say rather inarticulately, just because I'm tired, I understand and agree with your thought process there, but what I'm trying to address is I've seen a number of places in the state where someone who has a state office has a term limit, and they look around for another job and they go down the food chain, and then they bring a big chunk of money that they've been able to collect over the years. And so what I would like to do is for us to figure out some wording that would limit that amount that they could bring to that election to maybe the same amount that they could transfer from one control committee to their committee, a maximum of the $4,900 in the AB that's in AB 71, and that would keep big money from coming in to one of these races. And I'm not sure of the exact wording for that, but if you're interested, maybe we could explore that a little bit.
Well, I understood if it was first in, first out, that's what they were limited to. That committee couldn't bring more than the $4,900.
I think that's the case.
I couldn't hear what you said.
No, that's what I understood.
Well, what I said was that if we adopt our own ordinance, then those limits that are in AB 571 don't apply, and this ordinance doesn't have the first in, first out, or the limits of the 4,900 that it does in
I understand that, but we're talking about adopting the state.
Right, right. So I was addressing that too.
Explain that for me. I understood that.
Right. So if you don't have an ordinance, basically people can transfer from one campaign.
Any amount.
No.
It's blank as to amount. That's what
not
I'm
under
referring
state
to.
law. Not under the state law.
It's the same amount.
Same amount.
Yeah, it's the same amount.
I don't think it exactly says that here. At least it's unclear to me.
Confusing.
Because that's what I understood you to say. That's why I wanted to be really clear, because I understood you to say that.
If you just give me a minute, I have to find in AB 571 where that's addressed.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just not in the staff report.
I don't think it is.
Oh, well. Okay. Well, I'll hold off on my further comments if you want to go to the next speaker.
I'm good.
Okay, I guess I'll chime in then while our county council
I'll just leave mine pending.
exploring that. So this is, to me, it's kind of a classic example of not hearing from the community, surprisingly, at the outset of this issue. We didn't hear from the obviously well-organized groups that we did today at the outset, which was a bit surprising to me. I know everyone's busy and sometimes it's hard to keep up with our agendas, but I was a bit taken aback when this was first before the board, and as the board will recall, I don't think we had a single organization really chime in and give their input. But that said, since that original meeting, and as the DA explained earlier, this is the fourth time we've met on this subject, there has been a great deal of advocacy and activism and education and statements of positions and the rationales for those positions that I've taken the time to hear and understand. I think some of the rationale for the concern about this is well taken. When I say this, I mean the proposed ordinance. And I tend to lean where Supervisor Natoli's going in terms of looking at the merit of simply relying on the state fallback. I think there's a lot of value in doing that in terms of the thoughtfulness that went into that legislation, and in terms of the enforcement or administration that would be the responsibility of the county should we adopt our own ordinance versus the FPPC is something to be considered here. So at this point I'm much more interested in supporting letting us rely on the state legislative limits than I am interested in adopting an ordinance which would have comparably very, very high limits. You want to go back to Supervisor Peters' question?
Sure. So the government code, section 85306, which is part of AB 571, says that a candidate may transfer campaign funds from one controlled committee to a controlled committee for elective state office of the same candidate. Contributions transferred shall be attributed to specific contributors using a last in, first out, or first in, first out accounting method. And these attributed contributions, when aggregated with all other contributions from the same contributor, may not exceed the limits set forth in the bill. And that would apply as well if the county chooses not to adopt an ordinance setting limits.
So explain that in English.
That is English. Basically, it means that if you receive, let's say the county doesn't adopt a limit, and you personally receive $4,900 from one person, or let's say you save $5,200 from one person in a prior election cycle, you can transfer it to your new campaign committee for your new office that you're running for, but it can't be
It's
over
times
40.
What if you had 100 people that gave you $4,900? You could transfer it 100 times?
Correct. But if you receive $5,200 from one person, you could only transfer $4,900 to your next campaign.
I understand that.
Yeah.
My concern is state office holders have much larger accounts, and if they can transfer in all that money, they'd have to do it $4,900 at a time, so there's no aggregate limit on that.
Correct.
Yeah, I think there should be a maximum of
And again, that's something
from
that
the committee.
that is something that the county could address in an ordinance if that was the will of the board. An aggregate limit, because in this case, as you know, you all have aggregate limits per election, but the way that this ordinance is currently drafted, there are no aggregate limits for the countywide elected officers.
I think that's more fair.
Maybe we should continue it and keep thinking about it, no?
Continue it again since September? Don, what do you think about that?
Well, again, maybe just a point about it, continue it. I think if we were going to use the default, we would have the ability then to maybe, to your question, I'd like to see that maybe sequenced out then. So what you're saying, if I understood correctly, that you have to identify the individual contributors in the previous control committee account. Is it control committee or a committee?
Control committee.
Control committee.
Yes.
And then in order to transfer it over, you could transfer over no more than $4,900, assuming that is assuming a party giving that much. What would have to, the remainder would be retained?
I believe you have to return it.
They have to return,
the
they'd have to
donors.
return contributions that were in excess because they're then moving into another.
Correct.
I think having a clear understanding, again, a hypothetical, but just to understand that.
And of course,
Let me ask one other question. So if we impose some limitations on that, then that brings it all back into our bailiwick, or just that segment as it relates to committee contributions? So, because then if it goes back to an ordinance that we have, then we're charged with the enforcement versus the FPPC.
Right.
So if we touch it at all, then we own it, or if we just touch that piece of it.
again, I'd have to research that.
Okay, so that might
further.
be a good thing.
The thing, I mean, of course, we're happy to bring it back again. Happy.
That's English.
But the issue that we're going to have again is that if we don't know, we don't have a clear direction on the dollar amount, or whether you want to actually impose an amount or default, we're going to just continue to keep having these, which is of course fine as well. But direction, I think, would be helpful, because it appears what Supervisor Peters is trying to do is perfectly a good idea, but I don't know
I'm
if
interested in an aggregate limit on what can be transferred from another campaign account.
Right.
Well, that's something different than what I just heard. I thought it was, what I thought I heard was an aggregate limit, period. So that the aggregate limit affects all candidates, whether you're coming from a higher office or you're brand new to politics, and you're going to run for the first time.
I think there's two different issues.
Right.
Right. So we can address the issue that Supervisor Peters is talking about, of course. We can address what Supervisor Natoli is requesting as well, but it doesn't appear that there's a consensus necessarily on the underlying question of, do we want to impose limits for countywide elective officers? Do we want to go to the default? So I think some direction might be helpful. If not, we can just bring back options again.
Can I ask you, because of the way this was noticed, and this begins to be a little bit of a departure from this, and begins to kind of complicate things if it's considered in the context of what's noticed. Would we have to have a separate meeting to work out the mechanics of anything like that?
Again, because I think it was to adopt the ordinance as written, we would have to have another meeting, because what we're talking about are substantive changes versus if we're just doing non-substantive changes.
Got it.
And I will point out, not that I want to kick it down the road any further, but again, if we don't have anything on January 1st, we will just default to the 4,900 limit. But at any time after January 1st, we could come back and impose our own limits or any other controls that we wanted to.
Patrick?
And so we could, down the road, I mean, if we were to deny staff recommendation tonight, then on January 1st, AB 571 would kick in.
Correct.
And with AB 571 is the two areas that we're discussing right now are the limits, the $4,900 or whatever it is. And then, $4,900. And the ability to transfer would also be $4,900 because it's in the state law. So we would have to come and change the whole thing.
Right.
Right. You can't bifurcate the two is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
So we could take no action today and it just becomes law on January 1st.
Wouldn't it be cleaner to deny staff recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we deny staff recommendation and direct staff to look at a mechanism down the road in which we utilize AB 571 limits for contributions, yet we lower the amount that can be transferred to $2,500.
To 20. So you're going to put a specific limit on it tonight?
Sorry, I can't hear.
You're going to put a specific limit on it in your motion tonight?
What's that?
The $2,500?
What's the $2,500?
Yeah.
No, that staff comes back with that direction.
What $2,500 for what?
Transferring. That you've been talking about all night. The
okay.
49 was too high.
Okay.
And so what we would have here,
Fair enough.
denying staff recommendation means 571 would go into place on January 1st, but we can still come back and change that after January 1st.
Right.
So the 4,900 contribution limit and transfer of 2,500.
No. It would be 49 and 49 until we come back, staff comes back and comes back with a recommendation. I was simply trying to throw out, spitball a number. $2,500 seemed like it might be agreeable to some board members. That's my motion.
So the direction is just to frame it that way. I guess it gives some analysis behind what that would mean, the $2,500 at some future date, but.
Yes.
Can't we just deny it and then come back with
between
later?
now and February 1st, no one's going to be transferring a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
So there's no harm, no foul if we just deny staff recommendation with the direction to come back on a separate item, which would limit the amount of money that can be transferred from other accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, but do we have to specify the amount tonight?
No,
or can
that
we
was
explore
strictly,
that?
I was just trying to give some kind of directions to
Okay.
staff. Would have something to start working on like we normally do.
So you got that?
No, we're still waiting for a second here.
I'd second it.
Okay. It's a motion and a second. Any further questions, comments?
No.
I was prepared to make a motion simply to let 571 take effect on January 1 and then just kind of
Bring it all back?
Well, yeah, and then just kind of, as Supervisor Kennedy mentioned, bifurcate it so that we have a separate discussion on limits.
And I'm fine with that. As a seconder, I think maybe that's.
That's why I'm a little
That's what the direction was.
Okay, and just keep the number out of this point.
Yeah, keep the number out of the motion then?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it wasn't, I'm sorry, it wasn't part of the motion. I was just.
Oh, okay. I thought you were.
That's why we're all wondering.
I was trying to give staff some kind of something to hang on to and not, we just leave them out to dry.
Yeah, we're denying staff's recommendation, basically.
Right.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right. Okay.
Okay, the next item is Proposition 218, public hearing regarding solid waste residential rates and resolution to increase solid waste residential rates.
All right, as the staff is getting prepared here, I just want to give a friendly reminder. We've been here at this since 9:30 with a 15-minute break for lunch and bathroom. So I know it's a very, very important matter for a lot of different reasons, but if you can keep your presentation to a minimum, we'd greatly appreciate that. We still have another item after this.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Doug Sloan with the Department of Waste Management and Recycling. I did not prepare a PowerPoint presentation today.
Thank you.
Which worked out well with the day you've had. I just wanted to go back and recap a couple of things. We started this process with the board in March 10th. That was 4 days before the state shutdown due to COVID. And we were planning to come back in April for a hearing. We didn't come back to the board until September 22nd. And at that point, we did get the board approved rate increase for the facilities. And a quick update on the facilities. There was some discussion about the potential increase in illegal dumping. I'm pleased to report that there was a 14% reduction from October to November in illegal dumping. I know that's not intuitive, what we kind of all expected was going to happen, but we got like 100 calls or 100 appointments less in November than we did, so that was good news. This is a public hearing. We did put out a Prop 218 notice. As of this morning, Cubs had received 1,767 protest letters. That is equal to 1.09% of our 161,769 customers. We did in the process hire a consultant, HF&H, and their findings for our rate study, current rates are not adequate to cover the current costs requiring the use of reserves. The cost of collection and processing recyclables and organics has greatly increased, and we have a new state mandated program, SB 1383, requires funding for personnel and equipment with a January 1st, 2022 deadline. In our proposal for the rate increase, we have not changed the ABNCU program. That's still, the first pickup is free, no charge, and subsequent appointments during the year are $25 each. And I will note on the transfer side that several of the local facilities raised their rates November 1st as well, so we're still the lowest on the transfer station side. We've made some changes in the operations over the years. In 2010, we started a lot of changes. We eliminated 11 routes in 2011, changed our fuel sequencing at the landfill, which delayed a new cell. We're doing street sweeping. We've increased the hot team support. One of the questions that came up in some of the correspondence, we do not have any current debt. If the board will remember, we did have debt when we entered into a bond financing for landfill, additional landfill buffer land property. We paid that off early, so we currently do not have any debt on the books. In terms of the services, we have 1383 coming up, where January 1st we need to start the food waste collection at the curb, which is going to necessitate 15 to 18 trucks, 20 to 25 employees to take control of all of that. And really that's just switching the green waste container from a bi-weekly to a weekly service and adding food into the green waste cart. And the two big costs that are driving this are curbside recycling. We went from a net fund generator of $1.5 million to a cost now of $2.5 million. So that's a $4 million swing that we've been absorbing through our reserves. And the green waste processing a few years ago was nearly a zero cost to us. Last year it was $70 a ton or $6.3 million. And this year we're averaging the cost of about $80 to $85 a ton. So that's probably closer to $8 million. And that's the basic background for why we're here today.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Doug. A couple things. One is the difference in the green waste. Is that because regulatory environment changed? Were there more requirements put on us? I mean, how it...
There was. AB 32 was the climate change bill for California.
Right.
They delegated responsibility to Cal Recycle. They're trying to eliminate all the organic material going into landfills. Right. There are very few facilities now that are highly regulated, the cost for those facilities. And so from a supply and demand, we have very few sources. We've gone through the RFP process, both short-term, medium-term, long-term, trying to find solutions that fit in the financial world that we live in.
So these increases are largely due, first of all, we haven't had one in a long time, relatively speaking, but also because of the regulatory environment, primarily that comes down from that white building on 10th Street, comes down, lands on us. We got to find a way to pay for it.
1383 is a mandate to start programs, have programs in place. They will fine us up to $10,000 a day for not having the programs. We don't have a choice, but they didn't fund any of this. It's all in the local jurisdictions to raise the money.
Right. And then finally, I'll just make a comment that as far as the decrease in illegal dumping, I think there's probably 4 other people up here that would raise their eyebrows at that because, we're seeing a lot of it still in District 2. And I think that what we're seeing, though, is that due to COVID, people aren't out as much. People aren't reporting things as much. I mean, I'm finding that in general, not just solid waste. My final question is, does the dissolution of the Solid Waste Authority, JPA, did that have any impact on our rising costs or lowering costs?
No, it didn't have any impact on this rate at all. We use the SWAV funding to help with the Lifeline program, which is an item that we still potentially have open with the board here today. But the SWA does fund the Lifeline program.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah. Well, thanks, Doug, and I know I had a chance to visit with you and Mr. Hartwig last week over the phone, and I've had a chance to read the consultant's analysis, and certainly appreciate the effort. I think you've obviously stood there at the podium a couple different occasions as it relates to this item. And when you first brought it to us, yes, we just had embarked on what nobody really could predict as it relates to the pandemic, and here we are today, still in the midst of it. And I want to just preface in my comments that maybe a rate increase, there's no good timing, but this hits at a time when people are 9 months beyond when this was going to initially be introduced. Obviously has impact on some of your rates and some of your projections, but there's also people are much deeper into situations that I think are going to bring fiscal duress, certainly from a standpoint of people in their individual living situations, but in business settings as well. But I wanted to ask about a couple items here. One you touched on, in fact, it occurred to me last night as I was reading through this. What is our annual cost contribution to the street sweeping? It seems to me that's about $3 million annually.
Our cost that our department pays is $1.2 million each year.
You pay $1.2 million, and I want to just look to Ann. Ann, I know I'd asked this from this chair previously. We entered that contract several years ago, and we left a lot of money on the table. My comment, but I think that's coming back up for some consideration in 21 or 22. It was a 7-year contract. I don't know if it's all administered under solid waste or if it's under solid waste and DOT.
No, we administer the contract. We pay for the residential portion of the service. DOT pays for the commercial corridors.
Okay. Well, at any rate, that needs to be taken a look at. And I think in light of what we're going to be coming up against in what we anticipate budgetarily, again, it's a service that's important certainly to cleanliness of streets and our neighborhoods, but I also think it needs to be analyzed again before we get too deep into the budget. But that's a cost that comes out of what? It comes out of the ratepayer base, or comes out of Kiefer revenues? Where does it come out of the enterprise that you fund $1 million to?
It was originally that came out of our department from the sale of recyclable materials and other non-rate items in our financials. So as I said, we used to generate $1.5 million in the sale of recyclables. We sell electricity back to SMUD for the power generation for the methane gas at Kiefer landfill. We had a couple of those funds that had revenue in excess of expenses, and so we used that money that was not ratepayer money to fund the street sweeping.
And that's the current funding for it, or because recycling, we're now paying folks to take our recyclables?
And that's
so are we paying this out of ratepayers then, Doug?
Now it's switched over, through this rate increase, it will be switched over into the ratepayers.
Okay, that needs to be analyzed, because that wasn't mentioned in any of the detail here. I know you did quite an analysis, you and the consultant, relative to volumetric and different routes and labor and so forth. But unless you take me to the page, I did not see that street sweeping built into the equation here relative to the ratepayers. And if it was, you can correct me, please. But so a couple things here, and I'm not going to beat up on you, but when I think about a $13 month rate increase, and we're front loading because, again, obviously the things that Supervisor Kennedy, but others have clearly outlined relative to mandates that we're receiving and so forth. But I know one of the things too that you also stretch this out, but it's a little bit I don't want to say deceptive, that's not the right word, but you're asking us today to approve this, which would go into effect February 1st, and then come July 1st, there's another rate increase right on the heels of it, because you're taking it in the calendar or fiscal years, and I get it why you're doing that. So you say you stretch it out over 5 years, but really it's compressed into 3 years and some months. When we look at what's already passed this year, and we'll be already 10 months in or 9 months in as it relates to when this would kick in. And it's a 62% increase. It's significant. I've read the letters that were included in our packet. Obviously, I didn't know there was 1,700. I think we may have had 200 or 300 of those included in our information. And I guess my question is that with the front loading, and I know you've done the analysis, you can provide all the justification that needs to be here as to why you had to have the money now for the NARS building or for the, the replacement of the fleet. Is there any way that we could spread this out over more years, not just the February, July back to back, and still have the income stream? Because you're looking at ways to finance, and I appreciate that. That was a commentary that came out of some of us, and I know you're seriously looking at it. We talked about that last week on the phone. Mm-hmm. But the front loading piece of this, where you got to nearly double or add $37 million a year in revenue, just like that, is really driving this front load of the $13, and it comes at a time in February. We're not going to be out of this pandemic yet. Hopefully we're going to be on the way to recovery and such. But to hit folks with that, and since we bill them bi-monthly, they're going to get they're going to see $26 additional on their bill, and then they're also going to see come February 1st for the 10% that have an extra recycle can, that goes away, and then come January of next year, you're going to see the second green waste cans no longer free, although you're going to do a pickup. I know you've done that calculation relative to the table scraps. That's a lot of changes. It's a lot of extra money, and it's going to put us, if I did the calculation correct, we were 6th on the chart, but in July, if all these numbers hold, we're going to be the 5th highest of all the 17 comparison jurisdictions relative to garbage rates. It may not be much, between 5th and 6th, but and I don't know if that's a place that we necessarily want to be. Not that you want us to be there, but that's what you're bringing us here today. And for those reasons, again, I guess kind of boiling it down, and it wouldn't be your recommendation, but is there a way to spread this differently? I mean, it's one thing if you're going to $5 a month. That's a lot in some people's estimation. Anything that's more than what they're paying now because of some of the other duress that they're in their lives. But we go to them, and if we approve this today, then they're going to get the notice that come February 1st, you're going to start paying the new freight here. And I just think that's a lot to ask of folks in this county, recognizing you have a job to do and you got to have the garbage picked up and we got to meet the mandates. So I guess my question to you, is there any other way to spread this, recognizing you're looking at this financing piece, and if you have enough revenue stream to finance to pay those bills in the out years, then you can catch up. It doesn't get you for the drawdown, but if you get some rate increase here, covers before you get to a zero balance. And I know you need to have some balances in there in order to get optimal financing. But the county has some borrowing authority too. And we have underwritten that enterprise in the past, going back 20 years ago. We stood behind some things, and maybe the law has changed on that. So long question, a lot of statements, but kind of bundle them up rather than give you a bunch of individual questions. So my question is there any way to half this, cut it in half and spread it out and still, get to a point where you can finance things that are going to be necessary to serve the curbside collection, but also the NARS activity?
The direct answer is no. When we came to the board in March, we came with a 3-year proposal, and that's part of the reason we hired HF&H to go through our financials to verify, to help us make sure that the rate increase that we were going to ask for was appropriate. We were asked by the board to go back and look at extending that. We did over the additional 2 years. So in September, we came back with a 5-year. But the big jump in rates is really tied to getting our equipment and facilities in compliance with 1383 that starts January 1st of 2022. And the fact that we haven't had a rate increase since 2010, and very importantly, the cost of recycling processing and the cost of organic processing. That if you add up the totals there, we're going to spend $10 to $12 million a year just to process the green waste and the organic material, which currently isn't in the rates. And so in order for us to get the financing, we have to have a certain amount of reserve balances to satisfy the lending company. Supervisor Peters in our March meeting was very adamant about the financing, and so we've spent a lot of time with Colin Bettis, county CFO, the county debt officer, working through which agencies we might be able to use. We've taken their recommendations in terms of where our financial and our balance sheet needs to be, and that's factored into the $13 plus increase. There just isn't another way around it if we're going to try and finance this.
Supervisor Natoli, I might add one thing, that under the 218 process, your rate study can only cover a 5-year period. So you can only set those rates over a 5-year time frame.
well, it's 4 years and 4 months is what it is. I mean, if you look at the compression here as to how it's being spread, because you're counting for all this year. I guess I would just say, again, I don't contest, certainly your explanation, and it was, it's backed up in this report. But even today's conversation, now we're, again, ratepayers underwriting street sweeping services. Now, maybe that's a good thing that everybody's okay with that, but that wasn't the way we went into that contract for many millions of dollars. And this is just going to hit people hard. I mean, it is. They need the garbage service. We need it. And again, we've got to meet the mandates. But, when I look at financing and we may have limited borrowing power as a county, but I would think that for a limited amount of time, in order to allow us to catch up, that, there might be some ability. Again, I'm not, an expert on financial aspects either, but this enterprise is, certainly stood the test of time. And at one time it was in deep trouble back when I first came on this board relative to Kiefer and, the loss of some of the volume out there and so forth. And, in order to do some of the improvements, in order to get us shaped up out there, we stood behind some of those. Now, we came a long ways. The enterprise got healthy, and we got, some clean air money to, replace the fleet at the time and, other things. Well, now things have changed. The marketplace has gone to heck. We've got new mandates, and they can sit, back over there and tell us during a pandemic that we've got to meet their criteria and so forth, and, give us no relief and keep talking about $10,000 a day fine. But the bottom line is that I guess what I would, again, I'm just going to ask it because, again, I've got some real heartburn with what's being asked here today. And, again, it's not because I challenge the credibility which you bring to us. You have a job to do and you're doing it well. And I know you have a good customer response for the way you respond. So it's kudos in all those respects. But this is just, it's probably one of the largest increases singularly, recognizing there may have been a lot of years in between here. And it's because we're front-loading a lot of this. And I guess, it's one thing to stem the bleeding, make sure you can stay on some financial grounds, but to have to front-load this and not to find a way that maybe can soften that beyond any 5-year analysis. This county, been around for 170 years almost, and, we stand behind our obligations. I guess I'd like to see us try to find a way, Ann, and this is, I'll come to you, and this is all maybe kind of new, but to, it's a standalone enterprise, but if there's an ability to soften some of this radio, at least give people a year to recover. I mean, it's going to be a while before people are able to get their, like, for a homeowner to look at, one more, hitting the pocketbook when things are probably looking pretty bleak in a lot of other respects. It's just, I don't know. I think people earlier today said something about empathy, and and it's not about not doing the right thing here and meeting our obligations, but also have some empathy for what people, and again, most folks are not going to qualify for the lifeline rate. Again, it's a nice gesture that is. You got a number of folks, but a lot of folks are not going to meet that because they may be temporarily in their situation. So I'll stop with that. But I would, I've got heartburn with what's being proposed here. I'm going to say that right now.
So, 2 quick comments. One, this is an enterprise fund. We are trying very hard to manage our own resources with the enterprise fund and not tap into. We don't get any money from the general fund. We are completely self-sufficient in that regard.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I was going back, and we got a lot of letters of people in real pain over this. And I think when we first talked about it, we kind of all thought the COVID, the virus we'd be done and everybody be working again by last summer. And that's what I'm having trouble with here. I understand the need for it, but there's so many people out of work, and this extra money coming out of their pocket is going to make a difference for them. For some, whether they eat or not. Everybody in this room gets a paycheck, but there's a lot of people that don't. And I just am trying to figure out some way to delay or reduce, make the term longer. I understand your management people are probably having a fit over this, but it's pretty bleak out there for people who don't have means. And I actually had some people call me at home people who have means saying, what in the blankety blank is this? And I know you explained it in the advertising, if you will, that went out, but I don't recall what it said, and I wonder if it wasn't clear enough that how this is, really to help make up for a state requirement. I don't know, but I mean, is there a chance to delay this to, relate it to the number of vaccinations that are going to happen in 6 months so people can go back to work in the spring or early summer? I don't have an answer for it. Just the heartburn was what Don said. I don't. Do you have any suggestions?
I will tell you that I don't know of a director that wants to stand before the board and the public and ask for a rate increase. And I truly understand that we're asking for a lot in this. We just have run the numbers every which way, and there's just no way that we can fund and get the capital equipment we need to start the program on January 1st and be able to do the transfer facility the way it needs to be done. There just isn't a way of building up a reserve quick enough to do that and comply with the state mandate. And the state, 1383, if you remember back, AB 939, I know I mentioned this before, but it was with a good faith effort that you could, if you put in the programs and you were making a good faith, even if you didn't get the 50% recycling, you still qualified. There's no good faith here. You have to have substantial compliance from Cal Recycle, and exactly who determines that is Cal Recycle. It's not us. I stand here and I don't have an answer in terms of being able to stretch this out.
Supervisor Peters, if I could, and also to remind the board that we are currently under authority to both Doug and to Michael Peterson for Water Resources for relief under the pandemic for late fees and charges, and also to try and work out a way to allow folks to pay it back later in time if they're being affected by COVID-19. So we still have that ordinance, or that resolution the board passed, or ordinance goes through March of 2021. We were talking to the board that from some of the briefings we understood that if we wanted to extend that, we would come back to the board and be able to extend that ability to provide relief on fees and charges.
Can I interrupt? Does that apply to fees that were in place at a certain time, or new additional fees? Because that's what we're talking about.
Well, it's applying to being late on something, and we don't discontinue service. So it's providing relief on any kinds of penalties and fees, but also as similar to the state on the water, drinking water side of things, authorizes us to work out payments and plan to pay partial and allow people to recover without those that have been impacted, as Supervisor Peters has said, with losses of employment and things like that, allows us to work out a mechanism to do that. Doesn't waive the increase in the fee, but it allows us to work out things with those that have been impacted by COVID.
So are you talking about everyone who gets garbage service has to apply for a refund? Is that what you're saying?
No. If people can't pay the entire bill, or they don't pay it at all, and there's penalties associated with that, those are being waived. And it authorizes us to work out a way to have them make some payment toward that over time until things start to recover. Again, right now that goes through March of 2021, but we would obviously be looking to come back, especially considering Dr. Bielenson's report, that we're probably at least into the summer before that kind of clears up with the vaccines and so on. So we do have that relief right now.
So if this were to pass tonight and somebody gets their bill and they can't pay it, there would be no penalties?
As of right now, the director has authorization to waive those penalties and any fees, any fines or penalties that would come along with that, and to work out a way to pay what they could to keep the service covered and pay it back. Again, it would be pushed out farther.
Money?
Pardon? That those that have, can definitely display the impact of the COVID to their.
Madam CEO, did you want to say something?
Yes, and I can say that we will make a commitment to bring that back in order to extend that past March 31st in light of the current pandemic, which would allow customers and ratepayers to have those penalties waived and then work out payment arrangements with them if they're unable to pay the full amount.
That way, those that still have their means can pay the new fee, and those that are impacted would have some relief that's available.
How would we make this known to ratepayers?
We've already had some outreach mechanisms for both water resources and waste management and recycling, so we would continue to offer that as a program with the outreach that's been done.
Send it in a bill?
I believe we did put something in the bill back. It's been a while. But
I know that Supervisor Tully wants to speak here, but I'd like to chime in at this point. So the district I represent has the fewest number of people that live in the unincorporated county that this would affect, but arguably it has one of the poorest neighborhoods as well. So it's going to hit them hard regardless of the number of people. So I'm equally concerned, despite the characteristics of the district. I can't believe that we're the only county in the state of California that is facing this very difficult proposition of increasing our rates at the same time people are losing their jobs and facing the inability to pay for their medicine, the inability to pay for their food, the inability to do a lot of things, and then to see a $13 increase in their bill. While it may sound to many of us as an incidental matter, it's a make or break, I guarantee you, for many of the people I represent in the South Oak Park, Fruit Ridge Pocket neighborhood. So back to the rest of the counties, has CSAC done anything to seek any kind of pressure relief or some other means of delaying this at the state level? I know that's not your job, but it seems to me that we cannot be the only ones with this predicament on our hands.
I will say we're one of the last communities that is going through this process. If the city of Sacramento started their rate process, I think it was a couple of years ago, and last year, and they've added in costs and for this. But so communities like City of Sacramento that already picked up Green Waste Weekly, they don't have the big upfront cost on the equipment because they're already picking it up. They have to pay for a lot of the compliance back end things that they don't currently report on, plus they have to pay for the processing or the organics. And I know that we had forecasted in our September board where we thought the city would go. They didn't get their last increase approved by the council, so we know they have more costs coming for their program because of the organics. Folsom, they raised rates and they were projected to go up, I think, $26 over 3 or 4 years. They have not finished that process. Their initial rates bring them up close to where we're projecting to be at, but they haven't factored in all the organics costs in their rate proposal to Folsom. So we know in the Republic cities, we haven't heard. They may be waiting for Sacramento County to decide. When you look at other communities around the state, they're all in the same process of trying to find a home to process the recyclables, trying to find organic composting facilities, a facility that meets SB 1383 compliance for the organics. We're in that process. And
it just feels like insult to injury, especially when you learn in the last, couple weeks, that contrary to some of the estimates at the beginning of the pandemic, the state of California is now expecting to see a considerable windfall in the short term for their budget. So this is the same entity that's telling us you must do it or you're going to face $10,000 a day penalty. And that's why I'm pressuring you to let me know if there's anything you're hearing about at the state advocacy level for counties especially, or cities if that's a better comp, because there might be more cities and counties in the state that are in this predicament. But that feels like salt in the wound.
I worked with Natasha and the lobbyist group that the county employs, and we did everything we could through CSAC to try and get attention to this, and we didn't get any traction.
Supervisor Tully.
Well, just to that comment, I think we may need to, as a board, try to get some traction. It's one thing for you to do whatever you can working with our legislative advocate, but want to just make a couple points here, because it's a very important benchmark. Steve, you said don't discontinue service. There's no choice. They take the service whether they can pay for it or not. They get billed whether they put anything in those cans or not. It is not a choice.
It's a public health issue. It's not.
Right. So they don't get to discontinue service.
Yeah. No, my point is we wouldn't discontinue the service to be provided whether.
No, we just keep billing them.
And like I said, it allows us to try and work with them on what they can pay, if they can still pay what they've been paying now, but the increase is not something they can handle. We can work on.
No, and I appreciate that point, but I wanted to ask a point, because was there any conversation, and this, Ann wasn't party to this, when we got $181 million in CARES money, this was pending. Okay, we applied it to certain things so that we could use it in the public health realm and in other realms. It got part and parcel in general fund. Was there any consideration that the enterprise fund might get some support to buy some equipment so we wouldn't have to put a $13 a month increase before this board to put on ratepayers in the unincorporated area? Was there any conversation about how those CARES money might help beleaguered renters, homeowners, property owners? Was there any conversation that you were party to that would have...
Not specific to talking about the 1383 requirements, but the...
Because we haven't given the assistance to the general homeowners and people in this county, very frankly. We haven't. I mean, we've done a lot of things through our county services, but we get criticized a lot as a board for not doing more for business, for not doing more for homeowners. This isn't the solid waste issue. This is the CARES money. And we had an opportunity to have that conversation, but I don't think it ever got surfaced anywhere.
I'd have to go back and look at the guidelines, but I don't believe it would have allowed us to go purchase this equipment.
Well, you could have reprogrammed it. We did it for a lot of other things. We put it towards this, and we moved it to other general fund, but we keep and this is the point about the silo with the enterprise. To Doug's point, you have to stand on your own, but we have the ability with DOT, with garbage, with airports, with parking enterprise, with golf enterprise, if we chose to, if this board given some choices to look at how we might alleviate some of the pain for people in this county. And we could have used that money potentially. We would have had to apply it just like we did. We credited it back into the general fund. But these enterprises get burdened either sink or swim on their own. And that's what we're faced with here today. And I don't put it on you, but I looked at you because you're part of the executive team. And so if anybody would have been part of those conversations, it would have been you. And there was none, I trust.
The reprogramming that went to general fund continued to provide the general fund funding to like DHA, DCFAS, all of the departments that get a general fund share. It kept all of those programs going. So no, we didn't at the time look at attempting to purchase equipment for waste management.
Because I think it puts us in a really difficult position. And I guess one other question I want to ask about, my understanding is Cal Recycle is holding some of our tipping fees. Is that correct? That we're supposed to be credited for some tipping fees?
Not that I know of.
So Cal Recycle doesn't hold our, we pay tipping fees to Cal Recycle. What if we withheld those tipping fees, said, well, no, we're going to use it to help our ratepayers in this county? What if we stood up as a board and said, we're going to use those monies, we'd have council advise us, no, you can go over and tell us all you want what you're going to have to do over here to meet the obligations that are state legislated by the legislature, or mandated by the legislature, but no, we're going to keep those monies because we've got to do for our people. What if we stood up and did that? I'm not saying you're recommending it, I'm asking the question because they get, what, $5 or $6 million a year? What do they get from us?
You don't.
40 a ton, we do about 1 million tons a year out.
So it's $1.40 a ton, and we handle about 1 million tons, so it's about 1.4 million.
That was more than that, but maybe not. Okay, so anyway, but so what if we say we're not sending a check over to you guys? We're going to slow roll this. I mean, we're on here. I don't care. Again, we have this obligation to the ratepayers in this county. We operate Kiefer. We meet all the mandates, and we're up against it because they keep pushing on us whether we're last in line or not. So we say, no, we're going to withhold those monies until we get a chance to do some catch up here. Now, does it fill the whole gap? No, it doesn't. But I mean, seriously, I mean, we just keep taking this stuff. And frankly, I'm tired on behalf of the people I represent and people you work for. So anyway, enough on that. But it's how much? $1.5 million a year?
About 1.4 million, yes. $1.40 a ton, and we process about 1 million tons through Kiefer landfill.
And we send that check to them when? Every quarter?
I'm looking at Tim, yes. Every quarter.
So we might surprise them, Tim, if we didn't send them one at the end of this quarter, right? And say, we're going to take care of business here in Sacramento County. I mean, I'm not saying you'd recommend that, but, okay, thanks.
Chair Cerna, if I could I did answer the question in terms of, is there any way of stretching this out? The one thing that I mentioned at the very beginning in my presentation was on the Lifeline rebate. So there is some capacity that number could be changed, because the funding for that comes out of the SWA fund.
How much, what's our headroom there?
So currently we're paying, the SWA pays about $400,000 to the solid waste fund for reimbursing for the Lifeline program.
Well, yeah, I think what you're clearly hearing with a great deal of passion from all of us is a lack of appetite whatsoever to do this because of the current circumstances. We should be leaving no stone unturned here. If there's something to explore there, then let's get on that. I mean, to a large extent, quite frankly, I sadly expect that there are probably going to be a lot more people that qualify for Lifeline based on their economic circumstance in the next several months, if not already. So if there's an opportunity there, shame on us if we're not looking at that yet. Thank you, Doug. Does that conclude your report?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone signed up to speak on this matter?
We do. We have at least 2 public comments at this time.
We'll go and hear from them.
Okay, please send the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Heidi from Rio Linda. First of all, to start out with a huge increase like this and practically double it in 3 to 4 years is outrageous. Waste collection is a necessity, not a luxury. And I'd like to point out that I sent a protest letter in the middle of October. It was returned to me it was returned to sender, not deliverable as addressed, unable to forward. It's the same P.O. box that was on their flyer. It's the same P.O. box where we send our payments to. So I think you're missing a lot of protest letters. I just got my new bill, and guess what? It has a different P.O. box number on it. So I just wanted to bring up that point. Thank you for your time, and yes, this is a horrible time to increase these rates on Social Security. I can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, hi. My name is Kevin Williams. I'm calling to oppose this rate increase resolution and to recommend that the board reject it or at least postpone it. First off, I think that the operating and financial data supplied by the county for this rate study should be independently verified for accuracy before allowing huge increase. The rate study itself states that the data it uses were not independently verified. And I think that this proposal, about a 52 to 57% rate hike in 2021 for most customers, followed by other increases that would add up to about 82 to 84% by 2024. And I think that both the board and ratepayers both deserve to have high confidence in the accuracy of the financial analysis used here. And I don't think that the county waste management department has provided that confidence. You know, also there was a flyer that was mailed out to customers that claims a 30% increase in inflation over the past 10 years. And I think this number is questionable. According to several inflation tracking research, that the actual increase over this same period was closer to 17, 19. So since this inflation increase was used as a point of justification for the proposed rate increases, I think the Waste Management Department should explain how it came to use 30%. You know, I don't think that the proposed rate increases have been communicated well enough to customers. I think that many customers are still unaware that they're even, you know, on the horizon here. And the ones that do know about it learned about it just recently. The resolution that as of October 30, just about 415 out of 160,000 customers mailed in letters of opposition, and I think the gentleman doing the presentation tonight mentioned that it's closer to something over 1,000 now. And I think that the low number of letters is because people are just simply not aware of the proposed increases. It certainly can't be because they don't oppose them.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Sure, will do. I just think that in the time of a pandemic, when people are losing their jobs or homes or worse, an increase like this is one of the last things people need. So I urge the board to please reject or at least postpone this resolution. Thank you.
And I believe we have a couple more. Please send the next caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Orville Noel. I'm live in District 3, and I'm calling in opposition to the proposed rate. I've been listening to you guys for quite a while, and I do appreciate the fact that all of you feel really bad about this increase. But you got to really think about the people out here that are on fixed incomes, that are retired or whatever else, and their money only goes so far. I hope that you all can find another way to do this, maybe stretch it out over a few months or over 2 or 3 years, but I hope that you just don't implement that $13 increase right away. And for the gentleman that stated that you haven't seen an increase in illegal dumping, I don't think you've been down Roseville Road in a little while because it's increased quite a bit. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity to comment. You guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, can you start? Hello?
Hello?
Can you please start with your comments?
Yes, Bruce King, a longtime Fair Oaks resident. We wait until people are working, until they have their lives back to normal. I have a couple of rentals in Fair Oaks, and I've been keeping my rents low despite other expenses that have increased. Due to the virus, of course. I've read and we'll have to pass rent increases on if this goes through. Their timing needs to change until after the pandemic and life returns to normal. I believe Mr. Nutscoli has some good comments, and you should listen to him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Please send the next caller.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to end the call now. Thank you.
Okay.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Please send the next caller.
Could you silence the meeting in the background, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Am I good to go?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the work you do. But I want to mention real quick that the county waste management manager indicated that only 1% of ratepayers responded in a negative manner. That is not justification for any increase whatsoever, as we don't all have time to write. Also, February 1st, a 60-gallon can goes to $36.96. That's pretty outrageous. How about this? We do away with the July 1st, 2021 increase and move that to 2022 and so forth, ending with the total increase of 2024 at $42.02, which is only about $1 and some change less than what Sacramento County is requesting, but it may be a little more easier for ratepayers to take hold of. Thank you all very much. You have a wonderful evening. Bye.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, bring it back to the board. The silence is going to be deafening here. Don, you look like you're reaching for the
so was Susan.
the prompt.
I'm gonna be very honest. I'm not prepared to support this evening, and again, that's, I'm sure every passing day that it makes Doug and the staff of solid waste nervous if we don't do something. But I guess I'm talking about turning some other stones. I think I'm relaying that. Let's look at some of this front-loading piece of it. Rate studies can only do 5 years. I get that. Well, we're already well into this year. I mentioned a moment ago the money that I guess we paid. I make sure I clarify on that. I said Cal Recycle, but it's the board equalization. But I'm all for withholding the money for a while. These are extraordinary times. If we need to, keep $1,200,000 in our reserve to help us, those are types of things I'd like to have examined before, before I could support a rate increase. I just. And even the street sweeping part of it. That analysis, I guess we're under contract, but we're now obligating folks in the rate structure to pay that going forward. That's all built into this. And there's a lot of assumptions, that are built into this. And I don't want to delay, the acquisition of the fleet. That's important. And I think that, you're giving us good forewarning about what the consequences might be. But to have folks in February start paying $13 more a month for garbage service in the middle of, or at least in the midst of a pandemic, with all the other pressures in life, to me, it's not, I have a hard time getting there, and I'm not there this evening, so I'll just say that. So, I'm looking for us to, again, it may not all be solid waste. It may be finance. Again, Ann obviously sits with us today for the first time in this capacity. Steve's been with us for better than a year, and certainly, you're doing your job. You're bringing to us your best recommendation, but I think it requires a broader look, at least the times that we're in. And if there's a way to delay or postpone, or to spread it out, to backfill with some other sources, to find some financing, you've got some bright minds in this, certainly in our county. But again, for my purposes anyway, I'm not prepared to support this evening. So I'll say that.
Okay. Supervisor Peters.
I don't think I can do this tonight either, Doug. I really think we ought to wait until we get through the worst of the pandemic and people start working again. So, bring it back July 1st with some suggestions on how to mitigate the money that you need in the in-between, the 6 months in between then and now. It's just bad timing, like there is,
No, I understand.
many things.
I understand. The one thing I would like to point out, if in our September 22nd package, we had included in Table 1 a cash flow forecast. We will actually run out of reserves in April-May timeframe. We've done some things to cut some costs back. There are some more things that we could cut back, but late spring, we're going to run, if we waited till July, we will not have enough money to fund our operations.
And so being out of reserves affects credit rating and...
Not just that, we won't have enough operating revenue coming in to cover the cost of Doug's operation.
I got that mask on, I can't understand a word you're saying.
What he's pointing out is that they've been kind of using some of the cash reserve as part of the operating cost. When we get to the April-May timeframe, there's not enough cash in the bank and revenue coming in to cover the operation itself. So we actually go negative. We go into the red.
Okay.
So does that mean that if we don't move forward with approving the rate adjustment tonight, well, I guess what I'm asking is, when is the absolute drop dead before we start incurring $10,000 a day?
Well, the Cal Recycle, the fines for 1383 wouldn't start until January 1st of 2022. But as a department, our reserves run out in April, May, according to our forecast in September.
So let's pretend that there's 5 of us that are going to tell you no tonight. What does that mean? Does that mean that if you were to come here and warn us that tomorrow we're going to be in the red, what month is that of next year? Is that April?
April.
As of our September report, it's April, May.
Okay, so we have between now and April to figure something out?
Correct. If it's not approved today.
Your staff is adamantly shaking their head no behind you, and you're saying yes, so I'm concerned now.
Well,
One thing I'd just like to point out is that the ordinance can't take, or the rate increase can't take effect immediately. Is it a 30 days or is it 60? I can't recall.
I don't.
Anyways, so even if it was 30 days, you'd have to do something by March at the very earliest for them not to run out of.
That's what I'm asking.
But what if
That
we
is
did
what you're
partial?
asking or not?
Excuse me, so what if we did $5 a month? It's still impactful, but it gives you some cash flow. What do you need to stay above the red line?
That's what we proposed, was the $13.
Well, that's buying all this stuff too, Doug. I mean, the $13. I mean, what if you needed to operate? What do you need cash flow to operate if we didn't solve the other part of this, either the building or the trucks right now? Now, that's a delay.
Yeah, and I'd have to go back and recalculate that. We didn't anticipate that.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to interrupt, but I mean, as I'm thinking here, that if there's something you need in order to act on, it's got to be less than that $13 to operate.
Yeah, part of the problem is that the truck equipment has like a 6 to 8 month lead time to get it in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of the dilemma, and he's factored in kind of where that would fall and the time it would take us to build the NARS building in order to be ready to go in January. So Supervisor Cerna, when you asked when we start getting fined, technically it's January of 22, but in order to be not getting fined, we have a lot of months of lead time of things that have to happen in order to be ready to go.
I understand. The reason behind my questioning, though, is to gauge, to an earlier point that Supervisor Peters was making, trying to gauge when we're going to start seeing some relief from the pandemic against a drop dead date, so that
People going to work.
Right, so that we can minimize the overlap of when people are at their worst economically with the rate increase. That's what I'm trying to do here. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
If I may, Chair Cerna?
Yes.
I think that we're looking at 2 different things here. It's the continuation of operations, which sounds like, and as you know, I'm brand new to this, but it sounds like we run out of money in April for that. And then there's also the need to purchase equipment in order to be ready for January of 22. Might I suggest that we continue this to early January and give us some time to see, and I trust the analysis that they've done, but to see what kind of wiggle room we have in order to have a smaller rate increase. I think we do, in fact, need a rate increase. It's sort of a perfect storm. We had a no rate increase in 10 years, in addition to significantly increased costs across the board, and now this new mandate from the state around the food waste. It's just 3 things piled on, which has brought us to this point.
No, I appreciate that. I think what you're hearing is that there's a willingness to actually as dangerous as it may sound, there's a willingness, given the circumstance, to get right up to the precipice as close as we can before we start getting penalized, to make sure that we're minimizing the adverse impacts on our constituents, right?
Agreed. And I don't know what that means to the ability to borrow if we have no reserves. As you know, that's always an impact.
Supervisor Frost, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. Doug, I wanted to, first of all, I appreciated that you did spread out the time, because this a little bit, trying to help out. And with some of our conversations, you said, Sue, we can't spread the time out further unless we adjust services. And so could you possibly adjust, like, some of the services, like instead of 2 large pickups at your house, large garbage pickups a year, maybe do 1 this next year? Or I don't know, is there a way to find some efficiencies by, adjusting the services a little bit, and then, increase it by a smaller amount, so that it's a little bit more palatable and we can ease people into it? I know we're behind the market and that we're lower than the market, so I'm not unaware of that, but I'm also sensitive to, like all the others, to how people feel when they haven't had a rate increase for a decade and all of a sudden it's a huge increase. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to cut. You said the only way we can do it, Sue, is adjust the service, cut some services. So what services can we cut, and how would that pencil out in helping us spread it a little further?
That would certainly be part of the information that we'll bring back to you. Because we need to be forthright and say, okay, here's our programs currently, here's the ones that if you cut, we can generate some
trade-offs.
Trade-offs, exactly.
Supervisor Tolley?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, let me offer maybe another suggestion, maybe kind of a hybrid of what Ann was alluding to, that if you could be back to us, say, in a week with the operational aspect, because again, and rather than have us approve a 5-year increase, to get a bite that would keep us solvent at least through the end of the fiscal year. So maybe it's a $3 a month increase, maybe it's a $5 a month increase. I don't know what that is. And then allow us to have the conversation. You're still going to have the need to get equipment ordered and so forth, and certainly each passing day gets closer to the January a year out in 22. But it would seem to me that might be something that we could be back to with at least that rough analysis that would allow us to do a modest bump. It could be effective February 1st, and then forego any decision about July 1st and beyond until we have a chance to do this deeper dive and certainly have those other considerations. And so I would offer that. Otherwise, we go January, then you're still this 60-day implementation, if I'm not mistaken. So you lose those months. And so I'd be prepared to consider something of a very modest level, but that would allow operations so we don't run right to the brink relative to the operations piece of this, and then allow us to have more discussion as a board about the what ifs.
Yeah, can we take a look at that? I need to talk to county council as well, because
Take your mask down so we can understand what you're
we
saying.
need to talk to county council as well, because the change in the 218 process, if we change this too dramatically, then it's not what we notified the ratepayers of that they reacted to.
You can always be less, though. I thought you could always be.
Yes, you can always make less, but if you're talking about a 1-year rate increase only, then
Or
you'd
just
have
do
to-
the first increment right now.
Right, but then you'd have to renotice.
We'd have to
again.
start over with the
Start
218
over.
process.
So what if you did a $5 and 0.0000 and then come back and revisit the next?
Can't get less than 0, though. You can't go lower than 0.
No, I know. I'm just saying. But if you did making decisions about the ensuing years, to you'd renotice it.
Well, no, because you can always go lower than what you've noticed. So if you did $5, you could always go to 4, but you can't. If you notice 0, you can't.
Okay, well then, so I don't know. Maybe there's a way to be creative in
Again, we can
noticing
talk
it,
about
so
it,
you
yeah.
don't deceive anybody, but you also keep it on the docket to allow for this further discussion and not put you in a position going to run out of operating revenue come April or May. So. And it would soften the impact significantly to homeowners and to other residents, and would still allow us to. Anyway, that's a thought. That's all I have.
Supervisor Frost?
I was just thinking it's a little concerning that there are some customers who feel they did not get the proper notice and that they did not have the ability to vote. And so I wonder if we need to revisit that process.
I can address that. We had a problem with the post office in October. It was over a weekend, I believe. And the regular person was gone. The replacement person, this is the P.O. box that the county uses for all of the rate process. So Water Resources uses the same P.O. box. It's controlled by Cubs. The fill-in mistakenly started returning some mail, and we heard about it from some of your offices. We heard about it directly through our website. We made every effort to contact everybody in that had sent in, whether they contacted your staff or whether they contacted ours or Cubs people. From the post office standpoint, the instructions were just peel off the yellow tag that said return to sender and resubmit the letter, and it would go back through and get back put through the system. And that was a very successful program. We do know they had a problem in the last week. I think the person who controls this went on vacation, and it was the same process that we went through, trying to notify people to just peel off the yellow label and resend it. And we did get a number of those protests that went through. We didn't have anything to do with it, and unfortunately we suffered a little bit for that, but it was on
but somebody called tonight.
Right.
That. So there were still people that were not reached.
The notices were mailed to all customers.
So why don't we take Ann's suggestion? Give everybody 2 weeks to
think about
shuffle
it.
the cards.
Someone want to make a motion?
I'd move, continue to
Second.
Oh,
When?
I don't think she's done
the
yet.
first January meeting.
Yeah.
I know.
You gonna come back and join us?
Gee, that was a...
You noticed that.
January 12th.
That was a motion.
Okay. Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for time.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Not personal, Doug.
Yeah, I know. You do.
Not taking it that way.
Okay.
Figure this out.
Okay.
All right.
So now we have the next item, which is the fiscal year 2018-19 annual report on the Black Child Legacy Campaign. I do have a Skype group that's coming in to do the presentation, and we have people also in person.
Okay, can they hear me right now?
Can you transfer the group, please? Michelle, you can go ahead and get. Hi, just want to make sure that you know that you have joined the live meeting. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay, I assume those that are on the Skype can hear me. This is Chair Cerna. No one wants to hear, again, the great news that we're going to hear in a moment from everyone about the Black Child Legacy Campaign and RAACD than me. However, I just wanted to issue a friendly reminder that we've been at this for, I'm not even going to count the hours, since 9:30 this morning with a 15-minute break. So if everyone could just be mindful of the hour, and I know that you've been waiting patiently to address the board, and we appreciate your patience, but if we can try and be concise, that would be greatly appreciated by all of us. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Cerna and board members. Michelle Callejas with Child, Family, and Adult Services. And I know it's been a long day, so thank you for hearing this. We are going to end on some good news, as you said. I'm going to start and talk about the contributions of 3 county departments: Child, Family, and Adult Services, Probation, and Human Assistance. Then I will pass it on to Julie Galello, our first 5 executive director. And then on the phone, you will hear from Chet Hewitt and Natalie Woods Andrews, who will discuss the larger efforts of the Black Child Legacy Campaign. So I will just first acknowledge the leadership across all 3 departments who have been serving on the Black Child Legacy Campaign Steering Committee. Stephanie Hopkins from Department of Human Assistance, Kim Pearson, Child, Family, and Adult Services, and Marlon Yarber from Probation, who is here in the chambers today. So I'll speak briefly. The community incubator lead sites, as you recall, are located in the 7 neighborhoods that have the highest rate of African American child deaths. They are led by leaders that are trusted by the communities in which they serve. We have a deputy probation officer, a DHA eligibility specialist, and a CPS social worker co-located within each of the community incubator lead sites, and they participate in weekly multidisciplinary meetings to discuss how best to serve the families. Just a couple of examples: DHA addressing food insecurity by connecting CIL clients to CalFresh and to the Restaurant Meals Program. They've assisted over 170 people in obtaining employment, and they've also assisted over 100 individuals to get housing. Probation has provided case management services to over 340 probation-involved youth at the CILs. They provide community referrals to community-based services, including domestic violence, alcohol and drug, mental health, and they connected 45 youth to employment in this past reporting period. CPS on any given day serves about 65 families, providing intensive voluntary services in order to try to keep families safely together and reduce entries into foster care. So in addition to co-locating staff at the community incubator leads, Child, Family, and Adult Services operates a CPS cultural broker program in partnership with 3 community-based agencies. We implemented this strategy as a way to further reduce African American child deaths, but also to reduce entries and re-entries into the foster care system, increase relative placements, and improve safe and timely permanency of families. Also to improve trust between the department and African American families. You can see some of the indicators there. I'll just add that our cultural brokers attend court hearings to help family members navigate through the complex juvenile court processes, and they participate in child and family team meetings as well. They have provided such valuable services. Our judges in the dependency court are even suggesting to social workers that they connect families to the cultural brokers.
Great.
So I just have 2 data slides, and then I'll hand this over to Ms. Galello. So this first slide speaks to the rates of third-party homicides for children and youth. It shows 2 key findings. If you see the red line, that is the county-wide average, and that shows some good news. That shows a 33% decline in third-party homicide across all children. So this can be seen as one indicator of overall community safety. In looking at the blue line above it, that speaks specifically to African American child third-party homicides. And this does show an 18% increase in third-party homicides involving African American children.
Michelle, can I ask a question about that slide?
Sure.
The title says 0 to 17, then it says African American infants.
Yes, thank you. That was not corrected in the final slides. It should be, there are no infants or children birth to 5 that died from a third-party homicide, so this really does speak to 6 to 18.
Thank you.
Or 17. Important to note that the numbers involved are very low, so there is a greater likelihood of greater statistical fluctuations. And I will point out that each number is rate per 100,000 children. So the numbers are small. Say in 2012, we had 3 third-party homicides, in 2013, 2, then 0, then some 1. So we want it to be absolutely 0, but just keep in mind that the numbers, the percentages will show kind of a higher increase or decrease in either direction. So, and then one of the last things I'll note that Chief Seal wanted to point out was that recently we have seen an increase of gun violence in our community among youth, and that will be reflected in next year's report. But I think that and this slide show that there's a lot of work that we still need to do in our community. This last slide has some great data. This looks at juvenile wards who are located in the community incubator lead neighborhoods. A ward is simply a young person who enters the juvenile justice system. What we've seen overall in the last several years is a decline in juvenile justice system involvement for all youth, which is great news. Our probation department community, they're doing some great work. This slide speaks specifically to the youth involved in the community incubator lead neighborhood. So you can see a really significant downward trend in these neighborhoods, which indicates and means that African American youth are really being positively impacted by these efforts.
Michelle, are these all youth or just African American youth?
So this is just African American youth. No, it's all youth within the CIL neighborhoods. Yeah, it's the majority are African American youth. This does include some non-African American youth, but it's in the 7 neighborhoods where the intensive services are taking place.
Gotcha.
So before I pass this on to Ms. Galello, I just want to say there's a national dialogue taking place right now about the child welfare, about reimagining child welfare and shifting from a child welfare system to a child and family well-being system. It suggests taking a public health approach that addresses social determinants of health, going upstream, assisting with food, housing, employment, and providing services that strengthen families and promote protective factors, all of which will reduce involvement with child welfare and juvenile justice. The Black Child Legacy Campaign is a great example of this approach. It's working and it can be built upon to further improve outcomes for our community. So with that, I will hand this over to Julie Galello, who will speak to first 5 contributions as well as the outcomes.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, supervisors. I was really nervous to present to you about 4 hours ago, but now I've calmed down a little bit. So I'm here to talk a little bit about what First Five's contribution toward the overall efforts have been. We've joined our investments with the county's investments to have a greater impact in Sacramento. We have been funding Black Child Legacy and reducing African American child death efforts since 2013. And the work continues to be a priority for the Commission as 3 of the 4 top causes of death are specifically impacted in the first 5 years. This slide reflects the various First Five funded programs which complement the work done through Black Child Legacy Campaign. And these programs, in combination with the county's and Sierra Health Foundation's efforts, have created a collective impact model. You'll see in the next few slides that this model is having a profound effect. It's saving African American children's lives. The collective impact model brings together multiple partners from across the county to tackle this single issue. And we have different strengths, we have different funding streams, and we have different strategies, but we're all aligned in our efforts to reduce African American child death. In the next few slides, I'm going to highlight the countywide data. But first, a couple notes about the data. At the bottom of each slide, you'll see that the years listed are 3-year rolling averages. As Ms. Calles mentioned, when you have smaller numbers, there can be a lot of fluctuation. So we take 3 years at a time. And then 2012 to 2014 is our baseline year. There was no real programming happening during that time. And we were all fully functional with community incubator leads, and all the work of First Five started in 2015 as fully functional. Finally, the most recent year for child death data is 2018. So even though we're in 2020 right now, this data only goes through 2018 because there's a 2-year lag from the county. So this slide represents the rate of infant death in Sacramento. The blue line represents African American infants, and you can see that there was a 19% reduction in infant death and a 33% reduction in disparity. And this slide shows the data on deaths due to perinatal conditions. Those are resulting from low birth weight, prematurity, and maternal complications. When we compare the rolling averages, there was a small reduction in the rate and no reduction in disparity over this time. However, you can see that from the peak in 2014-16, we're seeing a slight decrease over time. We're hoping that that's the beginning of a downward trend. As I mentioned, 2015 was the year we were all fully functioning. This is an area where we clearly have some additional work to be done. Sleep-related causes of death have decreased at a significant rate for African American infants. In the baseline period, Black infants were dying at a rate of 3.7 per 1,000, and this is decreased by 51% overall, and a decrease of 58% in the disparity. We believe that's in large part due to the Safe Sleep Baby campaign and all the work that's happening with the partners in the community, including those community incubator leads and the health systems. And finally, this jaw-dropping slide. It's slightly different than the others in that this shows data for ages 0 to 17. And as you can see, the rate of deaths due to child abuse and neglect homicides they had a slight uptick again in 2013-15, but then you see a sharp decrease in CAN homicides since then. It's an 88% reduction overall and a 95% reduction in disparity. We believe these changes are indicative of the critical prevention and early intervention services that's happening at the family resource centers, the community incubator leads, and through the work of the cultural brokers. The culturally responsive, community-based, and family-centered supports are working to save lives. That concludes my presentation.
That concludes your presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right. See, nothing to be nervous about.
As long as you're not talking to garbage rates, you're okay.
Exactly. Now I know what to come to you before. No, that's fine.
Thank you, Julie. Thanks for being patient too. And I couldn't agree more. That last slide is that's the punchline. That's the one we should all be very, very proud of. And of course, we're proud of all the work. And that's a good segue into the next part of the presentation. I believe we're going to hear from the Black Child Legacy Campaign.
Yes, I'm just going to give Metro Cable a few seconds to pull up their PowerPoint.
Okay.
And when you want me to forward to the next page, could you please let me know and I'll change the slides for you?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, your PowerPoint is up now.
Kendra, is that you?
Yes, I just don't see it online, so it's hard for me to speak to it and
Right.
have the delay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like not look at your live feed. You just trust us, but
Got it.
Flo will advance the slides for you.
Yeah, Kendra, if you can just work with your paper copy and follow that, I'm with you. We're in real time. If you're looking at the screen, there's going to be a delay.
Got it. Okay. Natalie, do you understand that too?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, board, and thank you so much for your wonderful patience. We really are coming to you with our hearts full of gratitude for your leadership, for your thought leadership, as well as really to come back to let you know that your return on investment was well spent and that the community really has stepped up to the plate over the past 5 years, and the commitment that we made to you 5 years ago to come back to reduce preventable African American child deaths has been met. And so I'm going to let Natalie speak from the steering committee side of things and really open it up when it comes to the slides. But really want to make sure that you understand that this really is what you should be proud of as community leaders, as elected officials. When you had that resolution last week around racism as a public health crisis, we really are standing in the gap and proving to not only Sacramento, most vulnerable communities, that partnerships work, collective impact work, and the targeted but universal approach for public health is a strategy that really can save the lives of African American children and all children. Natalie?
Great. So if we can advance to the next slide. Thank you, Kendra, and thank you, board, for the opportunity to just share with you more about the work and the investment that has been made on behalf of the community. I just want to, provide a little context for the work. And so on your screens, you should be looking at the solid infrastructure that really has been created through the Black Child Legacy Campaign. And I can't stress enough, this is the foundation of the Black Child Legacy Campaign. It begins with the steering committee, and as Julie just presented, this portion of the work is funded through First 5 Sacramento. And we've had an opportunity to leverage a large amount of funding to be able to create the additional components that you see on this particular slide, and Kendra will speak to that in just a few moments. But the neighborhoods that have the highest incidence of deaths of African American children, our youth, our infants, are identified by the colored dots that you see across this screen. And those are the 7 targeted neighborhoods in which we are focusing our work. And so you can see on the screen the neighborhoods that are listed, but also the agencies that serve as the community incubator lead within those particular communities. And that is across your screen. Michelle Callejas did talk to you about this multidisciplinary approach to do this work, to have programs co-located in these neighborhoods directly where families have access to services and supports they may need. And that multidisciplinary team that she described is a part of that community incubator, that hub of the community, as well as other programs such as Healing the Hood, in which we have a community intervention worker that is housed right there to speak with our youth in most vulnerable communities. Within this particular structure, I do want to continue to stress that this is an infrastructure that was just put in place over the years that we have been doing this work, and it did not exist before. We are able to bring these groups of individuals together on a regular basis, so they are really steeped in the heart of the work and the latest research, the latest resources, and then also just supports that are provided to them. We also engage community leaders through each of these neighborhoods in the form of the Community Leadership Roundtable. And then in terms of the Sacramento County Interagency Children's Policy Council. This is yet one piece that we continue to strive to achieve, and we're getting closer to meeting that mark on that particular council. So if you can advance to the next slide. I just want to share with you the big picture of this work, and you will see some data slides in a moment, but you know, the work that has happened has been nothing short of amazing. In just 3 years of implementation, the Black Child Legacy Campaign really has been able to reduce the number of child deaths of African American children by 33%, reducing that infant sleep-related deaths by 45%, and then also looking at that reduction in the disparity by 76% in infant sleep-related deaths. And in 2018 and 2019, we are just so pleased and proud of the work that has taken place, that we saw 0 juvenile homicides during those 2 years, and that really does speak to the great efforts of those members of the community who really put their heart and their soul into this work. We've been able to implement a cultural brokers program in conjunction with the county, as Michelle had alluded to earlier, in making sure that we're providing those referrals and supports to families as needed. And then in 2019, the Black Child Legacy Campaign was recognized by the National Association of Counties Health Steering Committee in its efforts that have been extremely successful. So next slide, please. So we have a lot to celebrate during this time. So how did we get here? There's a lot of work that has taken place beginning in 1989 as Supervisor Cerna really led that charge with the Blue Ribbon Commission, and as you all have seen, the data that has persisted in over 2 decades. But I want to focus in beginning in 2015, and that is when the steering committee was funded and chartered to do this work, to focus in on those 4 preventable areas of child deaths. And we were able to create and brand Black Child Legacy Campaign in that year, sharing a strategic plan, an implementation plan to really put the cornerstone in place for this work. And then in 2016, just a year into this work, we already saw great success in surpassing that 10% reduction goal that was put in place for implementation. And then just 3 years later, we've been able to see some very significant improvements in the work that we have been able to do. So this work has been very targeted, but it's also been very universal in terms of making sure that we stay focused on our true goals of this work, and that is to save lives of Black children. But we also know that any of the practices that are put in place, any of the protocols that were put in place, have benefits for all. So I want to just turn this back over to Kendra to just unpack some of the data very quickly for you. On the next slide.
Yes, thank you, Natalie. If you could advance it to the next slide. How we know it works. And so on this slide, you'll see really a breakdown of not only our overall goal to reduce preventable African American child deaths by 10 to 20%, but you'll see what this 3-year rolling average really looks like per 100,000 children. On the left side of graph on the side, you'll see that point where Black Child Legacy implementation was in 2015, and the ongoing decline to 2018, and the most recent data that really lets us know that we've hit our goal to reduce preventable African American child deaths by at least not just that 10%, but really hit 30% overall reduction in 2018. On your right-hand side, the clip really is talking about how are we lining up when it comes to 2014 base year to 2018. And in that, we really are looking at how are we meeting our 2020 goal overall, what we're able to look at as rolling averages, and where we actually need to be able to create another level of strategy and support. And as Julia led to earlier, we've got some more work to do in perinatal conditions, and there are many ways that we are doubling down on what we know is working and expanding our opportunity to reach not only the most vulnerable women that are black women that are pregnant, but their families and our hospital systems and the workforce that can help us have stronger, healthier babies. Next slide, please. We did, again, want to just address how we know it works. And this is just the third-party homicide data overall between 2012 and 2018. I know you all have heard a lot of us say there's been zero juvenile homicides in the city of Sacramento in 2018 and 2019. We know that this particular project is really specific to the county, but find this particular information very, very remarkable in that 2017 was a vicious year when it comes to gun juvenile homicides, and our ability to really pivot as a community to create the Healing the Hood strategy around health and safety, the professionalization of street outreach workers, or what we like to call community intervention workers, and be able to respond in 2018 and 2019, over 30 months in the city of Sacramento with zero juvenile gun homicides. Again, that matters in context of this particular report out because Sacramento City, 6 of the 7 neighborhoods reside within those particular target boundaries. And that has incredible impact on our ability to come together as a community to create a gun reduction violence strategy and to have that level of remarkable results for 30 months. We pride ourselves on the Healing the Hood opportunity to build that collectively and to really move that strategy, not only within the city boundaries, but also throughout the county. Next slide, please. So again, how do we know it works? How do we know that we have created a local movement that really does impact and save and create health and safety for Black families? More than 70 community partners have stepped up to the plate. We have more than 18 community leadership round table partners and countless levels of stakeholders, both informal and formal, that have come along this journey over the last 5, almost 6 years now. We are a social justice youth development engagement strategy. You have seen Kings and Queens rise to some of our participatory action research projects. To most recently, I just saw on the Oak Park Facebook feed how to get your bag and really talking about financial literacy. We love young people. Young people are at the center of what the Black Child Legacy Campaign is, and how we're able, again, to build health and safety and resiliency deep in our most vulnerable Sacramento Black neighborhoods. We've had some great systems wins and collective impact wins that, again, has really been borne about through the steering committee's leadership, the many folks that sit on the steering committee that you all appoint to the steering committee that really have put their expertise on the line to really stand up for Black kids and families. And so these system wins are really a part of that expertise and that strategy coming to results and impact. The hospital adoption of safe and protocols for all births in Sacramento County, all in the major hospital, birthing hospitals. Every family, every mother gets asked, do you have a safe place to sleep your child? Not just Black families, but all families. And that's a great institutional systems win. When we think about systems change. The county outstation staff, we have changed the way the social safety net to serve Black families is created and supported, again, deep in our most vulnerable neighborhoods. And that move by Gladys Stallone very early on in this effort as a steering committee member really set us up for success and has proven not only to ourselves and to our community members that we can work alongside each other and support families holistically, and that we can remove barriers and strengthen our systems for our most vulnerable. County Protective Services couldn't say enough about Kim Pearson and her exemplary leadership to bring this effort to bear, to really work with African American families and save their lives inside of the CPS system, which has failed to do so in many cases. Healing the Hood, again, our most premier effort around violence reduction effort. We have been to Boston, Chicago, Houston, and LA. We have brought the best of the best back here to make sure that we were learning with each other, growing with each other around gun violence. How do you work and operate with a license to operate? How do you work in relationship with law enforcement? How do you work in relationship with other gun violence prevention efforts? And we've created a network across this county that is responding to gun violence right now as I speak. And then the adoption of the county-wide hospital crisis response protocol. We are partners with UC Davis and Kaiser ER teams. I have them on speed dial on my phone because we know that the best way to prevent gun violence is to get in front of a lot of the rumors. And so making sure that those families that are deep in gun violence crisis have the opportunity to really live and be in dignity is part of what we are and what we bring to those neighborhoods. And I'm really proud of Mr. King, Advanced Peace, Voices of Youth, and all of the community incubator leads for creating a strategy and a professional system to deal with gun violence from the community level. We have leveraged not just $10.9 million, but now we know we also have a new CalVIP grant, which really has about $12.7 million on that original 7.5 investment that you all committed to. We are committed to this work. Our blended funding strategy and stream really talks about how we've been able to leverage and continue to build this across, again, our most vulnerable communities. And then ultimately, we are in all 7 of these neighborhoods, and we believe in what we call Profound Purpose Institute, which really is our university where we show up together quarter after quarter and train and learn from the best, from our best evidence-based practices and the best around this country. And that is why we can stand before you today and say that this system that we have built is something that is saving lives, and we are the professionals that have been able to do that with our partners here in the county for over the last 3 years of implementation, but again, working in partnership for over 6 now. And I'll hand it back to Natalie.
Yes, so next slide, please. So on this next slide, it really just breaks down the work that has taken place from July through December. It's just a snapshot of the work. But again, it's remarkable that we've had this opportunity to impact our community within a meaningful way. And so I won't read the numbers to you, but just want to share a snapshot again about some of the work that's happening through our community incubator leads. There's case management that has taken place with our families on a regular basis. You know, our community incubator leads are truly supporting pregnant women, making sure that they are receiving the services that they need. They're also making sure that families have safe sleep education and that there are referrals made to support families that need additional support in that area. We have really engaged a large number of youth in Black Child Legacy Campaign activities, and Kendra just shared a few of those with you, over 2,500 youth. And then our youth continue to participate in learning opportunities so that they can be spokespersons, they can be the leaders of our community, and that investment is so important to us. And then on the next slide, you know, just a continuation of our community members participating in leadership activities, and then we have Black Child Legacy Campaign clients that are supported in a very comprehensive way. Even though we are focused in on providing services related to the preventable deaths, the 4 causes of preventable deaths, we know that many of the families that step into that community incubator lead, they need other services beyond that. So it is important that we make sure that we're connecting them to additional services. Housing, related services tends to be something that is greatly in need. And then our youth are referred as appropriate to probation for support and for services. We know that some of our families have also been engaged in the CPS process, and so making sure that they are connected to BCLC services has been critical as another way of supporting our families as needed. And then also, as Kendra just mentioned about the community intervention workers, they are conducting intense case management and making sure that there is a solid crisis response that takes place through Healing the Hood. And those aspects are so critical to the work that our community is engaged in on a regular basis and truly making a difference in transforming our communities. So the next slide, as we began this work, I just recall there wasn't a day that we would open the newspaper or turn on social media or turn on the TV or the radio and we would hear devastating news of a loss in our community, and any loss is devastating. But this slide reflects that we've been able to change the trajectory of the lives of our young people. Now when we look, and 2020 is what it is, but looking beyond 2020, the headlines in the news look very different from when we started this work. Now we hear more promising news about the legacy that is being left for our children and for our families, and that piece gives our families hope in the neighborhoods. And so we have been able to save lives of young children and youth by addressing these preventable causes of death, and a large part of this success has been attributed to the fact that this is a community-driven movement, and we could not have moved this forward without the outstanding citizens that are working on this cause, feeling so dedicated and committed. Many of us are native here in Sacramento, and it is so important for us to give back to our communities, and we see this as our beloved community, and the work that has taken place definitely shows that. The other thing that can be attributed to this success is the youth engagement. That has been a phenomenal impact in our community to really make sure that we're providing our youth with the things and the supports that they may need, and also growing them up to be leaders in our community. So next slide, please. We know that during this time, speaking of 2020, faced with COVID-19, this certainly is a public health crisis in our community, and we know that there has been some community violence that has surrounded that as well. We know there are root causes to that violence that attribute to that. A lot of it has to do with poverty or intergenerational trauma. We know there's also institutional neglect as well, and so this has been a devastating year. And our communities that you see identified on this screen have been hit the hardest. And the people that live in these neighborhoods, vulnerable neighborhoods, have been hit the hardest. And so, we want to make sure that there is some additional response to support the families as we're going through this COVID-19 season. So next slide. You'll see that there has been a response on behalf of Black Child Legacy Campaign to our beloved community, because our families mean so much to us. Our children mean so much to us. And so this slide reflects the work that has been taking place between March 20th and June 2nd of supporting our families during this pandemic. You'll see that almost 30,000 individuals in these communities have been served with just receiving support and services. We also have been have in place meal preparation and provision for families. Over 17,000 meal boxes have been prepared and shared with families, and this is just during that short window of time. I want to share that, all of the community incubator leads have been engaged in some type of meal distribution and support during this COVID-19 season, but South Sac Christian Center, serves as the hub in the Meadowview area that is led by Les and Katrina Simmons. They are doing some phenomenal work as they are now the major hub for food distribution here in our communities. And so this work continues to grow. You can see the number of families that have been supported through this efforts, and then you can see the breakdown of the demographics of the age ranges for this community that has been served during this time. So, the work goes beyond, just focusing in on the preventable causes of death, because there's a lot that's interrelated to that as well. So we want to thank you for that opportunity to continue to do this work. And so Kendra will just take us through the end, starting on the next slide, to share with us just a conclusion of the results from this 5 years, but also to share next steps. Kendra?
Yes, thank you. And so really we are coming back to you as we have been committed to for over the past five years annually. But this one is really what has been the 5-year results. We've built on your initial investment of that $7.5 million. The Sarah Health Foundation, I want to stop here and just really emphasize the leadership, the incredible leadership of Chet Hewitt and the whole team at Sarah Health Foundation for really acting as a high-capacity intermediary, to be able to bring people together, provide the thought leadership, and then to be able to move a strategy around public health, racial and health equity in this community like never before. I'm really proud of the team I have at Sarah Health Foundation, and they've been an incredible staff of partners and colleagues that have really delivered this work to this community, and I'm incredibly thankful to be working with them. And Chet, Kayin, Richard, Gil, Joan, you guys are, Leslie, you guys are incredible. Madeline, incredible partner. Thank you. This is we've been aggressive and progressive on all of the goals. Our strong partnerships, our stakeholders, our network infrastructure currently is standing up in the midst of COVID. Most of, if not all of, the community incubator lead sites are also doing SAC collab work, really wrapping around not only Black families, but all families that have been impacted by COVID. Because of the Black Child Legacy infrastructure, they are testing sites. They are food distribution sites, and they are sites where people need help, and we get to be able to stand up. It's been incredible to provide that level of leadership and collaboration through the SAC collab, CBCLC really shine in that. We've been a part of not only taking in evidence-based programs, but pushing out evidence-based programs and strategies, national recognition and celebration, incredible, very gracious way that we have been able to change the narrative around Black families and change the narrative around what Black leadership really looks like in neighborhoods. Foundational to this work, again, is our violence prevention work. We're proud of that, proud to continue to stand and want to build on that with the county. Our cultural broker efforts and prevention council currently with Michelle Cajeas and Cassie and my great partner in Kim Pearson. Incredible work by Miss Jackie and Margot and Yolanda when it comes to the Meadowview cultural broker efforts. And then the perinatal workforce. We're not done yet. We know we have a long-term strategy to really impact perinatal conditions like never before when it comes to Black women and their babies and their families. And we want to be able to develop that workforce here locally. And so our big ask, this really is our 1-year continuance. But can you imagine come June 30th and Black Child Legacy Campaign is no longer? I can't. And neither can these neighborhoods that need it the most. And so now more than ever, on the heels of that resolution, on the heels of everything that we have been impacted through this pandemic, we really are asking for you all to not only consider but commit to an ongoing funding strategy for Black Child Legacy Campaign. We're proud to leverage this work, proud to be able to put this in the community, and proud to be able to deliver these level of results. Next slide. Again, don't want to belabor, but we've been pushing impact reports, data reports, have been a part of national research at this point, and really excited to continue to inform the field on what is the intersection between health equity and racial equity, and how do you build justice for neighborhoods that have been for very, very long neglected by the systems that should be taking care of them. And so we're excited. I mean, we're excited to build and continue with you all. Next slide. Would be remiss if I did not talk to you all about the incredible leadership of this steering committee. And I want to name their names because they're incredible. I'm going to go from left all the way to the right. You have Stephanie Hopkins, who with DHA, Dr. Ethan Cutts, who is a pediatrician extraordinaire, Pastor Bobby Jones, incredible faith leader, Essence Webb, who is a CPS, now works at the state, incredible leadership. Chet Hewitt, our absolute fearless leader, our DA, our public defender, Stephen Garrett, Julie Davis Joffe from SETA, Kim Pearson from Child Welfare, Elaine Allian from the NAACP, Ms. Deborah Cummins herself as the crisis response Mothers of 95838 extraordinaire, the gracious leadership of Ms. Tina Roberts, the faith and strength of Pastor Faber Banks, Kim Williams, and the BHC, our favorite law enforcement official, Assistant Chief of Police now, Bobby Davis. And then we have Paris Dye at Liberty Towers and her incredible leadership, as well as our very own co-chair, Dr. Natalie Woods Andrews. And so, board, as a daughter of Sacramento, I submit to you what racial and health equity actually looks like when it's implemented well. Thank you for your service and thank you for your leadership.
Does that conclude
and
the...
so now we also have...
Sorry, does that conclude your presentation?
It concludes my presentation, but I also have two folks that are on the line, Ms. Kim Pearson, who wants to be able to represent the steering committee members, and Ms. Cassandra Jennings, who wants to represent the phenomenal leadership of the community incubator leads.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Kim Pearson with Child, Family, and Adult Services. I have been a steering committee member since the inception, and prior to that, I was a Blue Ribbon Commission participant. I just want to very briefly just thank you for the space to share information with you at this late hour. We know you guys have been at it. Doesn't need to be repeated since 9 this morning. I wanted to just take a moment to extend appreciation to you, Supervisor Cerna, and the rest of the board for the ongoing support to BCLC. I additionally want to thank county leadership and specifically the support from Michelle since the very beginning and when we went down this endeavor. And absolutely need to recognize Natalie and Chet for their impeccable leadership as steering chairs. I would be remiss if I did not recognize the leadership of Kendra Montgomery Block. She just has the deepest commitment and she just wears so many hats and she wears them all phenomenally. But I believe that these individuals, I truly believe that they're not looking for any of this recognition. They lead with their heart, they lean into the work, and it's the change that they truly want to see. But there is a group of people that I believe we need to lift up and lift out for all this phenomenal work that has been done, and that is our staff. Our CPS staff, the outstation staff at the CIL. This includes the probation staff as well as the DHA staff. Also, when I speak about staff, I want to recognize the cultural brokers that have been mentioned. The cultural brokers the services are provided by Better Life Children's Center, Sacramento Children's Home, and Rose Family Empowerment. I also want to mention, with recognition that's been received, last year we were featured in a national publication in which a cultural broker, Ms. LaDonna Lee, helped a mother to reunify who thought that she would never be able to reunify with her children. And through that advocacy and cultural broker support, they were successful in safely reunifying. I also just want to recognize the community partners in the CIL, and most importantly, the voice of the community. Every team member that I just mentioned, this work could not happen without them, because they take what's put on paper and they put it into action. And that's the true work that needs to be held up and held out, and they are the true heroes of this work. So I just want to end with conveying that we still, as Kendra mentioned, have so much work that needs to continue to happen in our respective county agencies and then our community at large. And so we look forward to being able to have that opportunity afforded to us to continue this work so that these outcomes that were presented to you today can continue and can be sustained, and we don't go backwards, but we continue to move forward. So thank you so very much, and be well and be safe.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Cerna and members of the board. This is Cassandra Jennings with the Greater Sacramento Urban League, and thank you and bless you for your long day. But on behalf of the 7 community incubator leads and our many, many partners, we just want to thank the board and your staff for the partnership and investment in families, children, and equity that lead to great communities. The Black Child Legacy Campaign is a proven health equity and racial justice strategy with trusted and trained community networks. We are working deep in our communities, providing services, connecting resources, saving lives, and lifting up families and individuals. In this moment, we're focused on the immediate needs such as food and PPE, and the needs presented by rising rates of gun violence that is a result of isolation and health and economic disparities during the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, tonight, our Oak Park CIL is engaging over 30 at-risk youth and young people in a 3-week program called Build Your Tomorrow, and it's exposing them to careers, self-care, education, how to use their voice, skill sets, and mindsets that enable them to exceed and excel in whatever it is they want to do. As you have seen and heard a little bit, there is an amazing level of innovation and commitment from all of the CILs. To sustain this work, and this very important work, we must have long-term funding and support, because we can't talk about black health and equity and reimagine public safety without talking about all the overlapping concerns our communities face, including economics, housing, environment, education, and unbiased and accessible health care. So thank you. Thank you on behalf of your CILs, Fruit Ridge Stockton, Building Healthy Communities, the Meadowview, Rhodes Family Development Center, Valley High, South Sac Christian Center, North Sac, Del Paso Heights, Roberts Family Development Center, North Highlands, Liberty Towers, Arden Arcade, Mutual Assistance Network, and Oak Park, Greater Sacramento Urban League. Thank you so much for your support and your investment.
Thank you, Cassandra. Okay. Does that conclude the presentation and the speakers?
Yes, but Supervisor Turner, I also just wanted to mention the leadership of Dr. Kassiria, who's also on the steering committee, Marlon Yarber, who's also on the steering committee, Steve, I know, is also on the steering committee, Stephanie from DHA, and then of course Kim. Those really are your stellar African-American leadership that is in your county seats right now, and it's extremely humbling and gratifying and strong that they've been able to push this work internally in their systems. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate all the thought that went into your presentation, and the fact that we can end a long day with some encouraging news is very uplifting. And Kendra, you're always approaching this with the energy that I think we all wish we had at this point. And I just want to say thank you to everyone that you mentioned by name, all the organizations, our partners, everyone involved with our CILs. Again, we received the same report yesterday during our first 5 meeting for December, and first 5 commissioners were equally impressed with the outcomes that we continue to celebrate. And as I said yesterday, this is one of those initiatives that this county can be extremely proud of, and it's years in the making, and we're seeing the outcomes that we had hoped for, and then some. If you noticed, the percentages in both real numbers and the reduction in disparity are exceeding our goal of 10 to 20% by this horizon year. So that's due in large part to the fact that I think we have a very dedicated and seamless infrastructure that is committed to making sure that we are not leaving anything unaddressed when it comes to the most important part of our lives, the most important part of our community, and that's our young people. And so, again, as someone that just asked a simple question about what this county at the time was doing to address decades-long disparity back in 2011, certainly the community has done exactly what I had hoped, and that is to own the challenge and to own the successful results. The community is the winner here. The kids are, the families are, the mothers and dads and grandmothers, and it's very rewarding, I could tell you, to sit here 9 years later and reflect back on where we were and where we've come. So terrific work by everyone. I want to specifically thank Chet. We didn't hear from Chet tonight, but Chet has been a terrific direct partner in terms of his leadership at the Sierra Health Foundation. I want to thank all of our staff, everyone from our chief of probation to our now acting county executive, Ann Edwards, and DHS, formerly in DHA. Michelle Calles, thank you. Julie Galelo, she's still in chambers here with us from first 5. I think as many of our public servants here in Sacramento County have mentioned to me personally, this is one of the most satisfying things that they get to work on, and I've actually heard from a couple who remain nameless that actually expressed interest in joining our organization, coming to the county or coming to First 5, expressly in large part due to this effort. So again, thank you to everyone. Any further comments by board members? Madam Clerk, we don't have anyone else signed up to speak?
No one signed up.
Okay. Again, thank you, Kendra and Natalie. I don't know if you're still there, but I want to, again, just say
You're welcome.
And have a great evening.
We'll see him during budget.
Thank you so much. An honor to share.
Take care.
News. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay, so what you have left are your nominations, item 42.
Before we do that, just want to make mention of we're going to postpone closed session till next week.
Yes.
Yeah, items that we're going to be on closed
Really?
session tonight.
I assume so.
I just want to let everyone know. I know you're all just, eager to continue this. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so for item 42, you are continuing to January 12th, 2021, Area 4 Agency on Aging Advisory Council, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Lock Management Association, Sacramento County Youth Commission, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You're continuing to January 26th, Children's Coalition, County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Casumnes, County Service Area 4C, Delta, Disability Advisory Commission, and the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You have a lot of items today. For Adult and Aging Commission, Mr. Cerna.
Chiefs are recommending continuing the item until January 26th.
Okay. Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council. Ms.
Please
Peters.
continue to January 12th.
Cemetery Advisory Commission.
Chiefs recommend reappointing David Ballard as the public member.
Okay. And then Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Brian Fausler for reappointment.
All right. And we're going to continue the remainder to January 26, Mr.
yes.
Cerna? Got it.
Yeah.
Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council.
District 3?
Please nominate Jesse Garcia.
Okay.
District 5?
Continue January 26th, please.
To 26, got it. County Planning Commission. Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Justin Rathel and waive the process.
Okay.
Second.
Then moved in second, please vote.
Unanimous vote. That's awesome. That vacancy got filled. Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Mr. Natoli.
Yes, continue that to January 26th, please.
Okay. Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council.
Chiefs recommend the reappointment of Stephen Andrews and Patty Epplinger.
Okay,
Continue the remainder until January 26th, please.
got that. Galt Arno Cemetery District.
January 26th, we had to reschedule the interview that was scheduled for yesterday.
Okay.
Thanks.
Public Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend reappointing Annie Tatt and continue the rest to January 26th.
Got it. Recreation and Park Commission, Ms. Peters.
I'd like to reappoint Gregory McClellan.
Okay, and Ms. Frost.
Please reappoint Claudia Goss.
Okay, that takes care of that commission. Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend reappointing Melinda Avey and Harry Carlson and continue the rest to the 26th of January.
Okay. And then we have the Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Ms. Peters.
Please continue to January 26th.
And Ms. Frost.
Please continue to January 12th.
Okay. Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, Ms. Frost.
Please continue to December 15.
Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Chiefs recommend nominating Shelby Witherby and continue the remainder to January 26th.
Sunrise Recreation and Park District, Ms. Frost.
Please nominate David Huber.
Okay, awesome. That concludes your nominations.
All right. Any comments from our acting CEO?
Well, I just would like to take a very quick opportunity to thank you, Chair Cerna, and all of you for the appointment this morning that was formalized. As the acting CEO, I'm very committed to working with all of you and the departments and the community to provide leadership and continuity of services during this time. So thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Ann. And any comments by members of the board?
Good night.
None? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, if there's no further business before this board, we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for